はい、では続いてのゲームは、ルナシルバースターストーリーとなっております。こちらのゲーム、解説の方がいらっしゃっておりませんので、このゲーム知ってるよという方はチャット欄であったりだとか、ジャパニーズリストリームのディスコードサーバーの方に参加していただいて、飛び入りでね、喋っていただくとかいうこともできます。全く知らないゲームです。ウィキペディアによると、1992年6月26日に発売されたメガ CD 用ロールプレイングゲームという。で、ルナシリーズの1作目ということらしいですね。最初にメガ CD 版で初の RPG ソフトとして発売。その後リメイク版でセガサターン版が発売と。なるほど。さあ、オクトパストラベラーはまだちょっと、奏者さんの回線がおそらく回復してないためちょっと、ペルソナ4ゴールデンもちょっと昨日途中でぶつ切り状態になってからちょっとどうなってるのか分かってない状態なので、そこも含めてもしかしたら最終日に2つまとめて改めて走ることもあるかもしれないんですけども、一応今はイジェクトされてるという状態ですね。向こうも向こうで大寒波による吹雪で停電っていうことらしいですから、なかなか恐ろしい状態ではありません。日本も寒波だねっていうので、北陸の方とかはかなり積雪がすごいということになってますから、皆さんも、寒波の影響を受けるような地域の場合は、気をつけてくださいね。僕もあれですね、キッチンが氷漬けになったりとかしてますけど、水道管が破裂しないことを祈るばかりなんですが。あれですよね、確か北海道の方はもう吹雪とかがやばすぎて全線固定、もう運休になって1週間ぐらい動かないみたいな目処になってるみたいな話だったような気もしますので、なかなかあれです。除雪せそうですね。除雪も雪って意外と重いですからね。ちょっと無理して腰がねとかねならないように気をつけつつ、地域住民全員でね、なんかいい感じに除雪作業をねできればなと思います。ちなみにルナシリーズ、このシルバースターストーリーの次の続編に、今度ルナのエターナルブルーがあるみたいですね。ルナシリーズがどれくらいあるのかな。結構リメイクも出てるみたいで、どれがどうなってるのかちょっと軽く検索しただけだとどうなってるんだってなってるんですが、一応ルナシルバースターストーリーとエターナルブルーの2つで完結ということですかね。リマスター版も出てますよということですね。意外と遊べるハードが多いですね。PC 版というか Windows 版も一応存在してるみたいで。 古いというか昔のゲームではあるものの遊べる媒体は多いみたいですね。プレイステーション4でもできます。しかもプレイステーション5互換対応もしてる。任天堂スイッチもできるし、Steam でも販売中。Xbox シリーズもちゃんとあると。いろいろとできますね。ちなみに今回、カテゴリー名をよくよく見ると、2%過去ジャパンって書いてますね。ということで、おそらく使用するハードというか、リージョンは日本語版を、ということになるとは思いますが、これは多分あれですかね。言語によって使えるバグがとか、場合によってはいわゆる言語差によるテキスト量の違いで優位な差が発生するからカテゴリーを分けてるやつかのどっちかですね。さあ、というわけで画面来ました。ルナシルバースターストーリーです。改めてですが、解説の方はいらっしゃいませんので、知ってるよという方は、コメント欄であったりだとか、ジャパニーズリストリームの方に遊びに来ていただいて、好きなように喋っていただければと思います。で、これは PS1 版みたいですね。さあ、ちょっと待って、音声がもしかしてゲーム上入ってない。これは僕の環境だけかな。何か、タイトル、このゲームがタイトル無音の可能性もあるんですけど、なんか、ゲームの音が入ってないのと、奏者の声が入ってない可能性がある。本家でも音が入ってない。おっと、これは、再調整の可能性がありますが、どうなんだろう。すぐ治るかな。あ、来ましたね、音。さあ、今回は、過去ジャパンというカテゴリーとなってますので、おそらく日本語版ですね。リージョン違いによる差が、どこに発生するのかっていうのはわかんないんですけど。さあ、なんかあるんでしょうかね。大概の場合、基本的なゲーム、日本発売のものは、当たり前なんですけど、日本が先に発売して、その後北米版が発売されるみたいな流れになるのがほとんどなので、大体日本語版で存在したバグとかは、リージョン違いが発売されるときに、修正されてたりとかっていうのがあったりしますね。逆になぜか知らないんですけど、なぜか日本では存在しなかったバグが、海外版だと発生するという事象もあるんですが。
Are we good?
一体何がっていうこともありますね。さあ、奏者さんも声が入って準備バッチリというところですね。
Okay, so apparently we had a few technical difficulties, but they should be resolved. So, once again, it's Lunar. Lunar Silver Star Story. I'm vaxherd. I'll be running this for you. Fairly long game, so we're going to get started pretty quickly, but I want to do a couple of shout-outs beforehand. Want to shout out the Japanese restream. It's a nice, fairly sunny day over here in Japan. Twitch.tv
ジャパニーズリストリーム
Twitch.tv/Japanese_restream 日本語メラーの皆さんこんにちはバックサードです。これから6、7時間という長丁場なんですがどうぞお楽しみください。よろしくお願いします。Also want a quick shout out to High Spirits.
ありがとうございます。
A lot of us know he's a big fan of the Lunar series. He's actually the one who got me interested in running this game. Left me. I had not gotten around to it for a while, but I'd done a lot of routing, theory crafting, that sort of thing, and finally found the time and found the impetus with this marathon to come back and start running it again. So obviously, big thanks for accepting us into the marathon. Both of us were hoping the High Spirits could join me for a couple of hours here at the beginning of the run. Unfortunately, because there's been a lot of technical difficulties,
7時間の長時間 RTA ということになってお
big shout outs
り
to
ま
High
すが、
Spirits for running the marathon, for loving Lunar, and for
もともとはレースの予定だったみたいなんですけども、なんかどうやらあれですね、なんか並走相手の方がちょっとトラブルで出れなくなっちゃったみたいなことみたいですね。
3, 2, 1, go.
さあ、グッドラックです。
All right. So, like a lot of RPGs of the era, starts out with a nice little cutscene introducing our protagonist Alex.
冒険の旅という言葉が僕を捉えて話さなくなった。
すごい日本語版だから何言ってるかわかる。
His desire for adventure, to follow in the footsteps of the great hero Dragon Master Dine, who has protected the
今
goddess
喋ってる方
Althena
が主人公アレックスだそうです。
僕も行くのだろうか。
And now Alex himself
あの雲の流れ
seeks adventure of his own. And who can blame him? He is the protagonist of an RPG, and we are going to get going.
で、なんかストーリーとしては月の女神がいて、その月の女神、月の女神を守護する4人のドラゴン、4
For more than
体のドラゴンがいてみたいな話らしいんですが。
But a cute sidekick for the protagonist, our little friend Null there. Flying cat.
としかもドラゴンとさらにそのドラゴンの庇護を受けるドラゴンマスターによ
One
っ
frame
て
introduction to Alex's childhood friend Ramus.
収められてきた
who
魔法世界ルナ
saw an earthquake on the screen and tells us there's been
ところ
a
なんですが、
activity.
女神アルテナは姿を現さなくなり、ドラゴンマスターは行方不明となり、
And they've
勇者も生まれなくなったと。
who is
で、その
a
中で
shopkeeper in
魔法皇帝と
trading,
名
shall we say,
乗る
has heard
怪
rumors
しい
of a
男が
dragon diamond
世
and
界を
everybody
手中に
knows
収めよう
diamond
としていたという
money.
こと
So
らしいですね。
Ramus invites Alex on an adventure, but first we ought to say
日本語版だとアレスだけど、海外版だとアレック
because
ス君って
Alex
名前
was
になってる
originally
みたいで
planning
す
to
ね
go。practice his ocarina with another childhood friend, Luna, who unfortunately we won't have a chance to see in this additional movie I've
そう
skipped.
というわけで、序盤のところで、まずは味方を作ろうというところみたいですね。
Definitely worth playing casually and enjoying them. But in the speed run, of course, we just go ahead and skip them first frame.
多分広いんですね。
Luna is a little bit, she's not quite the adventuring type, and she worries a lot about Alex and his
で、ル
proclivities.
ナ・シルバースターストーリーっていう方になっている方は、いわゆるリメイク版みたいなやつなので、追加のイベントとかがいろい
She
ろ
can
と
be
追加さ
very
れてる。
insistent
ぽい
when she chooses.
のか
So
な多分なんかそんな感じっぽい
follow
です
along
ね。
with us as we head out.
ザ・シルバースターから、シルバースターストーリーになってるということで。一応リメイク
We
版
need to talk to
に
we
な
need
っ
to get
てるの
permission
で、
for that because Luna said so. Fine, Luna, if you insist.
あ、でもこれ PS1 版だから一応あれなのかな。もうちょっと
And
いろいろと追加されてるみたいですね。
but we did get it was a good thing because Dad gave us a fair bit of
ムービー
starting
とかも
information.
追加さ
Also
れて
invited us to rob the basement.
ぽい
Some
気がしま
nice
す。
little items, including a blue ball. If you are a Zelda Link to the Past fan, this is your game. This game is full
あ、
of
キャラ
blue
ゼ
balls
ザ
that
担
you
当
can
の
use
人がアイマスの
all over
人。
the place.
あ、な
But
るほ
anyway,
ど。
here's Ramus. Join us at the end, and we are heading out.
ちょっとヒロインの見た目が千春さん
First
に
thing to do before
千
anything
早
else,
さんに
pop
見え
up
る
the
のはそういう
menu
ことで。
and move everybody up to the upper
あんまり〇〇のキャラに似てるとかってあんまり
Not
本当
going to
よ
make
く
too
ない。
much difference for
説
now.
明の
At
仕
the
方な
moment,
ん
it's
です
just going to add a little bit of safety and make running a little bit faster, like a frame or two.
門待ち陣形にしてるどういうこと？
But positioning is actually going to play a
待って、
large
陣
role
形
later.
門待ち陣形にしてるどういうことなの？
Yes, you can skip cutscenes in the Japanese version. That is something I don't know whether it was deliberately taken out by Working Designs or whether it was just not written correctly in the manual because I know
我々は
Japanese
インペリアル
manual
クロ
does
スという
not
陣形
include
で
that
戦う
counter skip. Nice. Japanese manual lists the
真ん中が
wrong
一番安
button
全なやつ。
combination, believe it or not. I only found that
そこが一
found
番
out
安
that you
全
can。 skip by accident, pressing
な
random.
るほど、日本語版を使う理由について今おっしゃってました。日本語版ではチャットシーンスキップができるらしいですね。どうやら海外版では、いわゆる会話シーンがスキップできないということみたい。シンボルエンカウントなんですけど、どうやらシンボルがめちゃめちゃ上書きできます。シンボルの追いかけっぷりがすごいですね。まあしばらく戦闘しなくて済むようになるあれなんですけど、ここまでみっちりくっついてこられると、あんまりシンボルから逃げた意味がないような気がする。
We did get that first try flee though, so I will absolutely take that. Yeah, so far, mostly so good. I would have liked to skip.
ハエの追跡能力が高いですね。
I can't get the B, so I want the B.
めちゃめちゃ追ってくるじゃんね。
Kinda dangerous if I fail to flee here, which I don't. I am astonished.
さあ、なんかよくわかんないバチバチしたやつに追っかけられてる。
Like I said, 50% chance. It never increases. Like a lot of games, if you fail to run, will increase it 10%.
キャラの速度と同じというよりも、多分キャラの速度よりもちょっとだけ速い気がしますね。
But we have successfully made it.
普通に敵やこっち見つけた時に寄ってくる速度がなんかめちゃめちゃ速かったので。
Big roarer, but it turns out he's actually a very nice.
このゲームハエが強いのでは。
By the name of Fighty. I think he's called Quark in the English version, but Fighty is his original name.
さあ、というわけで、このゲームはドラゴンが味方になるゲームのはずなので、あれなんだと思うんですが。
And Fighty's like, well, I mean, I guess it's. I don't know why people like my. Well, I shouldn't say that word in front of Luna.
なんかもう力尽きる一歩手前みたいになってますが、大丈夫そうですか？
And we will continue on. He sets us the quest to find a white dragon ring. Which will be, I think it's just a dragon ring, which is a little bit deeper into this.
さあ、なんかとりあえず力を貸してほしくはなんかやってこいみたいなこと言われたっぽいので、やりに行く感じっぽいです。
We have to break these blocks in order to proceed.
シンフォルエンカウントだけど絶対戦わせる気しかないみたいなことになってませんか？一応猿がいるとなんかあれですね、なんか障害物壊してくれるっぽいです。
Exactly what I did. I'm a little bit worried about where the ape ended up there, but we will see how that turns out when we come back. I need you to come down here, sir. Thank you. Break that block. I need you to come over here.
さあ、猿を誘導してなんかいい感じにこの標柱を壊してもらうという。
Obviously, if you don't know exactly the right positions to take to get those movements, it can take a lot of turns.
さあ、竜の腕輪を手に入れるとストーリーが進む。
Yes, as I expected, this guy is going to cause problems for us. Maybe. No.
嫌なところに陣取られてますね。
Is he stuck? Where is he stuck? Okay, can we get by? Yes, we can get by. And now we see why I trapped the crystal right there, because otherwise he would have lost and it would have been a reset. Because I cannot kill that enemy, believe it or not, or be very, very tight. So we had a little trouble with that last ape, but that was actually fairly clean. It's been a fairly clean cave so far. I don't want to jinx myself, but so far fairly clean. And we'll take that. So we turn in the dragon ring. Actually, we don't turn it in. Fighty is very nice and lets us keep it and gives us the dragon diamond. That is the word that I meant to say. As he does so, he comments to Alex, you could make a good dragon master too. Why don't you
さあ、お
go
前
find
が
the
ド
other
ラゴンマ
dragons
スターだということで、
for
目指せドラゴンマスター。
white, blue, red, and black. The proper order is white, red, blue, and black, because that is the order we will visit them in. But
今日からお前がドラゴンマスターだみたいなことを言われて、なんかやっていくみたいですね。
But the bees aren't bad. Bees, even if I fail to run like I did there, finally, had to happen eventually. These are not particularly dangerous. It's those crystals that are fairly powerful and can cause problems if I fail to flee.
このゲームあれなんですね。陣形の概念というか、フィールドの概念が一応あるみたいですね。なんかバトルが、なんかその場所で当たる当たらないありそうですね。まだちゃんと戦ってないんで、なんとなく分かりづらいところありますけど。さあ、この猿に破壊してもらわないといけないけど、なかなか壊してくれないみたいな状態になってる。そうでもない。意外と普通に
I would accept that. I would absolutely accept that White Dragon Cave in a PV attempt. That went not perfectly, but very well. The rest of the run encounters are not going to go. Dungeons are not going to go nearly that smoothly. Just letting you know ahead of time. But we have our Dragon Diamond. We are coming back to make some money off of it. So Luna encouraged us to stop by the statue of Althena to recover, which is the kind of this game's version of an inn. It recovers all your HP and MP. We don't need to do that because we're just going to get it out of a cutscene. So we discover that this one random item shop in a random.
さあ、多分街の中へ一通りお話をしたら、
and so they encouraged us to go visit the town of Maribia on the continent. Notice how Luna is kind of looking suspiciously at us. Ramus pulled us aside for a quick, quiet little conversation. Luna's like, I don't really trust you guys. Don't do anything dangerous now. There's a lot of really detailed sprite work in this game, and I really love the attention just across the entire game, but like the sprite work as well, and I'll call out more instances of it later. That just really does a good job of showing the characters' intentions. But here we see we start on our way, but Ramus he's not quite the adventuring type after all. A little bit of fog and a little bit of monster noise sends him running back to the entrance, and so much for that idea. So we're just gonna
ストーリーとしてはおそらくドラゴンマスターに向いてるから各地でマスターになるための試練を受けてこいみたいなことになっている。なるほど。そんな感じなんですね。
So Ramus discovering that actually adventure is not just
主人公はともかく、味方の方は、まあちょっと僕は冒険に向いてないよということで。
So we go back. Luna asks where he's been. Null spills the beans because he has no sense of decorum. So Luna's now mad at us, but Dad gives us permission to go. Mom even gives us a bit of pocket change, which is very important. We come back, and Luna says, well, fine, I guess if Dad says okay, you know, get permission from your parents.
両親には話をつけてきて、
Alex having a really, you know,
行っ
loving
てこいと
family.
いうことになったということで、ご理解ある両親ですね。
He's very often the orphan protagonist or the, you know, or, you know, for whatever reason, parents died early, parents, you know, whatever. Separated,
テ
etc.
キスト的にはおそらくストーリー上は、宝石だけ売るつもりだったけどいきなり冒険とかになって無理になった無理みたいになってる。
Luna, meanwhile, has been having this strange dream over.
なんかあれなんですよね。奏者さん走りながら若干ストーリーのことをお話ししてくださってたんですけど、なんかルビーというかダイヤモンドというか宝石を売るみたいなことを言ってたのはそういうことだったんですね。
She notices Alex is not in bed. Wonder where.
なんか宝石を売りますみたいなことを言ってたので、そこはストーリー上の話ですね。
Alex, I guess, also having some thoughts to clear before to actually embarking on a big adventure, and who can blame him? Obligatory childhood drama. Alex actually does not have any obligatory childhood trauma. It's Luna it's the one that has this kind of strange, not really trauma level, but you know, little worrying. You know, would like to know what's going on with that. Alex is, you know, he's just a perfectly ordinary guy, and I love him. Anyway.
とりあえずストーリー上は、メルビナっていう街に行くみたいな話みたいですね。
Onward we shall go.
まあちょっとテキストがね結構高速送りされてるので読み切れてないところはあるんですけど。
So Fog's still here, but Luna has an interesting thought here.
なるほど、手に入れた宝石を売ろうと思って町に行ったけど、大都市じゃないと買い取ってもらえないから町に出る。
What a beautiful singing voice, and what a beautiful raid. Thank you so much for that. Welcome in, everybody, to Luna's Silver Star Story. But for whatever reason, Luna was able to sing the fog away, and we are now ready to go, and so I'm going to make a safety save. Which is another
と
thing.
いうわけで、霧払いによって霧がなくなったというところで
Things
す
are
ね
going to get a lot more dangerous. What is this guy going to do? I would very much like to move around him. Can we get by? Not quite, but we did get down here, which is where I would like to take this encounter. And now we're going to talk about solo fleeing. So in this game, not only can you party flee like you can in most RPGs, you can also solo flee with individual characters. And what that
ヒロインがいきなり、歌を歌うことによって霧を払うという、
they have a 75% chance.
かなりなんか、お前もうどうなっとるねみたいな、確実になんかあれじゃんみたいなことをやってますけど、
We got the 50%.
ヒロイン不思議な力ありすぎでは。
From here on forward are not. But we got that 50%. So yeah, the other advantage of solo fleeing is that as long as one character gets away, if everybody else wipes, you still survive.
さあ、狭い道でシンボルエンカウント、しかも、敵はこっちを見つけると襲いかかってくるタイプということで、
Not even kidding.
なかなかあれですね、避けづらそうですね。
So we made it to this clearing, and all of a sudden we're surrounded. So this is a problem. This is a problem, but we have a solution.
Zombie.
Himself to us. You can actually decline his help, at which point you just game over and have to try again. Straight up.
ゾンビ、なんかよくわかんない敵戦です。
Instead, we're going to defend, and have at him, sir.
あ、ゴブリンだった。
Level 99.
実はゴブリンだったみたいです。
You probably, if you really
レイクというキャラがなんか通りがかりに助けてくれてるみたいです、ね。
somehow win this fight with, essentially no equipment. And I don't know if the game has any special dialogue for that, but there's no reason you would spend that time. Just let our friend here eliminate the baddies for us.
さあ、このゴブリンの群れの中に
As you can see, they are
紛
very
れ込んでいるこのよくわかんない魚もどきは何なんですか？この魚もどき何？
You know for not wasting time there. Explain why Null can waste time later on. So, yeah,
そうというわけで、ゴブリンの群れを通して、なんかまあラムスだけやられちゃいましたけど、このゲームあれなんですね。とりあえず
He can do that with a 20% chance.
戦闘中にやられても
When he does it that way, he has a battle line, a voice line, which wastes more time, and so you generally never want to see that in a run. Death there is kind of inevitable, but our good friend introduces himself by the name of Lake. Says he's
さあ、ムービーが入ってましたら、ものの見事に飛ばされましたね。
Came to our aid. So, encourages Alex and his friends to eat well, rest well, and enjoy their adventure. Seems to have some thoughts of his own regarding adventure, but does not expound on those further at the moment. Also, confirmation from Dragon Lady Kate, you can win that fight. I'm not surprised. Is that out of curiosity, does it have any special dialogue if you do that? Does Lake say, "Oh wow, how did you manage that?" Or is it just there isn't much dialogue.
これはもう逃げられない時に諦めてエンカウントしてっていう感じみたいですね。多分細いところでエンカウントしちゃうと横すり抜けられないからわざと広いところでエンカウントしてっていう形ですね。
I am sure that is a gold split. I'm not running my timer at the moment, but I'm sure that is a gold split.
多分ゲーム的にはちゃんと戦ってレベル上げさせたいからこそちょっと避けづらくしてるような気はするんですが。
RTA
的にはね、多分戦ってると時間の無駄だから極力避けるって形なんでしょうね。
Ask about a ship. Discover that the ship isn't actually going anywhere at the moment because it's missing its navigator's map. Apparently got taken in a bad bet, and so we're going to see what we can do about that. This fella
さあ
right
なんか
here
ストーリー的な話で言うともしかしてなんか船が出ないみたいな
coin
話を
guessing
してますか
game, and we lose twice in a row. And then Ramos says, what's going on?
さあコインゲームですね
So he's got the merchant's eye. He sees something. He bets the diamond. Shoves the
いや
guy
どうや
out
ら
of the
この
way.
コインゲーム が、どうやらなんか
Get wrecked, guy.
あれですね
So now we want our map back, but it turns out he doesn't have the map.
イカサマされてたんでイカサマを 見破ることによってなんかお金とアイテム入手っていう形みたいで
Once
すね
again, the quest and its attendant side quest and its attendant side
ハイ
quest.
ズがなかったなるほど
Staple of an RPG, but we love them all. So we're gonna head up here, and is nice cheerful overworld music there. Into
まあコイントスする前にねまあイカサマがバレたのでまあ使ってないのと
I'm
同
sure I will need
義というこ
need
と
to
で
reload
ロ
at
ー
least
カ
one
ン
of these
ロ
safety
ーカ
saves
ン
over the course of the run. It's pretty much guaranteed. Just a question of where
そ
it's
れが
gonna
通るのはあそこだけど
happen.
地下だけです
Well, where is this plant guy? Ooh! Sorry, I didn't mean to explode there, but I also didn't want to encounter him there because I can't get through.
今すごい悲鳴が
Are you going to use that
今悲鳴が聞こえた
or am I going to have to reload the save that I just
ここにいるとは思ってなかった
You see, he comes all the way down there and you cannot get past him.
でこうなると道を塞がれてるので通ることができないといういやシンボルエンカウントだから避けられないの大変ですね
Oh, hey, thanks for the raid there, and thanks for the good luck. We may need it, as you just saw. That was partly my fault. I challenged that bush when I shouldn't have. I should have given it a little more time to move. So this time we will do that.
じゃあ
Sometimes
今度は通り抜けられるかな
and we get by
気を
without
つ
an
けてます
encounter,
よ
which
し今度は通り抜けられました
kind of makes up for the time. Lost, get out of my way, sir. Whoo! Okay, made it through, and we find these strange traps lying on us. Very obvious traps, but
そんな罠に引っかかるやつおらんやろ
apparently there is someone who is a fool
すごい
enough to
情けない声
get
が
caught
聞
in
こ
one
え
of
る
them. So what's going on here? What is this fellow doing? There are opinions that maybe we should let him suffer his fate, but no, Alex is too nice for that. And bring him out. He introduces himself as Nash of the Magic Academy of Vane, elitist of the elite.
そんなことはない
So
なんか
elite
ちょっ
that
と
he
あれ
was
です
investigating how those traps work, and he absolutely was not caught in them. Just to be clear. So, a new
Oh,
member in our
ちょっと怖い。
party,
大
head
丈夫
up
か
to the
大丈夫かな
lady who has our map. We acquire that from her. You have an option here of who you have talked to her, and the correct choice is always not Nash. And we're going to do a quick bit of menuing here. First off, think. Put Nash in the corner for reasons I'll explain in a moment. A couple of quick equipment changes.
また新人系端っこに固まるですね
No, I don't want that. I want that on you. And then we can wing back to the entrance. So let me quick explain what I did there, because we are actually going into a grinding session.
どういうあれなのかなとなる時もありますけど
But first thing, okay, we put Nash up in the corner. You're going to see he's kind of blocked in here. The reason for that is in this game, characters,
なんかキャラアイコンというかあれですよねマウスがもうマウスじゃないやなんかカーソル的な扱いになってるような気もしますけど
So you see if Nash is in the corner there, Nash cannot get hit on this first turn. It's very important.
さあ端っこにいることによって、敵が集まってくるのに時間がかかるという端っこ戦法はこれは卑怯な端っこ戦法ですねつまって しかも端っこの一番上にいるから敵が攻撃するためにはこっちに来なくちゃいけないから自然に敵が固まると。なるほど。一石二鳥です。
Also moved Alex's ocarina over to Null, which is another thing you
来
cannot
るまでに時間も稼げるし、寄ってくるから敵も固まる。
the original version, yes, you can't move it to anyone else, but you can move it to Null. And so we do that to give Alex an extra inventory slot to work with. Let's get this last menu off. These two fights are the ones I want to be careful on because we are still level
沈むという感じで、まあいい感じになんかあれですね、稼ぎやすい感じになってますね。
From this point on, 15 fights are all going to be exactly the same thing. Nash drops a single.
どうなんでしょうね、このルーナーさん、ヒロインが前にいるのは多分どうなんでしょうね。なんかあの二人がいわゆる後衛色っぽいところが雰囲気から感じるので、多分なんかあれですね、他の色よりもちょっと防御力に不安があるのかもしれないです。
Luna actually dates back to Sega CD game, which I admit I haven't played. I would like to play at some point, but I was never a Sega.
ライオット打ってるキャラはナッシュっていうんですね。
So never had the opportunity. This is the original. Okay, so there's the
ついに
original
一発で倒せるようになりました。
The Silver Star. It was a Saturn version. That one I also intend to play soon. I'm interested to see that.
ナッシュ鬼強えという感じで倒してってますね。
remake along these lines. I'm interested to see how.
でもやることがアリを倒しているだけ。
will work on that version. Then there was the PlayStation 1 release, which is this version. And this is the
ア
version
リを
that I'm
倒すだ
playing
けで手軽に
because
強くなれる世界。
the company that did the localization, I believe they also did the localization in for the Sega CD release. But when they localized this version, they
この世界ではちゃんとアリを倒してるので、アリだーみたいなことにはなさそう。なることはなさそうです。
Nash's MP.
これで一応最低限レベルアップを終わらせた感じっぽいですね。
English version, the enemies give slightly less experience and money, not a huge amount. It is enough that if you don't take the money from Mom in Berg, you do not have enough for the coin flip game at the tavern, and you have to actually farm an extra encounter, which is, kind of silly.
あの銅像に触るとあれなんですね。回復するんですね。女神像。これは MP 付きだからやっただけでまだ稼ぎは終わってね。
So those are the two. The bosses especially the major change. They also halved all of the money rewards in chests. So, like chests that award 10,000 silver in the Japanese version only award 5,000 in the Working Designs English release. And then they added a thing at the end of the game, and obviously spoilers for those who haven't seen it yet.
今このゲームのまあなんかちょっと仕様についてみたいな。
Which is not present in the Japanese version, but in the English version, if you do not do this thing, you game over after.
なんか海外版の方が難しくなってるみたいな話をおそらくしてますね。
In order for you not to be stuck,
海外版はボスリワードが半減してるみたいなこと言ってたので、多分ボスを倒したことによって得られる経験値とか、まあいわゆるお金とかが多分渋くなってるみたいですね。
one of Alex's 6 inventory slots makes inventory management a lot more difficult. So all those things together just make the
あれですね、英語版は逆に親切なことにをしたせいで RPG に向かないみたいなこと言ってる。なんか積み防止というか逆になんか、進みすぎないように丁寧に動線を整えすぎたせいで〇〇をクリアしてないと〇〇ができないみたいなことになってるみたいなこと言ってるっぽくて。
But as a speedrunner, I definitely think this
と
version.
なんかいわゆる完全に
So then there's the
なんかあのイベントをこなしてなんかあの雑魚敵というか中ボス倒してみたいな感じで
it's
動線通りに動かないと、
the PlayStation
なんか
release, but
全然話が進んでいかないよみたいなこと言ってて、なんかその追加要素で
they took
なんかボスとかが増えてるから、
experience and money rewards
なんか日本語版の方が早くクリアできるみ
mixed
たいな
them
こと言っ
with
てるっ
the
ぽいですね。
they mixed them with the boss strength from the English from the US release.
親切があだとなったな。
They took out the Working Designs funny thing at the end of the game, but they left in the restriction on moving Alex's ocarina and it's just a very weird mishmash. And it is because of that that I am still running the original the PlayStation Japanese
さあ、
release.
ひたすらアリを踏み潰しております。
Obviously has faster loading times. It has double battle speed, which is really nice because some enemies
まあ、
have.
ダンジョンに入り直すたびにね、まあ、エンカウントし直せるのはいいんで
But
すけど、
ultimately, just in terms of the routing, is
そのせいで
there are
入って
points
す
where
ぐ
it
にいる
just
アリだけを
gets
倒すという
really frustrating. You know,
なかなか
where you have to spend lots
す
of
ごい
grinding
戦いになって
time.
ま
It's
すね。
just not.
まあ一応レベル
not a
5にな
fun
っ
run,
て
in
か
my
ら
opinion.
はもう一撃でアリを倒せるようになったので、
At least given an option
処理速度自体は上がってますけど、なかなか大変ですね。
between the two difficulty settings. Yeah, so you comment the remaster version didn't feel easier. Yeah, that's why. It's because the
あ、で、今度はなんか追加要素のお話
normal
をしてらっ
normal
しゃる。
encounter rewards are the
で、
original.
なんか
but
戦闘速度2倍にできる。
and so you don't get the
戦闘速度なのか、どっちいうのも、
and it's really
興奮速度を2倍にできるのか。
the walls, even for casual
まあ、よ
players.
くわかんないですけど、なんか、リマスター版かな、なんかリマスター版はそういう機能も追加されたよみたい
Because
な。
bosses
言って
do
るっぽいです
level up with Alex. You cannot out-level bosses unless you get to level 50, or if you get to level 51. At that point, bosses stop leveling up. They stop at 50.
まあ、リマスター版
and at that point, you
は、
can
ワン、ツー同梱になっ
but
て、
it
各
takes a
種クラ
huge
ット
amount
フォ
of
ーム、
grinding
なんな
to
ら
reach level
PC 版で
50.
Steam も出てるよというこ
I
と
think
な
my
ので、
casual
気に
run
なる方は
is
プレイ
at
してみ
level
ましょう。
48. So just as a benchmark.
みんなも今やってるみたいに序盤でアリを倒してれば、
So
とりあ
fundamentally,
えずレ
bosses
ベリ
are
ングで
always
きます。
Alex's level, but every boss has a minimum level below which they will not scale. That is one of the reasons, by the way, that we are doing this. This
あれ、このゲームレベル 50? がマックスみたいな
because
話を今
the
してた
boss
の
we're
か
going
な。
to fight is level
レベル
9.
50がマックスなのか、ボスを倒すまでレベ
We
ルキ
would
ャップ
also
がある
like
っ
to
ていう
do level
話を
9
して
to
るのか
base
どっ
that
ち。
because there is a damage bonus for attacking an a character of lower
あ、
level.
リマスター版は戦闘倍速か。
Player or an enemy.
なるほど。
We would take extra damage. Ideally, we'd not like to do that. It's not that dangerous, but it's still kind of ugly. Also, Nash is low on MP, so I'm going to make my first use of a blue ball here. Blue ball to Nash. Thank you, Nash.
さあ、ドラゴンと共になんかする話だったと思ってたんですが、どうやらアリを退治するアリ駆除業者の話となっ
But
て
the
ます
other。reason actually we want to hit level 9 specifically for Alex and Luna is they get very useful skills.
アリ、まあなんかアリの変換とシンボル、
Luna gets
あれですよね。まあ多分ちょっと潰れてるというか、まあ簡略表示してるドットだからしょうがないんですけど、クワガタにしか見えないんです
obviously
よ。
very useful. Every boss fight is going
クワガタに襲いかかられたなって僕最初思ってたら、
get everybody buffed
エンカウント
up
し
and
た
then
敵が
start laying out the
普
damage.
通にアリでちょっとびっくりしたんです
For
よね。
Alex, it's a more interesting.
クワガタじゃないじゃんってなりました。
For Alex, when he hits level 9,
多
he
分
gets
昆
a
虫系
second
は全部これで統一してるとかそういうあれだとは思うんですが。
also on enemies in this game. A lot of enemies later on will have 2, sometimes even 3 attacks. We are not going to be doing normal attacks most of the time. We are going to be using mainly single target, well, like Alex's sword dance, for example, single target skills. However, when you, if a physical character has a multiple number
今戦闘周りのことについて言ってるんですけど、
to skill damage.
なんか
So in the
敵
case of single target, it's typically 1.3.
敵
So
の
when
行動
Alex
速
hits
度
level 9,
なのか、アレッ
he
ク
will
スの
get
行動速度なのか、そもそもゲーム仕様なのかちょっとよくわかんないんですけど、アレ
every sword dance used. And
ッ
that,
クス
again,
が一回動くまで
huge
に
amount of damage, as you can imagine.
敵は4回攻撃してくるっていう話をしてました今。
We're buffing twice with Luna, which
アレ
gets
ックス遅すぎじゃないか、
multiple kills, so
そういうこと
70%.
なのか。
And then another 30% on top of that with the number of attack stat. So Alex is going to be doing 2.2
なん
times
かそんな
as much
感じら
damage
しいので、ただアレックスがなんかレベル、一定のレベルになると剣舞を覚えて、
as you can imagine, that makes a huge difference in the
剣
fight. So that is why we are
舞
grinding
が複数回攻撃できるから、
almost done, almost
なん
ready
か
to go on to the first
ルーナによって、アレックスにバフをかけて、剣舞で殴るとめっちゃ強いみたいな話をしてます。
Yes, it does. I thought that was a very interesting feature. It is not always beneficial in a speedrun sense, because if you if you set it that way, then you do have to go, every time you want to use something in battle, you have to go into the menu, find the thing and what maybe 40 or 50 items in Null's inventory, and use it. So I was thinking there was going to be a really interesting setup where you'd switch that between classic and remaster item management during the run, where, depending on which, when it was convenient to use which. And I thought that was going to be a really interesting thing. Unfortunately, again, the boss levels just really make the run as a whole not really feasible. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, we have our level 9s. We are ready to go face the first boss.
なんかリマスター版のお話を今してるのかな。なんかあれですね。なんか、リマスター版はアイテムでなんかリマスター版と旧版を切り替えるアイテムがあるみたいな話をしてたっぽいんですが、なんか切り替えるとなんかできるみたいな。ことを今なんか言ってましたね。なんか切り替えるとバグるのかな。なんかボスラッシュがどうこうみたいなことで、なんかそれがスピードランに有効かもしれないと思ってた時期があったみたいなことを言ってたので。なんかどうなんでしょうね。なんかそういう感じのやつなるっぽいです。ちょっと細かいところまでニュアンスが読み取れてない。
Yeah, we don't actually know there's a boss yet, but
さあ、とりあえず、アレックス君がレベル9になって、おそらく剣舞という技を覚えたので、これで、多分なんか、剣舞で、水海攻撃をバフしてやると強いっていうのを基本にしていくんだと思います。
There it is. Kind of goofy looking face, but it can actually be a pretty dangerous.
なんか船の中にいる。
We are going to make safety save here, as we're going to be doing a lot throughout this run. Before that, quick put everybody back in the corner. Safety save. Another thing, of course, nice about remaster save. There's also a quick save menu, a one-button menu access, which is fantastic. But still, boss time. So lots of stuff to talk about in this boss battle too, and we're starting off with the worst possible thing. So you look, he's kind of facing up and to the right. That's when you can look at what a boss is doing, or any character, enemy is doing. This is a slime attack. It locks somebody in slime for X number of turns. Depends on the character. We got hit with rails, we're gonna get hit somebody else. It's roughly 3 turns. And as you can guess, puts a real damper on your attack. And Alex, of course, gets hit, so now we have to wait. We just have to wait this out now. We have no choice. And he's gonna do it to somebody else. 3.
で、この後、多分アレスが殴るんだと思うんですが。
Alright, so everybody's slime.
なんか、免疫のせいで行動を完全に止められてませんか？
I have never seen opening with 4 slimes before. It literally never happened before. Alright, 2 of us out now. We can start attacking, but this is going to be a 5.
本当にアレスが動く前に4回ぐらい動いてる。
So this spinning here, that's a double physical.
剣舞というわけで、これが強いっていう話をしてましたね。
Also, you can see he heals every turn. So that is why it's very important that we don't start attacking until we are ready to go. Because otherwise Alex is going to run out of MP and it's going to end up being a very slow fight. And more, okay, as long as you don't hit, just don't hit Alex, okay? Anybody but Alex. Get Nash, we don't like Nash. Anybody but Alex, please. Anybody but Alex.
いや、ライオットで52ダメージとか出してる中、200ダメージ出してますからね。
Thank you. Okay. If it was not Nash, it was not Nash. Okay, we might have it this turn. We have to see what the damage goals are. Lucky.
このゲーム、射程の概念あるっぽいですね。なんか、敵が粘液打つときは離れてってましたからね。ただ近接攻撃の時は当たり前に近づいてきてましたから、敵はなんか射程の概念あるような気がします、ね。
Normally, I start attacking from turn 3.
このゲームアレスのレベルを上げすぎるとボスの HP がその分増えるという仕様になっている。なるほど、だからレベル上げすぎも良くないけど、レベルで覚える有用な技は覚えたいから、そのギリギリを見極めないといけないんですね。
His damage and then get slimed, the boss is just going to heal it all back up. So it's a lot of on-the-fly decision-making, which is one of the things that I really love about this speed run. Is just there's one of the reasons actually I guess I should say I like RPG speedruns in general is because they are typically more decision-making heavy than they are execution heavy. Now one way of looking at it is I'm bad at execution. I have not practiced my my D-pad inputs. There are people who can do amazing D-pads, amazing mashing. I am not one of those people. But what I do enjoy is
さあ、というわけでヒロイン離
being
脱っ
forced
ぽ
to
い
make
です。
decisions on the fly, trying to make those
ちょっ
as
とテ
quickly
キ
as I
ストボッ
can.
クスが全部読み取れたわけじゃないんですが、
And this
アレ
this
ス
game is full of
の
that.
夢をあんまり本気にしてなくて、なんか世界を旅したいって言ってたのに本気にしてなかったから、なんか私がこの旅についていくのは正しくないかもしれないみたいな感じで、さようならみたいなこと言ってます。
Luna, by the way, the little cutscene we had there before, Luna saying, I think I'm really not up for adventure, so I'm going to stay behind. Sorry, Alex. So that's why she is still on the dock, saying goodbye to us, kind of, well, wish I could go with you, but just not really feeling it.
このまま本当にヒロインで離脱するんですか？
Raises anchor, starts away. Luna.
大丈夫ですか？中盤になって帰ってきた時に村燃えてたりしませんか？
ルナ、一緒に行こう。新しい世界のすごい冒険もルーナと一緒じゃないとダメなんだ。僕はルーナと一緒にいろんなことを知りたいんだ。行こう、ルーナ。
And so Luna does end up coming with us. By the way, kids, don't do that at home. You will end up very wet and unhappy. But Luna manages to make it onto the ship. And we are once again together. Oh, and now that all that rush of stuff is out of the way, hi, Sin. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the good luck. So far, it's been mostly good. Mostly good. We had a couple of iffy moments, but it's been going pretty well so far. So
よくある離別の前のあれ
hope
で
you all
す
stay
ね。
and enjoy the run.
説得して
Quick
という
chat,
かあれ
see
で
how people are doing.
結局旅続
But
行
of
という
course,
やつ
we
ですね。
know in an RPG, you take a boat on the sea, nothing will ever go wrong, right?
メガ CD 版だと本当にここでルーナ離脱する。
Where'd Luna go?
なるほど。
Well, this is concerning.
リメイク版だと仲間になるけど、あれなんですね。ちゃんとそこら辺はやるんです。
Luna.
どっちがいいかは、人によるところはあると思いますね。
Luna. Oh. Well then, definitely take the time to watch that cutscene if you play this casually. Unfortunately, you're doing a speed run, and so we have to let it pass. If it goes well, I may come back and show that after the end of the run. But yes, suffice it to say, things have not gone wrong. Luna just was in the mood to sing. And that is a perfectly fine
本
thing.
当はムービーがあったんですが、RTA なのでスキップということで。
So, Luna, of course, is
ビッ
perfectly
ト王
good
とか
here.
のね、
Shows
まあ
no
機
evidence
械
of
投
her
票
late
が
night
あ
outing,
るゲームだったら、
unlike Alex, who's still rubbing the sleep
イベン
out
ト
of
だ
his
ったら
eyes
ね、
and
なんか
speaking
ムービーシーンを見る見ないの、
He's always rubbing
あ
the
れと
sleep
かの
out
投
of his
票が
eyes.
あったかもしれないです。今回はあくま
Yeah,
で
in fact,
RTA を中心に、RTA じゃない、RPG 系のゲームを中心に、RTA を披露するというイベントとなっておりますので、ちょっとそこら辺の都合もあって、いや、普通に、特に見ることもなくという感じですね。
And so here we are. This is you can kind of mentally compare it to what we had in Saith. This is a proper town. Plenty of houses, plenty of people. It's even got a second screen, believe it or not. This is a huge town. So on the boat ride, Nash told us about a
と
guy.
いうわけで、今までのど田舎な町とは違うちゃんとした栄えた町にやってきましたということで、主人公たち全員は田舎のおのぼりさんということですね。それはもうトラブルになる予感しかしないんですが大丈夫そうですか？
We used one earlier to return to the entrance of the old lady's forest. That is a dungeon escape item essentially that returns you to the entrance of the dungeon. There are a few in which it doesn't work. There are a couple in which it doesn't work.
この町ならなんかとりあえず宝石売れそうですけどどうなんですかね？
Works perfectly well. And here's Mel. Very energetic fellow for his years.
さあムービー入ったけどスキップ。
Immediately challenged. Here's that Alex is trying to follow in Dine's steps to become a dragon master.
ま
Immediately
た豪快
challenges
な
him to
人
duel.
がいますが。
Doesn't give Alex a chance to say no.
どっか連れてかれた。
So we are up here. Alex.
なんかドラゴンマスターになるという主人公のあれのためにいろいろと
Square on
なっ
this
てるようではあるん
dojo. I
ですが。
have no clue what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna run around and have no clue.
というわけで、
You can't win.
の模擬
You have
戦
to probably want to be like level 12 or 13. You obviously
なんか今謎の舞をしておりますが、
upgraded. Probably have some herbs.
謎の舞をしてる、なんだこれは。
You can win it, and if you do, you get a really good
とり
experience.
あえず多分、負け戦なのでさっさと負けようというやつだとは思います。
Because experience for most fights in this game is actually pretty low until we hit around the like the 1/3 mark, I would say. Whoop, hit the wrong button there. He loves to chat, doesn't he, Mel? Sorry about that. But
今さりげなく、あのおじいちゃん、最初かな？多分王様とかではないと思うので、最初か何かだと思うんですが、それか将軍かな。
unfortunate bit
だとは思うんですけども、
overly excited
なんか今、あんたと同じぐらいの孫娘がおるからよろしく頼むみたいなこと言ってたんで、
Statue of Althena. Luna introduced us to it
またヒロ
earlier.
インが増えるやつ。
It is the equivalent of
なるほど、勝てるけど負けた方が早いから逃げる連打してた。なるほど。
so
この人、先代ドラゴンマスターの仲間の人だった。なるほど、そうなんですね。
1, 2, 3. So he's got a little bit more staying power now because we are going to be taking a decent number of hits going forward, both from failed run fleas, which I know we're going to see lots of in this run, and also from bosses. So make sure he has some better equipment. But we stop here in his back road and notice Nash talking to this mysterious fortune teller. Who might she be? Well, you have one frame to guess.
はい、今度仲間になるキャラは、なんか打たれ弱いけどバフが強いみたいなこと言ってました今。
Says our fortunes have dark clouds in the future.
なんかまた仲間になるキャラな、癖
Not a
強
very
っ
nice
ぽい
fortune
です
teller,
ね
is she? So we're gonna leave her behind and head over and see how Rammus is getting on with selling that diamond.
さあなんか占い師に不吉なことを言われたみたいなことをおっしゃってましたが、
So this shopkeeper's kind
つまりどういうことな
of
んだ。
holding back. And Rammus asks for Alex's input.
レリューのダイヤを売るところみたいですね。なんか高く売りつけようとしてるんだけど、なんか逃げられてる。
Sure, why not? Check out again the fancy sprite work. Luna kind of window shopping while we wait. Whereas the
今
guys
2000ゴールドぐらいで売れてました。
funny going on here. And
売れたのか持ち逃げされたのか。これ持ち逃げされたやつじゃないですか。詐欺られてませんか？
He's scampered. The poor teller lady knows nothing about this. She says
と
talk
いうわけで、
to Mel.
竜のダイヤは詐欺られて盗まれたというか持ってかれたみたいですね。ギルドでそんなことやってたらもうダメじゃんっていう気はしますけ
One
ど、
of the many great themes in this game.
ギルドでやったらごまかしきたんやろうってなります。
See, run from these guys again. Give one shot. We got it. I'm getting too many 50%. I'm absolutely going to pay
そ
for it.
う、というわけで、まあちょっといろいろとトラブルの始まりがなんかね起きてるところではありますが、
all the way down there. That's
こ
worrying.
こでね、司会進行の方も交代となりますので、皆様ね、長時間ありがとうございました。まだまだ、
We do.
このゲーム、7時間というね、長丁場なので、皆さん
Well,
に
in
もね、
fairness, Dagroth, it's not the
適
ladies'
休憩を
shop.
取りながらお
Guys'
楽し
shop.
みい
The
ただけれ
guys
ばなと
scampered.
思
We
い
have to
ま
find
す。
out why
それで
he
は
has
失礼いたし
the
ま
dungeon in his
す。
shop. I wonder. The lady's just hired help. Don't blame her. So grab a blue ball there. We're going to be seeing lots of blue balls over the course of this run. They are fantastic things. This encounter we were actually going to kill. So the reason I'm choosing encounters to kill here, by the way... Thank you. The reason I'm choosing encounters to kill is because of Alex's MP. Alex has only 35. This AoE attack of Alex's costs 9 MP. We only have 3 uses before I have to refill refill his MP with a blue ball. So we're going to choose carefully which encounters we fight, because we don't have a lot of blue balls at this point in the game. We can't get any more. They don't start selling them until roughly Act 2. So a little ways along the storyline. So we have to be judicious. Yeah, I don't know what happens 10,000 years from now. It's that's some other Valiant Knight's problem. That smoke ball is in a horrible place. I'm gonna say that right now. I expect to take 2 encounters from him.
はい。司会進行を交代しまして、ここが担当いたします。
Get that MP back. Run away, run away, run away! Ooh, we ran away, but he's gonna catch me on the way back, I bet.
まあ、といっても、ちょっと、このゲーム私は存じ上げないので、ちょっといかんともしがたいんですけれども。
Oh, we are gonna get so many blue balls after Luna leaves the party, don't worry. So these guys are kind of dangerous, so I'm gonna switch to solo fleeing here. Ultimately, you know, again, as long as one person gets away, we're fine. And the solo flee chance is 75%, which means we just failed 3 75% in a row. That is 1 in 64 for those who were counting. Make that 1 in 256. It is still, with 2 people, it is technically a better chance to solo flee. I should have just gone for the 50%. That's what the game is telling me. And we see now Rammus dies. We actually get the game over music, but it is not a game over. This is a... actually changes the text as well. It's, instead of saying you were wiped, it says you lost. And a loss is not a wipe. Very important distinction. So this is where we're going to make our safety save for this dungeon, because there's some very scary things, very possibility to get trapped here by some enemies, and that would be potentially a wipe, or a reset rather, and so we want our reset point to be as close as possible. Again, solo flee. That guy in the middle, you can barely see him between the blue balls, but he is super dangerous. One advantage of actually being at low MP is you die really quickly, and so if you fail to flee, the fight still ends pretty quickly. Can we get by you? Yes, perfect. So he can actually block that door if you're not careful. Which is a problem, obviously. Where are the guys up here? So there are 3 smoke balls I have to dodge here. One of them I can't even see yet. I have to take a chance. I have to go, and we're going to get it. Alright, so is this the 3 or the 5? This is the 5. I think I have to reload, but happily it is not. We're going to have to fight this. I didn't want to, but it's what we got to do. I also need to heal, because we do need people to survive here. So fun fact, these blue balls have 62 HP. Alex does a range from 59 to 63. He missed that kill by 1 HP, and that is why I'm having Rammus attack. And that is also why I healed Rammus, because if he had taken that hit and died, I could not have killed that blue ball on turn 1. We don't need more healing now, just... So, ideally, I get up the bridge while this guy's a little bit off to the side, and then I don't have to worry about the, then I have to worry about this. And I'm gonna reset Rammus's menu for later. This game has cursor memory, by the way. Cursor memory lasts through the entire game. It's not saved, but it lasts through loads as well. So if you have to reload a save,
モンスターがよく動きますね、これは。 確かに。
But this, you don't get invincibility after winning a fight, so we do have to run from this. And this is the 5. This is the one that I did not want to fight. But normally you do not have... This one normally does not block you. Can you guys please stop failing your 75%? Please? Thank you. There we go. Alright. And with that, we are finally through to the boss. But first, an extra blue ball. Alright. Healing from Luna. Thank you. I'm gonna have to use this. Ideally, I wanted to save that, but it's not gonna how it's gonna work out. Rammus gets the blue ball, and we go into the boss fight. So I'm not saving here because actually this boss fight is fairly safe. Fairly safe in the Japanese version. I didn't get around to talking about this in the first boss. Get that off, and you defend. But the levels. So first boss, this boss are both 2 levels higher. That gives them extra HP because, of course, the boss HP scales with its level as well. You can actually start attacking now. Okay. And Alex again still only has very limited MP. That's why I usually wait to start attacking until I have at least some buffs up, as I've done here. Because I want to make the best use of Alex's MP as I can. That's scary. Okay, we're gonna make use of that leaf that I passed to Rammus much earlier. This is actually a recent change I made to the route because Luna's poisoned. This boss, if he hits Luna, does about the same amount as she heals herself, with a bit of randomness. She cannot keep up with damage plus poison, so if the boss focus targets
基本はアレス君にバフを集めて火力出してもらうような感じなんですかね。
So far, so good. I'm actually going to heal Rammus here. Actually, no, I don't need to. It's fine. He just has to use. This is your last job, Rammus. Please do it properly. But he will outturn the boss, so I don't have to worry about this. And yeah, get that MP in. Luna takes the damage, but she was actually defending, so that's perfect. And now we just let Alex finish the boss off. Alex is going to be one of our major damage dealers throughout the run. You notice this guy is only doing physical attacks? He actually has a second attack. He has a fire breath, but he cannot use it against characters in the back row, which is one reason. Oh, by the way, poison is deadly. Poison will kill you if you go to 0 HP while poisoned.
これも倒せるのか？
Boss cannot use fire against characters in the back row, which is one reason that I have.
しっかり計算してますね。
It just makes this fight a lot easier. Now you can actually use that to manipulate, and sometimes if Luna takes an early death, which normally she won't anymore in my new route, but if Luna takes an early death, what you can do is you can send Rammus forward to draw a fire attack. When you see the boss with the fire animation, send Rammus back to the back row, and the boss will just lose its turn because it can't hit anyone with the attack that it's already chosen, which is another really neat thing you can do. Just another reason that the tell feature, shall we say, of the of battles is really, really interesting. Oh, by the way, what's our fortune teller doing here? I wonder. Anyway, done with that boss. There's a quick wing out of here. So yeah, that the reason this guy had a dungeon undershot because he was keeping a pet fire lizard, or actually it's an aqua lizard if you believe the Japanese name. So we defeated it, and like a lot of characters in this game, when you defeat them, they actually have a change of heart. This guy says, "Okay, I was in the wrong.
なるほど。
I give you
行動
my
も
shop. I will be your faithful employee from
コン
now
トロール
on."
したわけですね。
He really is. It's just another wonderful thing about the world of Lunar. People actually can change their ways. So Rammus here, having earned earned in a sense, his own shop. Now a shopkeeper in his own right, and says, "Okay, I think I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna jump out here," which is perfectly reasonable. Alex is seeking adventure. Rammus was seeking to become a merchant, to become a shop owner, and he's gotten that. We don't want to take that from him, and so Rammus will leave us. Goodbye, Rammus. You used both of your items. You did a fantastic job. Meanwhile, Nash has invited us to go and visit the magical city of Vane, where the Magic Academy is located. He says we
ラ
can't get
ム
there
スが抜けて、
Why is that?
一人また別の
あれがベーンさ。
喋っ
Because
た。
it's flying. Vane is a flying city. We have a nice little animated introduction to it here as well.
なんか花尾くんみたいな
Yeah,
喋り方の
we
人
have to
が
teleport to Vane, and that teleporter is very strictly
出
controlled.
ましたね。
Nash, of course, being the
誰なんだ？
elitist of the elite, will have no trouble getting us permission to go up there, as we will see right here. Oops. Apparently not. Maybe he wasn't quite as elite as he claimed. But no, apparently there's a restriction put in place. We have to get permission from the head priestess of Althena. Althena, I mentioned earlier, is the goddess of the world of Lunar. And she has, you know, as most gods do, will have a sect dedicated to her. And the head priestess right here, introduce herself. So Nash, of course, the elite one, going to fetch her. And here she is. And we will unfortunately not have a chance to see her self-introduction, but her name is Phacia. She hears what we have done, what we accomplished in Meribia, and gives us permission to attempt the trials. Because, of course, Alex and Luna are not members of the Academy. They have to pass a trial before they're allowed in. But gives us permission to attempt the trials. Also says she would love to hear Luna's singing voice sometime. There seem to be a lot of people interested in Luna's voice, but, you know, who can blame her? It's you could call it divine, really. Wonderful singing voice. We are going to head back here now that we have our official permission to head to Vane. And this time we do, in fact, get allowed to use the teleporter. You know, the catch is, as I mentioned earlier, Nash can go straight to Vane. We have to pass through the Cave of Trials. And if you're playing the English version, this is where you give up on the speedrun because you figure there is no way you can get past this dungeon. I remember I was chatting with High Spirits once about the speedrun as a whole. You know, he was saying how much he hated this dungeon, and my experience was, I mean, it's not a great dungeon, but it's not that bad, you know, all things considered. We'll talk about why it's that bad in the English version later on, but one reason it's that bad is because you cannot use items in this dungeon. One of the gimmicks here, because this is supposedly a test of magic skill, they don't want you cheesing your way through with items, and so they block your item command. Now that's in battle, out of battle, everywhere. You cannot, flat out cannot use items anywhere in this dungeon. Among other things, that means you cannot use a blue ball. Now, we used up all our blue balls, so it doesn't really matter in our case, but if you had blue balls, you could not use them. Which is as dangerous as it sounds. We need to really conserve our MP, we need to conserve our HP, because things can get really iffy, shall we say, if we're not careful. We will manage to dodge this guy, which is good. It is possible to kill this encounter as well, but I'd like to try and skip.
メガ CD 版と違うんですね、展開がね。
So yeah, this by the way is one reason that I do keep everybody at full HP, because it gives me extra chances. I only have 2 people who can run, so that's a lot fewer solo run chances to live with. So we are going to play it extra safe here, but hopefully I get past this.
できるだけエンカウントは
Not quite. Yeah, he
避
kind
け
of
る
got me in a
感じ
bad
なんで
place
すか
there,
ね。
so I'm gonna have to take this. It's not a terrible loss of time, because we would have to take one way or
これ
another. You
逃
have
げ
to
る
take
にも
encounters in this
タイムラグあるのが
in this
ちょっと厳しいですね。
Everybody trying,
同時に逃げらんないですね。
but sometimes if you can skip this one and take this fly
しかも
over
敵の足が速い。
here, next one after it, it's very rare, but sometimes happens.
でも RTA 的にはこういうシンボルエンカウントは腕の見せ所的なところはありますよね。
So again, making sure that I have, especially because these flies will outturn us, as you see there. As you see there now. Alex sometimes gets turned. There is a bit of randomness.
避けられるのがちょっと微妙な 感じですけどね。結構敵の足も速くて、2人後ろついてくるじゃないですか。
Please dodge you. Please do not come. Thank you. Okay, safety save. The turn order is fairly constant, so generally you can rely if you see a character going before a
め
particular.
っちゃ動き速いですよね。これ避けるの大変だなこれ。
Again, what I like to do here. Okay, there's the sleep attack, by the way. We'll talk about sleep in a little bit too. What I like to do here is do my first do a solo run
まあ
turn.
でも殴られればちゃんと逃げられるのはまあ、起きるのはまあ
Since he's faster.
良さそうですけど。
And then if I fail to run on the first turn with solo, I then party run on the second turn, and what that gives me is two consecutive.
これはでも普通にやってても辛そうですね。
Gives you two consecutive run chances if the enemies would have outturned you. So it's a kind of a little.
さっきまで3人いたところ2人で回らないといけないし。
We're not going to get the encounter skip here. That's all right.
これ大丈夫なのか。
Oh, that was a bad decision.
やばくないかこれ。
So this guy's a beam attack. Yeah.
ああ、だからさっきセーブしたんですね。
So it is fairly quick, and again, it's gonna be a lot faster on the remaster because you don't have
これは事故りますわ。
loading delays. But this is why I will save, like in dungeons like this. There will be a few later. I'll be saving basically every floor, just because. Yeah, it's that dangerous. Any fight in this game can wipe you essentially. I did make an input error.
そうですね。キャラクターデザインは久保岡俊之さんですね。
So here I will attempt the party run and we won't get it. But that's just how the RNG goes. So you can also see here one reason I have people bunched up in the corners because it makes the enemies get
最近はアニメ監督もやってるんですかね。
characters cannot move through each other in battle. Enemies and party members both. I'm not going to get that. I'm going to heal.
まあ80年代から今なお現役で活躍されてるレジェンドの方ですね。久保岡俊之さん。
Better chance that enemies will get stuck on each other and therefore not be able to attack. I'll go up and make the save there.
まあでも有名どころはやっぱりそうですね。アイドルマスター、ジャイアントロボ、OVA のね、ジャイアントロボ、あのあたりですかね。
Fortunately, only 2 flies in here. I should be able to get away without too much trouble, or fail, and I'll just die to the beam. Or I won't die to the beam because Luna has high magic defense, but I will die to a physical attack instead. So easy out. We got out of it in one turn. You know, may not be the way you would expect it, but we got out of it in one turn, and time-wise, I will take that. So we have one more enemy to hopefully dodge. If we don't have to dodge it, I have to do a very slow work. If we can't dodge it, rather, I have to do a very slow workaround. Where? Ooh! Whoa! Sir, I need you to move way, way, way down. Sir? We're gonna be here for a little bit, maybe? Where are you gonna go? Farther, farther? More, more, more. There's something really tasty down there, sir. No, 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 no! Don't come back! Don't come back! So this is how this little area goes somewhere. I need to go down to the left. Yes, okay. We take the encounter, but we can get past him, which is the important part. Luna may die here. Alex gets away. That's fine.
こんだけ敵の足が速いと。
I didn't talk about sleep, but if you're asleep, not only can you not act, you take
位置取りも重要なんですね。
attack, which makes things really interesting in some fights. But we got through. We are going to heal up with Luna very carefully, using only her single target heal.
これ普通に進めててもきつそうだ。
Everybody's MP for this upcoming fight. Remember, A, we have no blue balls, but B, we couldn't use them if we had them. Save there. And into the boss fight. So, this boss, in the Japanese version, is level 13. We're level 11, as you see. So, first turn, we step forward for reasons. And Luna will be buffing. Level 13 has 1340 HP. We do almost exactly 1/6 of that per turn with Alex. He has 6 uses of Sword Dance. So you can see how that's going to work out. Okay, so this is... so dodge, defend once more, buff once more. This is his paralyze attack, when he has little lightning flashing around his head. This has a 25% chance to paralyze. It is also stronger. It's not... this is only a single... Well, it's an AoE. And we got the paralyze. So paralysis is another one, which if you take a physical hit, you take double damage. Fortunately, this guy's attacks are all magical, so we are okay here. But I can't spare a turn to heal Alex's paralysis. I have to wait for it to wear off naturally, and yeah, I have to watch what he's doing. I have to watch Alex's HP rather, make sure he doesn't die. I have to, when he does it, this is an all characters attack. It is slightly less damaging, still hurts. This is going to be... Oh, Alex is up again. I can start attacking. I have to be very careful with my menuing too, because if Alex is paralyzed, I don't get to menu for him, and I might choose the wrong action for Luna, which is literally disastrous.
かなり綱渡りというか、ギリギリの戦いですね。
I'm taking these menus kind of slow.
一つのミスも許されない感じですよね。
We've gotten some decent damage rolls, so we will get the kill in 6 turns. We will get it when Alex's MP goes down to 2. Okay, and this is going to be a double.
この全体攻撃はなかなか辛い感じですね。
Survive barely. So Alex's threshold here is 32. Luna's is 25 for this hit. Alex's would have survived, but it's going to be very close. And then I have next turn, of course, to worry about as well. So I went ahead with the party heal. Here, we're just going to solo heal. Again, Alex is safe on this turn, but kind of preparing for next turn, and kind of safety against, again, a misinput.
MP が切れるまでに倒せれば、押し切れれば、OK って感じですかね。
Alex is safe here. His threshold is 41, but again, playing it safe, especially for marathon safety. And turn 8, well, whichever turn it is, and I have
まひだけどこれ大丈夫なのか？ MP も HP もあまり余裕がなさそうですが。
Paralyzed from that hit, and I was wrong. So Luna has 3 heals left. Alex has to. This has to wear off really soon. When it does wear off, we win on the next turn.
状態異常勝手に治るんですかね。治ればいいんですけど。
Paralysis can last at most.
治りましたね。治りましたが。
We shouldn't need this heal. I can't do it anyway. I'm going to heal just for safety.
結構ギリギリな。あ、倒した。倒しましたね。めちゃくちゃギリギリだな、これ。
You don't kill it in 6, and then you have to do a follow-up attack, which isn't that bad, except that you need to survive.
すごいな、これは。
You saw how low Luna's MP was getting. I don't have any MP restores, remember. Sir, please stay down there. Thank you. Quick run up here, grab this. Also going to set up our first tactic here. Tactic 3. It's a fancy little spell from Luna, the escape song. It's not an escape for us, and it's an escape for the enemies. Forces all the enemies to run away. We're going to be maybe using it quite well. We will be using it quite a bit at one specific point later on. But we've successfully made it through. So about that boss, I mentioned on the Japanese version, level 13, 1340 HP. You saw we just barely killed it.
どうもこれはパーティーのメンバーの立ち位置によっても敵の動きが変わるらしいので。
It gets 80 HP per level, so that's an extra 240 HP right there.
一人だけ矢面に立ってると、敵がやってくる動きもちょっと違うんですかね。そのあたりも位置取りもね、重要なのかなという感じがします。
On top of that, because it's a higher level and because magic damage scales mostly based on the character's level, it actually out damages Luna's healing. You have to get really you have to basically hope for more all target attacks than paralysis attacks, or Luna straight up cannot, unless you would have to level to something like 18 in order to get this these skills for Alex to do enough damage and to survive enough. Because if the paralysis is obviously, Alex can't defend, which is your other option to reduce damage.
まあ、後衛は何もすることがなければ、
Meanwhile,
も
okay,
う
I've
防
talked
御してる
explained
の
enough
が、
about working design's decisions. Let's go back to the story. Luna and Alex are
余計
separated.
なことしないのがいいみたいですね。
Nash wanted to introduce Luna to someone. This is this person who also seems to have a proclivity for music, as Alex does.
うん、
Mentioning
な
Alex.
んか先ほどからそうですね、ジャパニーズバージョンと
Here we have somebody else with a harp,
北米版の
harp-like instrument.
違いについて話をしてるみたいですね。
Lute, perhaps. Again, seems interested in Luna. Draws out Luna conversation about Luna's
この
dream.
ルナシルバースターストーリーは、まあ、PS1、
We're back to Alex.
プレイステーション版が、まあ、北米版、
You see Null pushing
日本語版から遅れること1ヶ月くらい、1ヶ月じゃないや、まあ、次の月ですね。これ1998年5月発売なんですけど、北米版が6月に発売されまして、どの辺が難しいんですかね。難易度に違いが出るのか。
He's the one, you can see he's the one that's driving the conversation. Alex is like, what am I doing here?
その辺のアレンジも当時はあったんですね。
Nash
まあ、今だとなんか、
immediately arrives to rescue Mia from any
まあ、海外向けに表現変えてますみたいのはありますけどね。
Null, behave yourself.
難易度まで変わってるっていうのもまあちょいちょい聞きますけど、
As you may guess, we will be seeing much more.
当時はそういう調整もあったんですかね。まあ、ちょっと待って、PS 版、そうですね。はいはい。HP 高くされてるんですね。ってことは、なんかもうちょっとレベル上げが必要なのかな。結構ギリギリでしたもんね。
Turns around and Luna recognizes him because yes, he's that fellow from
HP も MP もギリギリでやってましたもんね。
To skip the introductory video here. Very cool. A lot of really well done animations in this game. But this fellow's by the name of Galleon, not the headmaster. The headmistress, in fact, is indisposed at the moment.
どうなんですかね。難易度調整がされてるのか。
And he tells us about a fake dragon master who's been terrorizing the countryside. And I'd like to see if we can
北米版あれですね。日本語版から遅れること1年後ですね。1年後に出たんだ。なんか開発もちょっと違うみたい。だな、多分。ルナシルバースターストーリーは、プレイステーション版の開発がアルファシステムなんですね。で、北米版はその元のセガサターン版を作ってたゲームアーツ、日本アートメディアが担当してるんですね。だからちょっとそこでもしかしたら調整が入ってるのかもしれないですね。海外向けの調整が。
Normally, every damaging attack will hit. For status ailments like sleep spells, we saw the flies doing them earlier. Those have a chance to miss. That's a separate thing. But for physical attacks, also magic attacks, normally every attack will hit. But the magic robe has a hidden feature. We're not going to dodge. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Maybe we can dodge the one above it. Magic robe has a hidden feature which allows it to dodge.
まあこのプレイステーション版と、まあそれの一つ前のセガサターン版っていうのがメガ CD 版のリメイクなんで、ザ・シルバースターからシルバースターストーリーに変わって、その時やっぱり調整されてるみたいなんですよね。どうなんだろうな。同じプレイステーション版で北米版と日本版の調整違いっていうのもちょっとわかんないですね。
Much faster encounter to deal with if I fail to flee because the animations are much faster than those elements which have a really slow really slow movement animation. Another reason why the remaster has that nice double speed battle feature. Would be nice if we could run it. Maybe someday Gung Ho will see the advantage of using a properly balanced difficulty settings rather than what working.
まあ確かにそのリメイク前とザ・シルバースターとシルバースターストーリーでは、まあ結構そのダンジョンの構造とか、基本的なストーリーは同じなんだけど、結構細かいところがいっぱい違うらしいという話ですね。だいぶ仕様が変わってるらしいけど。まあ、セガサターン版とプレイステーション版もちょっと違うらしい。ちょっと違うらしいと。PS 版の方が、まあちょっとした追加要素が入ってる。って話ですね。
And this guy's going to come into play in a moment after this cutscene, which again we skip, introducing the boss of the Nanza Fortress.
まあでも HP とかまで、ボスの HP とかまで違うってなると、もうあれですよね。奏者の方が言うんだから、もう同じプレイステーション版でも、日本版と北米版で、もう明確に仕様違うと言っていいんでしょうね。私はこのゲーム知りませんけど、まあ、奏者の人がおっしゃるんだったら、そうなんだろうな。
B, I would very much not like to encounter you. Thank you very much. How's the one over here? He came straight down. That was kind of mean. If he'd come diagonally, I might have been able to dodge, but no such luck. Again, Solar running for the safety. Not necessarily safe here because these guys also have the sleep attack. Also, the sleep attack. This version of the B
これさ、シンボルエンカウントの意味あるんですかね。避けられないじゃん。もう位置関係によっては。
There we go. See the double damage from being asleep. Did somebody say safety save? Because I'm gonna do that. As soon as I get away from this guy, I'm gonna heal up with Luna. And safety save. Because yes, this particular map, because of those bees, because
まあそうですね。プラットフォームというかハードの違いによって、まあ当時は移植がすごく多かったんで、まあそれでついでになんか追加要素を入れますとかは、ありましたけどね。
This is to replace the extra one I had to use back in the sewers. Normally I do not come up here because this forces this encounter. I have to take it, but we got away from it. They are technically moths, I think is their name. They look like bees.
そうですね。ハードによって
And I'm gonna take you, aren't I? Yeah. Couldn't get quite far enough.
仕様が違った一番大きな差ってなんだろうな。私が見た中ではタクティクスオーガですかね。今回のね Q4G でも後ろの方に、スケジュールの多分ほぼそうですね最終日じゃないか31日にですねタクティクスオーガ運命の輪がまあ走られるんですけどタクティクスオーガーはですね、PS 版とまあもともとスーパーファミコンで出たソフトなんですけど、まあ、PS 版とセガサターン版があるんですがタクティクスオーガーはですねなんとセガサターン版にだけ声が入っていますPS 版には入っていません。
メガにアルテナ様を守る竜は悪さなんてしないんだってば。アルテナ様の神官であるこの私が保証してあげるわ。
Self-described priestess of
どうしてかはわかりません。
Another great introductory cinematic there. So we'll have to skip.
今キャラがめちゃくちゃ喋ってましたけど、あれですね。字幕出ませんでしたね。出ないんですね。テキスト出してくれないんですね。
this guy who is not inclined to lend us our boat until Jessica has words with him, and all of a sudden he's inclined to lend us his boat. How convenient. So, quick little boat trip to the island of Lan.
そうですね。ルナはリマスター版というかリマスターコレクションとして2025年に、まあ、スイッチ PS4、Xbox One、Steam で、ダウンロード販売されてますね。これは何がベースなんですかね。結構いろんな
Every time you get a new character into your party, the
ハードで出てるんで。
position is AI. It is not whatever you had last on another character. So I forgot that there, and Jessica went and did an unnecessary attack.
作り直したって感じでもなさそうですが。
Run, and we will fix her cursor there. She does get away. But you can see how strong the enemies are, and they also have poison attacks of their own, of course.
PSP 版も2009年とか2010年とか結構前の。
We're just gonna keep on running.
作品ですね。
Running is there is no reason to fight anything in this map. It is just going to be a bad time no matter what you do.
このゲームのシンボルエンカウント辛くないですか？なんか。
Super fast across the map. This game, despite the wide open map here, most of the enemies on this map are very quick movers, and that's part of how this. Although the developers used symbol encounters, which I very much enjoy over random encounters, they make a lot of the symbols move really, 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 really fast. Like see this guy, he's keeping up with me. I'd have to get out of his range in order to avoid him.
なんていうか敵のシンボルの動きがなんか。
As speedrunners, we say, actually, no, I'd rather not. What are you going to do, sir? You're going to do that, and then you're going to do that. I'm going to.
独特というか足が速すぎるというか。
Fine, because there's one more guy who's going to be over here, and I'm going to lure him down here, and there's a snake there, and what am I going to do?
しかもこれ多分毒沼かなんかですよねこれね。この青いダメージ床みたいなやつ。
First off, the blue ball I just got goes on to Jessica. She's going to be the one using that. Luna, we need your healing, thank you.
もとはシンボルエンカウンターですらなかったと。そうなんだ。
You go 1, 2, 3, and there. Okay, very specific positions. Safety save.
そうですね。96年シルバースターストーリーが96年でメガ CD が92年かな。92年ですもんね。そうですね。92年頃ってそれこそ RPG に声入ってたのなんて天外魔境とかじゃそんくらいじゃないですかね。天外魔境とかは。
Why are we doing this? Well, so this is his standard attack. He's got a triple attack, by the way.
あれもアニメでしたからね。アニメ入ってましたからね、天外魔境は。そうそうそうそう。こんなんもうアニメじゃんすげえって当時だって92年ってドラクエ5が出た年なんで。
Okay, this is good. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
俺らがドラクエ5を面白いってやってた頃に。RPG でアニメを見てた人たちがいたわけですよ。すごくないですか？
Jessica's gonna go ahead and actually defend. She doesn't have to do anything here. So he's on a physical turn again. Remember, he has 3 attacks. How many attacks is he actually going to do? 1. And that's it. Surprise! He's stuck. He is stuck. I'm gonna go ahead and heal. Nash. I'll heal everybody because I have the MP to spare. He's stuck. He is so big. He cannot squeeze between Nash and Alex. He cannot squeeze between Nash and the.
そういう意味では RPG でね、
Nothing at all.
声が入り始めた本当に最初の頃の作品っていう点では。
But on a regular, and actually I can go ahead and
今だったらね、当たり前ですけどね。キャラが喋るっていうのは。
May help me get a earlier kill on this. Hey there, Mr. Shasta. Thanks for the raid. You've run into just a really great
まあ言うてでもこの時代はね、
manipulation of a boss here.
ゲームっていうのはも
Kill
う
Nash. Okay.
開発者が基本的に開発者というかまあそのゲーム会社が作るもんですからね。
All right. So he played my game against me. That's
それなりに資本の投入があって、
fair play. But okay. So what
やっ
happened there?
と声が入るようになった時代ですからね。
Until Nash got pushed back, the boss was
まあ
trapped
声入れる入れない
in
と
a
いう
specific location.
判断も含めて
And unfortunately now he is no longer trapped. That can go anywhere.
制限のあった時代ですが、
So we'll just have to finish this fight the usual way, which is all right. It's not as fast as the other way. I was taking a chance with having Nash attack, and I paid for it. I would have done the same in a PB attempt, and if I failed it, so I would have just said, oh well. But yeah, so what happened there is that the boss was trapped. When the boss is trapped like that, it will make its target decisions like usual, but if it cannot find a path to the target, it will just lose its turn. And so by doing that, essentially we force it to skip, since it has a roughly 60% chance of choosing physical. We force it to skip a lot of turns, and that just saves a lot of time over the course of the fight. So unfortunately, yeah, he broke out of it, and now he is jumping again. But yeah, I was able to show off the strat for a few turns, and I'm delighted that I was able to do that. So it doesn't always work out that way.
さて先ほどまでの2人パーティーから
That strat,
一
by the
転し
way,
て
that was developed by, and
4人パーティーになりましたけど、
too much time for that. It looks a little ugly. I maybe should have just played it straight. But yeah, that strat, by the way, I found
あ
from
ちゃんとなんかあれですね、
Japanese task developer, tool assisted speedrun developer by the name of
戦闘不能になってた
Shoutouts to
ナッシュってキャラも
coming up with that, putting it in the tasks. This is a very clever strat.
ちゃんと起きて経験値入るんですね。
So yeah, that is the and is the fake dragon master down again, like the shopkeeper from earlier. He repents his evil ways and shall be forthcoming a good citizen of Lunar. So if you like grinding, Mr. Shasta, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you've missed the only grinding session in this RPG. We are not going to be doing any grinding going forward because the battle system is very well balanced in this version of the game. We will be fighting some more encounters later on when we get easier ways to kill them. But the actual sitting in place and grinding is done. And this run just goes straight on forward to the end, and I love it. So here we had Phasia come in. We call her the head priestess of Athena. Come in and ask after the fake dragon master. Nash reports that with his eliteness and a little bit of help, yes, we defeated the fake dragon master. He is no longer a problem. Meanwhile, Jessica, who is supposedly a priestess of Athena, says she doesn't know anything about this Phasia person. Who is she? So something weird's going on there. Maybe Jessica's just being a layabout and not actually paying attention to who is involved with her sect.
これは一人
But
抜
whatever the
け
case may
た
be,
んですか
we're gonna
ね。
head back to Vane to officially
ジェシカというキャラが抜けたみたいですね。
successful deeds. So once again, I'll make a safety save here because those bees. Okay, you're high up. Don't come down here, sir. Thank you. You are down. I'm going to try and dodge. Thank you. You are... Where are you, sir? You are up there. Oh, no, he saw me, drat. Yeah, this is the hardest one to dodge. Just that he's usually in the way. You just have to kind of shrug and let it go. Now, I do have the option of using my Tactic 3 that I set up earlier. The problem is, as we just saw, Luna can get put to sleep, and Luna can't use her spell until she wakes up. See, again, the double damage from a physical hit. And she'll probably just die here, that's alright. Because we did get two people run away. You can see how often these bees want to use their their sleep attack, because if they have nobody they can put to sleep, they just run away to the other side of the screen, wasting time. But we are now away.
虫がというかこれ敵が全般的に速いんですよね。敵の行動範囲内でほぼ絶対に追いついてくる。
The first screen is going to be much more straightforward. You may take an encounter to, probably will take the last two ants near the far entrance. Don't need to heal here because Alex is the only one whose HP matters at this present moment. So every time the party is split up in this game, everybody, when people come back, they all have full
敵から逃げることによるその、あ、でもこの敵はそうでもないですね。でも一回エンカウントしてしまったらなんか逃げるときに支払う代償がものすごいでかい感じがしますね。ボロボロにされるんでね。
These two I will take because it is possible to squeeze around the edge of that ant and then use the invincibility to get around the second, but usually not worth the time, so we are just going to straight up bring out the spell. Now we can see what this does. So this, the literal translation is escape song. I don't know what they call it in officially in the English translation, but it forces all of the enemies to run away. 100% success rate, except against bosses, obviously. And just a really easy way to get out of a fight if Luna can act first, which is why I didn't use it against the moths.
ああ、ただあれですかね、今後はこの新しく覚えた放送の歌声ですかね、これで安全に逃げられるんですかね。これでも自分たちが逃走するんじゃなくて相手を逃走させる感じの表現になってますからね。シンボルなんか消えるし。
But we do now have this second option of
また追っかけられることもない。
So it's very convenient. So back up to Vane. Convenient teleporter. Nash, of course, running on ahead because he wants to tell all about his elite deeds, prove how an elite member of the Magic Academy he is, and we, meanwhile, just wander in on our own. Yeah, Fear Song is probably a better description, but again, I don't know what they officially called it in terms of spell names. So. 'Tis what it is. Quick chat. Oh, hello, Mia. Galleon here as well. And now we get for the first time to meet Remilia, who is the headmistress, who apparently was not in good sorts earlier, but she is apparently doing well enough now. Also, that fortune teller. Her name is Royce, by the way. We skipped her intro, but she named herself as Royce. And she is now here to give us our reward, we hope. Oh, and I forgot to... I was so busy talking about the reward we're going to get that I forgot to skip the cutscene. That's on me. But you saw there the symbol of the Magic Academy of Vane. And we've just been sentenced to death. Because apparently, she believes we are a traitor who sought to steal her daughter away. Thanks, Null. What have you done to us, Null? So check out, by the way, synchronized movements of those guards. Really good sprite work in this game. I will comment, I heard an interesting comment recently from a friend of mine who also streams games occasionally, that some players of more recent games, like who are, I guess, started playing in the 3D era, look at these sprites, like Alex here is constantly just pacing in place, and find that odd. And it's definitely a feature of this era's games. Typically, because it's, especially with screens at this low resolution, it's hard to really put a lot of detail on the sprites, and so sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between, is someone alive and just standing there and waiting, or are they dead? And in order to tell the difference of this is an active character, they have the character kind of pacing in place like that. So it's just a trope of the era, shall we say.
あっさり出してもらいましたね。
I never even think about it. It's just that when it was first brought to my attention that some people find this odd, I said, "Oh yeah, I guess that's a fair point." And it is really. It's you would not. There's no reason to do this in a modern game. but for the era, it was kind of a useful way to provide information to the player. So that is why that happens for anyone who is curious. So here we are. Mia has busted us out. We've brought along this other person who had this mysterious mask on her face. We don't know what she's up, but she seems to think something may be up at the top of this tower. And so we are going to, Mia, of course, being actually the daughter of Remilia, so the daughter of the headmistress, has access to this tower. And so we're going to go in. We are going to do a quick bit of setting up positioning. You go here, you go to the right side, you go to the bottom corner. It's going to set up for a similar thing that we did earlier later on. We'll make a safety save. I don't feel like I don't really need this safety save anymore, but marathon luck, you know how it goes. And then we're going to do something interesting. We're going to use Null's Wing, which takes us to the entrance of a dungeon. This is the entrance of the dungeon. What are we doing? Well, nothing. Nothing. And in fact, our entire desire there was to do nothing, and thereby skip a barrier. So there is a barrier in that room, which if you try to go past it, let's see if we can get around this guy. But we didn't get around the other one. Oh well. We tried. There is a barrier in that room. If you try to walk past it, it will say you must unequip all of your weapons. No weapons are allowed in this tower. However, if you use the wing, you teleport to a location beyond that barrier, and therefore you don't have to step in it. It's one of the very few funny exploits that's possible in this game. That's another thing, by the way, I learned from High Spirits, watching High Spirits run. So again, shout out to High Spirits for all the work he's done on the lunar speedruns. Quick grab a blue ball. Come back here, see where these guys are, and walk around the bottom. They're stuck on each other, which is great. Walk around this guy. So yeah, now that said, we're not going to fight any encounters in here. We want to avoid everything we can. Can we get by this guy? No, we can't. I tried. These guys, these will straight up wipe us if we try to fight them. So we're just going to run away from everything. But what the benefit of skipping that barrier is it just saves us a menu, saves us having to unequip and then later on re-equip the weapons. Where are you, sir? Can we skip you? Not quite. Dagroth, I would say it is kind of unique to this era. Now that said, there are a lot of modern games that take the retro style and that deliberately, mimic, reuse the tropes of this era. But games, I think, that are typically designed as modern games, even if they do use sprite work, will typically have, instead of having instead of using a walking animation, we'll typically have an idle animation. So, instead of stamping in place like this, it would be, for example, got a lot of encounters on this dungeon, but sometimes you just get the bad luck, marathon luck. This will be a quick kill. Or no, it won't, because Mia also has a magic robe on, by the way. Dodge, where you didn't actually want it. But modern games, I think, typically when they may have idle animations, but it's typically a much more subtle animation. So think, kind of like shifting the shoulders a bit, for example. Things of that nature. Oh, that sounds like Luna. Dubstep is fun. To each their own, my friend. To each their own. So we just heard Luna, and so that means we are going to do a bit of quick important menuing here. This goes you. Also, the ring goes to you.
本来武器の持ち込み禁止の場所だけど不正侵入したみたい。なるほど。やっぱ RTA ならではの技もあるんですね。
Very important later when we get her and cannot menu before we have to fight with her. So here we have Remilia, the fortune teller Royce, and Facia all in the same place, along with Galleon. What's going on here? What suspicious things are taking place? Well, here we are. We have Alex and Luna rejoined. Mia and her mother rejoined, but her mother does not seem very interested in keeping her safe. So Mia thinks that someone is actually taking her mother's place and uses this Mirror of Althena. Call it the Mirror of Ra, if you're familiar with Dragon Quest. But it doesn't actually do anything to this supposed imposter, what it does do is free this lady that we were taking along, who turns out to also be Remelia. And now that their cover has been busted, these three finally reveal their true selves as witches of the Vile tribe: Zenobia, Royce, and Phaecia. And yes, as you can guess from the fact they had a wonderful introductory animation, we will be seeing much more of them later.
本当は武器装備していると中入れないんだけど、飛竜の羽っていうダンジョンの入り口に戻るアイテムを使うとその判定を踏まずに入れる。
You can notice, by the way, a minor oversight by the dev team. They forgot to
Arun-san,
on the left side of the screen, and so the enemy.
なんかこのイベント戦闘っぽいやつもこの闘争の歌声でなんか突破してるくさいんですけど、
That is a free encounter.
いいのかこれ。イベント戦闘でね今の。
So that done.
何でもありか。
So to summarize what just happened, yes. Turns out Remelia was in fact, the Remelia we saw earlier was in fact an imposter, working with Royce to subvert and take over the Magic Academy. Put the real Remelia in jail with that memory to suppress her, with that mask, to suppress her memories so she could not warn anyone, but she managed to fight her way past the mask and warn us. We saved everything, but now that we know that we are actually under attack, Galleon says, you know, I really need to talk to the dragons. And hearing that Alex already knows Feide, the white dragon we talked with a lot earlier. Oops. Okay. This map, I tell you. So you walk out the top side of this map, it puts you on the bottom edge. I do this once every run, I swear. Another thing, in minor detail, I wish they had done a little better. But it's good for, it's good stream content, what can I say? Anyway, so Galleon says, I really need to talk to Feide. We've got some real dangerous business going on here. And would you please take me to beat him? And Alex says, sure, yeah, I don't like seeing any witches attack us either. Let us go and meet Feide and see what we can do about it. So first stop here is Mel, and apparently Mel and Galleon also know each other. We'll see in a moment here. Also, hey, what's Jessica doing there? So Jessica claiming not to know us. What's going on with her? No idea. Does she have something funny to eat? I don't know. But anyway, we do have to wait for a ship to take us back to Saith. So go ahead and spend the night here. Jessica very kindly offers us her bedroom to spend the night. And so we will head up and take advantage of her hospitality. So here we chat with her and discover that she's actually putting on a face for her dad. She wants to be the proper daughter, the proper daughter of a mayor in Merivia, and just hiding the fact she's actually a real adventurous tomboy sort. So that was why she was pretending not to know who we were.
さて時間は1時間45分を過ぎまして、ちょうど全体の4分の1が過ぎたくらいですかね。床で寝てる。床で。
I know, disturb me. So yeah, poor Luna. But we nonetheless, and she knows, we've got business to do. She's not gonna be, sulking around about it forever. Set it aside and go on forth.
Yeah, ルーナだけちゃんとベッド使ってましたね。
In fairness, Dagros, she invited them into her bedroom to give it to them, not to sleep with them. There is a difference. She is providing a part of her home as
アレスとナルは床で寝てましたね。
sleep in a different location than she is used to, and that is a perfect
ないんじゃしょうがないですね。
sacrifice for a good daughter to make. So the ship is ready for us. We are on our way back to Saith. Basically retracing our steps back to the beginning of the game. So just a bunch of chat here. Galleon telling us a little bit about his past, talking with Alex. Alex's desire to be a Dragon Master, saying, you know, it's a pretty big responsibility being a Dragon Master. You sure you're up for it? You really sure? Suppose you had to sacrifice Luna in order to accomplish that. What would you do? Why are you asking me that, sir? But that aside, we safely make our way back to Safe. And we're just gonna, again, just retrace our steps. Of course, we are much higher level. The enemies are not. This is very straightforward. That said, as I've mentioned before, there is no cap on fleeing in this game. Your 50% flee chance is a 50% flee chance the first turn, the 10th turn, the 100th turn if it goes that far. You can literally wipe to any fight if all you try to do is flee. Fortunately, we have Luna's song, and we can just erase encounters that we don't want to deal with. So it is not an issue in practice. However, going through this the back way, there are a lot more encounters that we just cannot avoid because they're in the way. Again, as I mentioned earlier,
この次のイベントでストーリー序盤の区切り。ああ、そうな
sometimes
ん
you
で
can
す
get
ね。
around them, but here it is faster to just take them and erase them from the map. Like that. Back to the clearing where we had all the excitement earlier. Friendly fellow Lake. Wonder where he's gotten off to. So
まあ、ガレオンさんは
potentially if you do flee, you can skip one. Like if I was
英雄みたいなんで、4英雄の一人みたいなんで。
The problem is, again, not guaranteed to flee. Level difference also does not change that 50%. It is 50% if you are level 99 and the enemy is level 1. So ultimately, it is just more. It's more consistent ultimately.
まあでも、この人ずっといるとちょっと
On everything you run into.
ゲームのバランスが壊れるので、
You know, if it really
まあ
got
抜けて
down
しまうん
to
で
it,
しょう
it
な、
was
途中で。
I had a really good
むしろ最後までいたらびっくりだよ。
like 4 encounters in here, which is I've gotten 4 encounters once. Every time other than that's been 5 or more.
オルランドゥじゃないんだからよ。
Then maybe I would consider, gonna try fleeing, and if I don't flee, it's a reset. But I'm definitely nowhere near that point. It's very much still take the more consistent route, especially for a marathon. So get past those guys, and again back here, funny little mushroom.
ここはあれですね、もうなんか
It does save us the
道の狭さと敵の配置で
that does help
基
with
本
timing.
的には戦って進んでねみたいな作りになってるっぽいですね。
We will definitely be making a lot more use of the tactic system later as well, so as you can imagine. It is too valuable to leave something like that sitting on the table. Can we dodge you? No, we can't. So I said I was going for consistency. I tried playing a little fun trick here to get around some encounters. It may work against me. We'll see. No, that ended up being about average.
まあでも闘争の歌声で安全に逃げられるようになってからは
That first fly trap that we had to get past earlier when we first came
理不尽にボコられることもなく
dangerous. We were level 1, but now we are back at the entrance and we can just head out.
安全に進めていますね。
And here we are. You can actually stop in Berg here. Some interesting chat between Gally and other folks if you do that, but we have no business there that's required in the speed run, and so we skip it. Just go straight over to the White Dragon Cave. Galleon and Fighty can have their chat, and we can figure out what to do about this vile tribe. Still would like to dodge this guy if I can. Good. And this is why I opened the exit earlier, by the way. There is the option to just go ahead and use that wing that you're given.
ああ、でもこれあれですね。やっぱ敵によって動きが違うんですね、はっきりもう。
That shortcut to use here. Ultimately faster to do it that way.
虫の動きが速すぎるんだ。やっぱり。
And
虫とあとなんかゾンビみたいなや
possibly
つ。
two more encounters, depending on where those next bees are. Depending on where they are, I may actually
これ闘争の歌声ってどうも
this because the
敵が逃げてるっ
this is
ぽ
one
いん
right now,
で、
I'll go ahead and try to flee, because this will let me skip the
エンカウン
crystal.
トのね、シンボルも消えてるんで、
And as
敵
you
が
see,
逃げてるっ
these
ぽいんですよね。
animations are really fast, so it's not a lot of time lost if I fail to flee, whereas the crystals are fairly slow with their attack
これ
animation.
を使って対処しようとすると、自分以外の全員が帰る
So we skipped that guy who would have otherwise
感じ
hit
にな
us,
ると思うん
and
ですよ
we
ね。
made our way to Fighty. So see what
この時代のこの歌声は、
have to
ルーナ
discuss.
役のあれですかね、氷上京子さんですかね。多分そうですね。
Galleon asks, is Luna the girl from 15 years ago? Which is a really interesting question. Fighty says, why do you want to know? Galleon says, trust me.
ではついに時が来たということだ。世界に再び神を与える時がな。
So when is the first time that trusting anyone who said trust me got you somewhere good in an RPG? How about never? So Galleon shows his true colors. He now declares himself the Magic Emperor Galleon. In that cutscene we skipped, kills Fighty, steals Luna, lays Alex on the floor. Yeah. Galleon. And if you weren't expecting that plot twist, welcome to the wonderful world of JRPGs. So yep, we now have our big baddie, Magic Emperor Galleon. We are fortunately discovered by our old friend Lake, brought back home, and so at least we are safe and sound. We still don't know where Luna's gotten off to, or where Galleon has taken her off to.
やっぱり英雄の後ろに数字がつくやつらはろくでもないな。
But luckily, we have a loving family who encourages us to get out there and get her back. Alex's parents, best parents in the world, except for mine. Shout out to great parents. And we head up to Dines Hill, which is where we actually started the game, if you recall. An interesting figure here. It's our old friend Lake. So, yeah, he asks,
う
are you
ん、
up
レイ
to
クさんは
this?
4英雄の中の一人ですね
I'm。an RPG protagonist. What do you think? And so, seeing Alex's
どうせレイクさんも裏切るんでしょ
the white dragon wings, aka teleport stick. We now have fast travel. Yay! We're gonna immediately make use of that to go to Marivia. Scary music, but fun little thing here, by the way, detail wise.
ジェシカがいますね。
Coming to Marivia, Jessica says, how did you learn a teleport? When did you learn that teleport spell? They actually work the teleport stick into the game's lore, which I love. But anyway, Marivia's under attack, and we are going to help do something about it. By using the correct commands here, Jessica needs to attack. Because we actually need Jessica's damage here, although it's not. It's pretty trivial compared to what Alex can put out. We need it to get a 2-turn kill here. And unfortunately, we can't AI.
ジェシカ立ち位置そこでいいの
Jessica would try to heal, and we actually don't need her to heal right now.
ああ、まあでも敵が雑魚だからいいのか。
These days, of course, so in modern days, of course, AI has a somewhat different meaning, but I think the remake calls it auto battle rather than AI, which is more sensible terminology for the modern era, I think. But yes, in these days, they still called it AI, auto battle. And that's what that is. Now, sir, can you please come over here? Thank you.
ここからは基本、あれなんですかね。
Thank you.
また最初の頃やってたみたいに歌声がなくなってしまったんで、最初の頃やってたみたいに走って逃げるんですかね。殴られながら。
Is run a whole maze around the town of Naribia, breaking those barriers with the enemies that charge through them. And then you get to the top and discover actually you could have just broken those two and gotten right into Mel's mansion, which is the thing obviously you do from your second playthrough every time forward. But the first time you're expected to just go through.
そうですね。歌のお姉さんいなくなってしまったので。
Here's Zenobia. She has words and a spell. Mel valiantly protects his daughter from, but he is now turned to stone.
石化した。
Zenobia says, "Well, I've accomplished what I came to do."
メルさん石化してしまった。
Pours Jessica's down the father, and her spells do not seem to work on it. So it seems to be the kind of spell that you have to kill the caster to get rid of. So Jessica says, "You know what? Let's go do that. I am totally in for this." And so the first thing we are going to do is buy her a blue ball. Because we love blue balls in this game. So just quick use of the teleport stick to get back to the entrance, heal up. And Rammus's shop now sells blue balls. So thank you very much for bringing those in, Rammus. Much appreciated. Great guy. And
イベント石化はそうですね。
we have a suspicion that stuff might be going wrong there.
何らかの強力なマジックアイテムか。まあ強い意志でね。意志になってる場合もありますし。まあ様々な石化がありますね。強い意志でね。
And a giant monster. Friend One Eye here, aka Grand's Doom.
年派もいかない子供がね。泣けるイベントだな。
Grand's Doom. Here's what we're gonna do. Alex fortunately has his own buff now, so even though we've lost Luna, specifically right there.
こうしてみると結構人の入れ替わりが激しいゲームですね。パーティーメンバーがメンツは同じなんだけど、ずっと一緒にいるわけじゃなくて、まあ入ったり抜けたりって感じですね。
To this guy, if he cooperates. And to cooperate, he has to move into either the top or the bottom row, which he generally will only do. Oh, nice dodge. That was a dodge, by the way. So we can defend, defend, defend. The yellow is that is a physical attack. Single target physical. Very, very powerful, as you see. But since it's physical, Magic Robe means 25% dodge chance. No, spell. Thank you.
ああ、ルーナ永久離脱なんですか。それはちょっと困りますね。歌で逃げられないじゃないですか。それはちょっと困りますね。
I think that is the right location, and yes, he is now trapped. He cannot move out of this. He's going to try. He can still hit anyone with this yellow goop.
まあそうですね、序盤って話ですね。そう。ようやっとさっき序盤を抜けたらしいので、終盤にね、入ったところらしいので。
But physical attacks are blocked, and if he ever uses his red attack, fun things will happen.
あれなんですかね、隊列は変えらんないんですかね。
How?
もう明らかにこう A っぽいそのジェシカがずっとあの位置にいるのすげえ気になるんですけど。
Good job, Null. Defend and yes, you do have to heal yourself. So here, if he randomly chooses to attack Alex,
ヒーラーその位置っておかしくないですかね。
One, or he can just push himself out. But he only got one attack there, so I can move back into place. right. Very specific position, by the way. Again, one attack. Perfect. He's not using his red attack, which is a real shame because I wanted to show that off. But we are still saving time, basically because he can't move. He can't move up and down.
直線攻撃があるからってこと。なるほど。
If he'd used his red attack, it would not have hit anyone. It would have been a complete miss on the entire party, which is because it's normally the worst attack.
ヒーラーが、ヒーラー、ジェシカじゃなくて、ミアか。
I'm sorry I didn't get to show that off, but again, shout outs to Japanese Tasser Maker, who came up with that strat and used it in the TAS.
うん、ミアかも。
Really clever use of the movement blocking in the battle system.
本当にミアか？いや違う、ジェシカか。ジェシカだわ。
So with that out of the way, we go back. Amelia is still a bit out of sorts from her that whole thing with the mask. We want to convince Nash and Mia to come with us, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Need a little bit of convincing, especially Nash. Doesn't seem really up for it, but if Mia's going along, Nash is obviously going to protect her because Mia.
ミアはなんか攻撃魔法を使うキャラみたいですね。
Where to go next? But in fact, because this is such a well-developed game, we don't have to. We don't have to set any flags. We just go. You know, I love that about this game. They don't force you to talk to everybody to set the flags. You know where you're going, you just go there. And we go.
レミリアお母さんもね、英雄らしいんで。なんかスネ夫の声が聞こえるな。
Zenobia again, menacing this lady singer, whoever she may be. A remarkably powerful lady singer, if I do say so.
ない。何が起きたんだこれ。
And we discover the remarkable lady singer is in fact Killy, the boss of the Nanza Rogues, who run this little fortress here. And now we get to do in battle what we just saw happen in the cutscene. And this is one place where we can just pop on the auto battle and let it do its thing. It is a scene, isn't it? It is a scene. And,
このキャラライブはライブで見た。
So there's Killy, our fifth party member. Yes, I know he is called Kyle in the English version. I will probably call him Killy.
ちょっと肌が浅黒いけど。
And besides, I mean, K-Y-L-E, Killy, right? Right. Okay, Killy. We're all settled on that. So we invite Killy to come along with us. And we have our full party. And we are into... this game does not have official Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, but what I refer to as Act 2. Parties together, we are on the hunt.
でも元はこれ92年のゲームなんで。
His vile tribe, which is
それなりに
still kind of scary, but we have lots more.
どっかで見たことあるやつの元ネタの可能性があるんですよね。あ、5人パーティーになるんだ。
I mean, you're not wrong, Ishma. Part of me wishes they were punishable by law because then I would have an excuse.
5人でフルなんですかね。
Fortunately,
4人までかなと思ってたんですけど、5人もあるんだ。
Yes, Kaya. He is a very killy character after all. So here we are into Riza. Ritza as the pizza, like pizza, I guess, as the Japanese version calls it. And Killy kindly did not warn us what kind of town this was, so we're kind of just looking around, and all of a sudden somebody runs into him, and he says, "You missing anything, no?" And turns out our teleport stick has been stolen. Surprise, surprise.
まあこの関智和はあんまり拳が真っ赤に燃えなさそうですけどね。剣持ってるし。
I just start tapping my buttons to it sometimes.
なるほど、中盤からのパーティーがこれなわけですね。
So we find out that
パーティーも5人いるとなんか
is to
賑やかで楽しげですよね。
ourselves because they have a rule that thieves cannot steal from other
5
thieves.
人くらいはいてほしいですよね。
Great theme. So that is what we're going to do. And as you know, as kind of a guarantee to all of you that yes, we will get our fast travel stick back, I am stopping here in this town for the sole purpose of registering it on the fast travel list. We have no business here now.
まあただパーティーの人数が増えると、
Guarantee to all of you that we will get our fast travel stick.
こういう RPG の場合、
We will get it back.
バランスが難しくなりそうですけ
For
どね。
now,
バランス取るの
our
が。
first stop is the
あん
village
ま
of
り敵
Vaxherd.
強くしすぎてもいけないし、弱すぎると歯応えがなくなってしまうし。
This isn't too bad of a dungeon, but there are some
ああ、そうですね。仲間が揃うとフィールド BGM 変わるわ。
whatever reason you cannot use
あるあるですね。
escape items, including Jessica's magic.
当時の
So I'm
ゲー
gonna
ムのあるある
save
で
the
す
save
ね
just in case I get trapped behind a tree, which is a possibility in this dungeon. So I've talked about how you can't, even with invincibility, you can't run through enemy symbols. The walls here are kind of bumpy because they are trees. If you get caught between a tree and an enemy, that's it. You cannot. I think I'm stuck. I don't know if I was stuck there because it was starting the encounter or because I am stuck, but I may have to reload the save that I just made. You cannot move through any enemy symbols. So if an enemy traps you against the wall or against an enemy symbol like this, you
これ
have
逃げられなくない
you
か？
have to fight and kill at least one of the encounters.
ああ、ロードですね。
Luna's
身動き取れなくなったから。
escape song to help us out. Our only option is reload. And that is why I safety saved there.
ダンジョンの最初からですね。
Now it is kind of feasible to fight those. But ultimately it's just faster, especially because there were like 3 on me right there. I would have had to fight at least 2, probably all 3 in order to get out of that. And it's faster ultimately to just reload.
はい、レイドで見ら
So this time we got through
いらした
early. We will fight this
方、
one. This is
どうも。
fine. This is the last one
こんにちは。
anyway.
こちらはジャパニーズリストリームでございます。
Remember, every time a new character comes into the party, their cursor.
ただいまですね、
If you do not change it, if you think it is somewhere else and you hit A,
クエスティング・フォー・グローリー8海外
also, I just noticed I forgot
イベントのね、クエスティング・フォー・グローリー8の、コーディングラー配信を行っております。ただいまのタイトルは、ルナ・シルバースターストーリーですね。予定時間7時間のところ、ただいま2時間9分経過したところでですね、まあ、お話の流れとしては、進行度としては、まあ、中盤に入って、まあ、仲間もフルパーティーになってね、まあ、ここから本格的に冒険していこうねという、そういう感じのところですね。はい。
Alternatively, we will find ourselves on a collapsing bridge. And Null's just kind of casually sitting there in the air, watching everybody drown. Good one, Null. But we all managed to get ourselves back up on the land. Now, I want to point out something here.
そうですね。まだ、この今のメインどころの
So we will walk over to Nash because that is the obvious thing to do. Get to Nash and
5
immediately
人
we see
パーティーのう
Jessica.
ち、
Now this
そうですね。まだ声優として活動している方も半分以上、
and surprise, surprise. Now we
声優として現役で活動してらっしゃるんで、これ33
without telling you, Null does
年前、34年前か。34年前のゲームですけ
But
ど、
even without that, you know where to go next. And I love
でも
that
これはあれか。 リメイク版だから声優が変わってて、
avoids the player having to kind of wander around the
正確には
know what to do next.
28年前。
It's just, you can tell the
28年前の
developers
ゲー
put
ム
a
か
lot of effort into this game. And it-
98年なんでね、28年前のゲームですけど。
Anyway, we have our plot token, or plot token for the plot token, and we are going to head back out, back through Myriad Woods.
まだ皆さん現役で活動されてますね。
It is to the south.
まあ、声優さんもね、当たり役があると息が長いですからね。
So once again, these 2 encounters at the top I will kill. These are nice and quick. It is A+ design, which is why I'm so upset that the remaster used the broken working designs. You know, I'm sure the people at Working Designs love this game, as everyone should, because it's a fantastic game, but is also why this game is my
この陣形はどうなんだって言いましたけど、
Loving a game does not make you
この配置もどうなんだちょっと雑すぎんかちょっと
choosing our specific abilities here, so that we can take out these encounters in one round. Just like that. The Kyle, there you go. I said it all for you guys. Achilles' line attack is a.
先ほどどなたかもおっしゃってましたが、横一列攻撃があるから、まあ。
I've confirmed that it will hit 4 of the 5 enemies. Unfortunately, we can't get all 5 at once, so we use Alex to clean up the last one. Another safety save because, again, walking through this dungeon, weird things can happen.
まあ位置取りも重要ってことですよね。
Good place to take this encounter, I think.
かといって全キャラ同じ場所に重なってるのはどうなんですかね。
So now we just have to see how these
見栄えが
enemies move.
見栄えがちょっと
3 Bs is not ideal, but we'll just take this. But we are below them now, so they cannot block us, which is what I was looking to do. I'm hitting way too many 50%. Something is wrong with this run. Something is going to go seriously wrong with this run, I can tell now. But yeah, we're through there. Get past this guy, and quick.
なんか今あれですね。50% の確率に逃げられる逃げられないみたいな話してましたね、今ね。
And hey, it's Mel! The petrified Mel, what's he doing here? How did he get out of his house? Jessica, of course, immediately entranced by her father. Achilles sees something going on. Thanks for the raid there, by the way. Playing Lunar Silver Star Story, having a great time. Jessica, once again, her magic of no use in curing this curse. Once again, left alone. Killy, however, has other ideas. So I'm not gonna let any stupid curse stop me. Breaks out of the stone curse somehow or other.
気合でなんとかなるんかい。
Take on this mysterious statue of Mel. So turn 1, we buff ourselves. Kyle also has.
おかしいな。こいつ主人公じゃないはずなんだけどな。
And from here on, it's just auto battle. So, fun fact: if this guy crits me 3 times, I lose. Chance of an enemy crit is 4%. So the rough chance of dying to this fight is about 1 in, I think it's 1 in 5,000, 1 in 4,000 I calculated it as. I don't safety save anymore. If I happen to hit the 1 in 4,000, then, you know, it's good content, shall we say. Yep. 5 turn, easy win.
まあまあまあ。そうですね。この時代熱血主人公といえばね、ドモンカッシュですから、ね。
Turns out the statue is just a fake, and it was all Royce trying to get us. And she's miffed that she missed. She wanted to take us all out at once and just have it all done with, but nope. We're gonna go on forward. We are through Marriott Woods, and we're gonna head for Damon Spire. Yeah, one wonders, you know, if you don't know that you're supposed to be cursed, can you actually get out of it? It's a fine line indeed. Oh, here we are. You've been given the password to enter this tower. It's kind of sus password, if you ask me. But we have our access, and we are going to make our way through. So this is going to be, it's kind of a puzzle dungeon mainly. 2 ways. Number 1, you have to find the doors to open the doors to the stairway. Number 2, you're given this quiz at the end of each floor, and you have to choose one of 2 characters to answer. Whichever one you choose, you can get through, but one answer is significantly shorter than the other. If you give him the wrong answer, he gives you a big lecture on how can you be so silly, how dare you pretend to wish to help the world with such a mind, etc., 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 etc. And so we want to
追
go
い
fast.
つかれないなんか位置取りをやっぱりしてますよね。
Yeah, figured.
ああ、追いつかれた。
But yeah, we choose the option which is the correct option, which is the faster one, and of course we fail to run here.
ああ、逃走に失敗すると
Nash with the double
こううろ
dodge.
ちょろうろちょろしちゃうんですね。
25%. They're doing work. Not gonna help him. There Everybody wailing on Nash there. I think we will go ahead and solo run for safety here. Again, the solo run chance is 75 rather than 50%, and as long as one person gets away, they're safe. Missing the 75%, Jessica? Good job. So yeah, she will take it. You can see these guys also have 2 turns, which among other things means failing to run is very slow, which is why I really don't want to get into this encounter. But we're past it. Again, as long as one person runs away, everyone else can die.
まあまあ逃げ切れてるキャラが一人でもいればまあ
No, we can't.
続くことはできるんですが、
This is some really top level.
なんかクロノトリガーに出てきそうななんか目玉のやつがいますね。
Yeah, eyeball is completely blocking me. All right, now we got it. Now we can go around the top. Pick up a chest. Except that you're in the way.
やはり闘争の歌がないと
This door also is
辛いですね。
so we can pick up this chest if this eyeball gets out of my way. This is really top level trolling by these enemies here. And he's just bouncing. He's not even giving me a chance. All right, can we drag you away from that? Yeah, there we go.
なるほど。MP 回復のアイテムが欲しいけど、それにはやっぱりリスクがあると。
Enemies stalling for the content, absolutely. So again, posed a quiz, we have an option of 2 characters to answer. And we are going to pick the correct one because it saves time. Sadly, Nash has the correct answer there, so we have to give him a chance and a moment in the spotlight. All right. Sir, what are you doing up here? This is not your room. All right. There we go.
敵によってシンボルの動きが違うの面白いですね。個性がありますね。しっかり強めの個性がある。
So once again, we have a guy who's complaining of stomach pain. Just like saying, well, that's your fault. Don't eat bad stuff. Goodbye. And Alex agrees. Let this go, guy. That is the wrong. Let this guy go. That is the wrong answer. Jessica says, I don't care if it's the wrong answer. Get out of my way, dude. And he does. Jessica is just great that way. All right, and with that, we are on to the 4th floor of this dungeon, or as I fondly refer to it, the 4th monster level. And if you spell that out, you can probably guess why.
まあこういう個性がある中、動きが速いのが個性の虫とかはちょっときついですね。やっぱりね、シンボルが持ってる個性として。
Is on the opposite side of the floor because of course it is 4th monster level. Got past you, squeeze past the guy.
闘争の歌の闘争性能が高すぎるので、
sometimes it doesn't.
早く帰ってほしいですね。まあ先ほど永久離脱だという話でしたけど早く帰ってきてほしいですね。
Okay, down, over. Oh, we made it! I do not like this 4, in case you hadn't guessed. So here our test is, who is the least useful of you all? Sadly, we cannot answer Nash, and he lets us through, because we say everybody has their part to play. Even Nash. In truth, Nash has the fewest parts to play, but he still has some. So we have to be honest. Yes, he will have his moment in the spotlight. And we are faced with a glob of clay and the task to make something beautiful. And again, choose who to make it. Killy, no. Jessica? Well, no. Mia, I'd like to see it, but no. Nash, no. Nash, we'll leave it to Alex, aka Null. So if you choose wrongly, not only do you have to redo the entire dialogue, you have to sit through this 20-second cutscene and then redo the entire dialogue. So you want to be very careful with those choices. But our correct choice was Luna. Surprise, surprise. Except, mysteriously, this fellow calls it an Althena statue. Interesting. Maybe he's never met Luna. I guess we can forgive him, but interesting. Anyway, we now have our plot token to finally enter the Thieves Guild and get our teleport stick back. Which is exactly what we were looking to get here, and we have done so. So we will immediately get out of this tower. Had enough of it. Make our way back to Riza. Enjoy the Act 2 overworld music. I can tell you we are into a proper adventure now because it is proper adventuring theme rather than just a light stroll through the woods, as it were. I actually didn't need to take it there, but whatever. More opportunity to listen to this wonderful music. And we report on our success. Hand in the token, and we are now officially members of the Thieves Guild. And on the way, we're going to stop and do a very important thing. We're going to chat with this girl here and offer to play with her when we have some time. We don't really have time right now. We're on a bit of a mission right now, but we promise we will come back and play with her sometime. We will keep that promise later, don't worry. Always keep your promises, folks, especially the kids. So this guy's kind of doubting us, but then Killy comes in and says, you want to duke it out with Killy, eh? And he says, actually, you know, I'll pass. I'll pass. Here is your teleport stick. And we have our teleport stick back. But for plot reasons, we're not allowed to use it yet. We have to come back and discover that, oh no, the poor girl Lila is being accosted by Royce again. She cannot stay out of our business. Or out of anyone's business, it seems. And kidnaps her away, evil woman. Evil vile tribe. But she does leave us with a fortune. She tells our fortune on her way out, telling us our fortune lies in a volcano in which there is a red dragon who may now be in danger. So, of course, immediately we have to go after that. And in order to do that, we need an airship. We don't have an airship, but we'll get a balloon. Close enough. Quick menuing here. You. I didn't move you over, did I? Okay. And teleport stick back. Oop. I'm missing something here. I am missing something very important. That's not good. I should have a... I know what I did. Fourth monster level. Fourth monster level, I tell you. Okay, so we're going to have to make a bit of a backtrack here. It's a good thing we are ahead on the schedule because I made a mistake. There was one chest I needed to get on that fourth monster level, which I did not get. It's a very, very important one. Something called the ice pendant, I believe. Something along those lines. And... it offers fire and lightning resistance. Elemental resistance in this game is 50% damage reduction, which, as you can imagine, is huge, especially since we're going to be underleveled for the entire game. So we need to go back and fetch that. My apologies. It's all on me. I was so frustrated with how the enemies kept getting in my way that I forgot that I was missing something and did not get the chest. Imagine a fire resistance pendant will be especially important given that we are about to visit a volcano. So we're going to run quickly up to the fourth floor. If these... Look at this! They are literally blocking my way in every direction. This dungeon... this dungeon, I tell you! Literally the worst I've ever seen it. And you're gonna...
これは避けるの大変そうですね。
I'm actually trapped here. I'm going to solo run here because I have not saved recently. There are many reasons one can lose time in a lunar speedrun. I had not imagined this being one of them, but it certainly is. Very much is. Alright, can we get past you? Yes, good. And can we sneak past up here? Yes. Okay, there we go. Devs asked me to take an encounter, and so yes, I took an encounter. Alright, so the thing I'm trying to get is on the bottom right part of this floor. Right past this switch, which I remember now I stepped on and immediately turned around because I knew everything was coming after me. I'm going to have to take an encounter too here, aren't I? Oh, maybe not. This chest, there we go, and now we can equip, except it's going to be here instead. Now we can equip two things on Nash, which I was intending to do, and make our way over to... Oh, right, I have to... You cannot teleport out of a dungeon. You have to escape the dungeon and then teleport from the overworld. And with that, we are finally back on our original scheduled stop in Iluk Village. So this is where the fellow who we're going to have build an airship, a balloon, for us resides. And so we offer him the blueprints that we picked up back in Riza, in the Thieves Guild kind of marketplace down there. And so he says, sure, I'll put one together, but I need something to... I put together, your hot air balloon, but I need the hot air from somewhere, and so we have to go fetch that ourselves. That is going to be in here. Kind of a nature preserve, as it will. Gardens, various plants and animals, and bees which would love to attack me if they could, but I'm going to try and jump over that river first. Success! This one I can't avoid. This guy is straight up in the way. So, we will solo run because at this point we are now very underleveled. We'll see how much damage these guys do. To Killy, remember has proper armor, at least proper for when he joined us, gets one shot. Is how underleveled we are at this point. Let me around you, sir. Okay, there we go. And Jessica's help, we get back to the entrance. These guys do not chase you, which is mostly useful, except when you expect them to move somewhere and they don't. Or they move somewhere you don't expect them to, like that one almost did. The fact they don't chase you is convenient. That bee is absolutely going to aggro me. Here we go.
気球を膨らませるために、
So, yeah, I don't have to worry about
綿毛みたいな、今なんかそこら中に浮いてるやつですね。
just have to worry about
なるほ
everything
ど。
else chasing me. Like that. Also, there we go. Okay, so again, I was able to get through that because the blue guy didn't chase me, which is makes this map a lot less painful to get through, shall we say. But here's the specific blue insect that we have to fight. So the pink one's the one we're looking for. I'm gonna buff, magic. You now have some magic, which is nice. Buff again, and Jessica can... Oops, should probably have healed Killy. I don't know now if Jessica's going to get her turn, because these guys are super fast. And I think some of them can reach us. Well, that was Nash, that's okay. They also have sleep, by the way. And sleep generally hits. Their sleep has a pretty good chance of hitting.
火力えげつないですけど。
I should maybe have had Jessica use a full party heal. Because we could be in trouble depending on how this goes. This is why I saved before this fight, by the way. Try. Hope that Alex does not get hit here. Killy is asleep, so he can't do anything, of course. Nash is the only one who has a chance of moving for these guys. Mia takes a hit. Fortunately, however, no, so this is again the advantage that we get from from stacking everyone in the corner. These enemies will start getting caught on each other, and enemies cannot do physical attacks if they are not adjacent to the character. So we didn't get all of them because Mia died there, but Null helping out. Achilles still not awake, still just sleeping away. And there's a couple, and so the last couple now. Jessica sleeps, she can't heal anybody. Jessica takes a one shot because she was asleep, but this will get the kill. So we've defeated all the blue puffballs, and now we've got the
ああ、
shiny
敵の
puffball
ターン
corner.
開始前の待機モーションでね、やってるか。あ、そうなんだ。
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean about the remaster. It's
何回か戦ってると、まあ分かるよう
it
に
is the
なる
noticeable
と。
difference. It's just
そういうことですね。
unfortunately the design decisions they made in the remaster just do not make the speedrun very feasible. So we run this version instead. Turn in our fluffy bug. Don't worry about healing here because we are about to spend the night while he finishes making his hot air balloon. And that will give us, in this case, gives us a free refill. Unfortunately, the balloon doesn't seem to be very inflated at the moment. Surprise! It was just slow. And so with that, we are off to the volcano to try and rescue this red dragon who Royce suggested may be in danger. And hopefully is not in any more danger because I took so long getting that ice pendant. Feels bad. Classic balloon music. So here we are. A fortunately not excessively hot volcano. Does not require any special potions to survive. Also one of the worst dungeons in the game. At least from a speedrun perspective. Got past you. Ooh, the double skip. Nice. Immediate safety save. I'm going to be safety saving all over the place in this dungeon. This is a scary dungeon. Partly because stuff is so strong. We are now at the point where enemies can literally wipe me in one turn. If I fail to flee. I need that chest. I need you to get out of my way. Okay, he can't go all the way to the wall, and I'm taking advantage of that. He can, however, follow me all the way up here. And get stuck on the slime and then not quite catch up to me. Whew!
めっちゃ追いかけてきますね。
Any of these, well, the slime is maybe not. Slimes I can probably survive. Ants,
虫はかわせない。圧倒的機動力。
This is a reload. I'm caught on the wall. So this is the other reason that I safety saved. I am now caught in an indentation on the wall. Even if I escape from this battle, I will not be able to move past the enemy. Really unfortunate. After that good work dodging earlier, one sloppy movement has left me stuck. I will have to reload the save. I need you to come down here first, get stuck on the wall there. I need you to come down here, and then I need you to come down and get stuck on the wall again. Except you didn't stay there. You squeeze past now, figures.
そうですね。これは プレイステーション版なんですが、
So in the English version of this,
プレイステーション版には、日本語版と北米版がありまして、これは日本版ですね。北米版の方がちょっと難しいらしいです。奏者の方によると。ちょっと仕様が違うみたいですね。
But it also scales strength faster. Okay, this time we are away from the indentation. We can flee from this battle and get away. So not only is the higher level have a higher scaling on strength, and the upcoming boss is very strong. Okay, made it through here. Marathon luck. I'm going to safety save again. Not load. Let's save. Lure you up. Grab the barrier ring. Very useful. It's magic and physical defense both. Can we get past you? Yes, you got stuck. Excellent. Safety save. So the safety save on the third floor was more nerves because, the second floor went so badly I didn't want to risk going back there. But I will be making 2 safety saves on this floor, and I normally do. Because this floor has so many ways to just straight up fail. Okay, so I did make the safety save, and again, I'm taking that calculation that if I die here, I saved like literally 5 seconds ago. And it's not that big a loss. We end up dying.
これ逃走した後の、逃走失敗した後の、
Okay.
した時のリスクがでかすぎる。こ
He's paralyzed, so he can't flee.
れ HP2 桁しかないのにもうここに来て3桁ダメージとか食らってますもんね。これはしんどい。
No, please don't. Okay, well, I'm stuck on a corner, but I can get around it. I was hoping this guy would get stuck on the slime. I'm gonna take the death now, aren't I? Alright, well, that's whatever.
一応体力1で生き返ってはくれるんですね。でも一人でも逃げられていれば。
There's only 4 enemies. No, please. I will give a chance to solo. I will take the chance to solo flee here.
どうなんですかね。強さ、でも退却はできたんで、まあまあまあ。
But yeah, this is the worst dungeon because it's so hard to fight. You have to fight encounters in here, and it's very painful in the English version. Just because you need the experience, you need the levels to fight the boss. And as soon as I can get away from this guy, I'm going to make another safety save because we are through half.
ボス戦で使う MP 回復アイテムを今拾いながら進んでいるので。
Was that flame rush, by the way? That's an all targets. That would just wipe. If both of them do it on the same turn, straight up wipe.
どうしても当たってしまうタイミングがあるっていうことですね。
Sir, please get away from me so I can make my safety save. Thank you.
そうですね。お歌で逃走した時と違って敵が消えてくれないので、なかなかこれはしんどいものがありますね。
But even getting away from them, as you've seen, is very painful. Still the risk of getting caught on an edge. The enemy design is so good, though, yeah. Really top tier design work. Question in chat: Do I not have a preset for everybody run? You can't. That is not an option in the tactics. Instead of the run slot, what they have is a choose action slot. And I'll actually be making use of that in the end game, the last couple of bosses. But there is no. I actually took a look at that as I was thinking, wouldn't it be much faster if I could just tactics this? And turns out you can't. It is not an option they give you, unfortunately. Think, and people fall over as usual. Literally run or die. We picked up a flame sword from that chest in the corner. The angel ring here. Got all our blue balls. These guys kindly got stuck on each other. These guys are gonna catch me. That's fine, as long as I don't get caught in on the walls here, which is another possibility because these are also walls with indentations. These guys have double attacks, by the way. There are so many ways they can kill you. So I just have to be very careful getting around this guy. But then we should be in the clear. I say in the clear, we haven't fought the boss yet. Whoa. There we are. Okay. Grab blue ball. And lots of menuing. Okay, this is where the menus start getting pretty big. And this is where I would love to have some more practice, but I don't have that yet, unfortunately, so this will be kind of sloppy as I check my notes. Oh.
そうですね、ミアの行動順が遅いせいで、先ほどの戦闘も魔法の栄唱中に殴られて一人だけ倒されてしまってましたね。
Now we pass out our blue balls. Safety save. This is not even a safety save. This is almost a mandatory save because sometimes, depending on what these bosses do, the first it's a pair of bosses, by the way. We'll see now. Depending on what they do, the first couple of turns, you can just straight up wipe. There is no you may have no counter to what they do. If they're both flaming here, it's a wipe. It's not a wipe. Good. Okay, good start. We didn't immediately wipe. It's a good start. So start again. This is going to be our standard pattern going forward. Sending Nash forward here. Take advantage of an interesting feature of these enemies are both going to do the same thing. Do fireball attack. If an enemy is on the top row, the fireball will always hit Nash for some reason. If it's not the top row, sometimes it hits somebody else, but very often it still hits Nash. And we've put fire
先ほどなんか
ice pendant that I almost forgot.
耐性装備かなんかをつけていた
So buff again.
ナッシュを盾役にして
Defends.
他の4人で頑張って殴るみたいな
And
感じですかね。
so this time they're both going to do physicals. There are other possibilities. If they have a flaming aura, they're going to do Heat Rush, which is a physical attack on everyone. Hurts a lot. And if they both do it on the same turn, there's a good chance I wipe. So that's what you're going to be looking to not see going forward. Double attack, of course. On Nash, of course. So if I'm lucky, they will sometimes get caught on each other. That has not happened yet. Okay, this is a scary turn. I do, however, have to start getting some damage out. Mia's going to have to defend here, even though actually, you know what? Yeah, Mia will have to defend. Kyle will have to defend. And I have to put some healing out. This is what I don't want to see. I only want to see one heat rush before the...
このゲーム基本ボス前回復とかないから、回復アイテム切れてる状態だったりとかだと、そうですね。まあ、ボス前回復自体が比較的新しい文化というか。まあ、そういう親切さはこの時代のゲームにはないでしょうね。92年って言ったら、あれですからね。FF5 出た当時ですし、まあ、ボス前セーブポイントはもしかしたらあったかもしれないですけど、ボス前でインスタントに回復みたいのはなかったと思いますね。まあまあ、そういう時代の。そういう時代が初出のゲームですね。
So one thing I have to be careful of here is because there are two enemies, I have to be careful that I'm always putting my single target damage on the same enemy so that I don't waste... Okay, now please other one also hit Nash. Thank you. So that I don't waste damage and make the fight even worse than it already is. You go out. Actually, you need the blue ball. And you are short. Okay, so this is what I was worried about. You gotta blue ball yourself.
はい、ボス戦も白熱してまいりましたところで、私の当番ここまででございますので、引き続き、クエスティング・フォー・グローリー8、ルナ・シルバーストーリー、シルバースターストーリー、お楽しみください。それでは失礼します。
No, I can't. I have to use the blue ball.
はい、司会進行を交代いたしまして、ここからの時間は私、貧弱が担当いたします。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。私もこのゲーム、ミリシラでございますので、チャット欄の皆さんと、ゆっくりまったり視聴できればと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
We have to basically it's how much who does this fireball hit? Will it hit somebody other than Nash? If it's Nash, he's dead. It doesn't. Okay. Who's it hit? Okay, we have a chance. Okay. We had a chance. It is gone.
とりあえずボスがめっちゃ暴れてるってことはよくわかりますが。
Try just defending it. Everyone here pulling out a heal.
アルテナの恵みよ。
Basically, you see this at any point.
入れて立て直しましたかね、体勢。
You see, I healed basically the full.
全体攻撃が痛い。
They're probably reloading my save. This is just RNG. There is nothing I could have reasonably done, even with the missed blue ball. I'll throw out one of these just in case I can somehow pull it back.
アルテナの恵みよ。
Taking a little advantage of Killy's higher HP here, hoping he can survive 2 hits. He should with the defense buff. And I now have no healing left.
いやー、痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。
I believe actually it's the one on the left who I'm single targeting. And try and at least get the one on the left down. I have no healing left at all. As you see, no more blue balls. So basically what I'm hoping for here is Jessica gets her. You know what I actually should have done now that I think about it? I should have sent Jessica forward to take a fireball to the face because she has an angel ring on. Angel ring is a one-off. Who's got hit here? Alex, okay. I think it is now you. Let me see, 17. It's not enough to risk it. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna send Jessica forward here. I don't know how far forward she can go, but send her forward so that she takes a fireball, and then hopefully she will take a death, and then the angel ring will revive her. Angel ring revives if a character is revived with it, will revive them with full HP and MP. Who gets hit? Who's taking this? Alex, who still survives. Thank goodness. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. And this way, Jessica gets her MP back. This is kind of my backup strat if I'm forced to heal a lot. I'm forced to heal a lot for ways that I didn't want to, but you do what you have to do. I am no longer confident that I'm focusing my damage properly, but given what we had to deal with, I will take it. Keely has only one attack left.
まだターンの最初に全体回復ができるだけまだなんとかなってますけど。
So unfortunately, this game, the crystal memory doesn't work on enemies. There is no crystal memory for enemies. It will just pick the first one, whichever first one it wants to pick. And so I have to manually remember which one is which. Which is even worse because, as you saw, they move back and forth a lot. They switch positions a lot, and so it's not always the one on the left or the one on the bottom. It is this one that I am trying to point to with my mental finger, and sometimes my mental finger loses track of where it is. Alright, so Gilly's down to regular attacks, which I never like to see. Alex is on his last. But we should have this in 1 or 2 more turns. At this point. So you can tell why it's so important to get one down first, because this fight is practically unmanageable otherwise. And remember, as I mentioned before, alright, Alex is attacking now. I'm gonna go full out here. No, you spell. I'm gonna go full out here because either it dies or we do. I think we can survive. Yeah, we can still survive one hit. It's moving backwards, by the way, with physical attacks, which means that it is low on HP. You've seen it with the characters getting hit as well. That's an indication the enemy or the target is low on HP. And there we go. Whew! Oh boy.
Oh.
It's possibly the worst that fight can go.
やりました。うわ、レベルがめっちゃ上がってる。
That was partly my fault. I forgot to blue ball Jessica ahead of time. I should have. Remember to do that.
いやー、長かったですね、ボス戦。
Now, thanks for the GDs. Now, remember what I was saying before about the English version. Those bosses, roughly 3 levels higher. I'm guessing based on the bosses around them. Roughly 3 levels higher, and their strength scales, instead of 2 per level, it's 3 per level. So they are doing significantly more damage. I will put this over here because I should have had it there in the first place. Significantly more damage per turn, and they have more HP because they're higher level. What level is your party expected to be on a casual playthrough? Probably 25, I would say. And we were 16, by the way, for those who missed it. Or possibly 15, I can't remember. Yeah. So we were very, very underleveled there. And we're going to stay underleveled for most of the rest of the run. So, I guess this is a good point to mention. That's not, there was a bit of a flashing there. As you've probably seen, there's some flashing, like whenever I use an attack skill, there's some flashing. It's fairly minor for the most part. But there are a couple instances later where there will be some stronger flashing. I will try and remember to warn you ahead of time. If I get caught up in other things, just keep that in mind. So we're going to make some use of tactics here. Red Dragon Anger, big spell, which we now have access to. This is going to be our physical wipe spell, or wipe tactic. And move some equipment over. Flame Sword had its 1 moment in the spotlight. It is done for now. Some other stuff we're not going to be using anymore. Used. And also going to take off these guys. So taking off the I should say the rings that I took off there. Those are healing rings. They give you a 10% regen every turn. Obviously very useful, but also causes a 1.4 second delay to show the regen animation every turn. And so, since we're going to be running for most fights, and it doesn't matter what your HP is generally,
ここで急に乗って帰りますが、ネタバレしちゃいます。どうやらこの気球が故障して、リッツァーに不時着するとありますね。
We are going to be using it to wipe a lot of encounters going forward, all the way up to the end of the game. What we set up on Tactic 2 is a similar thing, but it uses Alex's all targets physical attack. I believe it's called Flash Cut in the English version. There is one specific dungeon where there are enemies that we have to get through, and we cannot. They are resistant to fire, so they take half damage from fire. As strong as Red Dragon Anger is, it is still a fire spell. Still suffers from balloons falling out of the sky. Also suffers from resistance, and so we can't kill those specific encounters with Red Dragon Anger, and we have to use a physical option. So that is what I was.
あっちのど真ん中に落ちたんですね。怪我人出なくてよかった。
Because we're about to sell it all, and it's more convenient to sell it all in one place. So we'll be needing quite a bit of money in a little bit, and this is where we get it. Say they're flashy animations. Yes, you could say that. I take no responsibility for what happens to your RPG Limit Break membership if you say that, but you could say that. Alright, so done with all that. Lake puts in an appearance here, but we're too busy to talk to him. We go straight to Myriad.
イロードの村の橋が直ったことを聞かされ、さらにその先のスタジウス地方には青竜の神殿があるという話を、聞きます。適当に見つけた攻略サイトを片手に今話しております。
So what we did not stop and listen to Lake tell us is that the blue dragon can be found in the town of Lighton up here.
あ、そっかそっか。清流ですかね、読み方。赤がいたんで青かなと思ったけど。
As you can see, Killy loves it. He's got great taste in music.
赤竜、赤竜、青竜、清流。どっちの読み方でしょうね。
So we head over here to their little dungeon. Are any super bosses in this game? No, they're not. This is just a play it through and enjoy it type of game. Yeah, we got to 50%. Yeah, it's a place where I decided I could take 50% because, again, that will not wipe me on the first turn. This is the point where I could start using Dragon Anger, but it is... I can also take advantage of the invincibility to skip encounters, and when I have that option, I will usually take it. Thank you. Down here, one more to skip, and we get by it. Good. That is how I want that floor to go. We have a bunch of eyeballs over here, and we've seen the eyeballs before. They are incredibly fast. Almost always will take 2 encounters here. This time I will solo run because, again, this is one that can just straight up wipe me if it wants to. Three fails there is a 1 in 64. I don't like to see those. Although, the flip side is, of course, people talk about, how could you ever imagine getting a 1 in 64 chance? Well, if you do it 64 times, you expect to see it once, and you'll be attempting to run a lot of times over the course of a speed run like this. You see how much damage they're doing? Yeah, again, This isn't even that bad of a cave, honestly, in terms of enemy level.
秘密的なダメージ受け取ります。
So, what are these guys doing? Can we get around you, please? Oh, that's a horrible position for you to be in, sir. I may have to take one of these encounters. I ideally do not. Yeah, and I can't get down there. Love to... They're not giving me a chance. I'm just going to go. Not worth waiting for them to possibly move in a configuration I can avoid. And this is an encounter that I cannot one-shot with Dragon Anger because that guy in back will not die to it. That's a lot of run fails. You're going to see some deaths here. Although possibly not, because as we see, the enemies are also getting stuck on each other. Nash?
大丈夫かこれ。
Notice out of the 6 enemies there, only one of them succeeded in
ああ、逃げた。よかった。
one of the benefits of having everybody clumped up like that, especially after you start getting some deaths, is that the enemies can't reach you. They can't hit you if they can't reach you. This guy we should be able to avoid, and this one then it should be. I would say it is smooth sailing from here, but I know if I do that I'm going to curse myself. So I'll say it should be smooth sailing. There we go. And then it's just back up the other side of that chasm that we saw. Well, very carefully, not running into all of the cracks in the ground. Those are actual cracks in the ground. If you step on them, bad things will happen. So we did not do that, and we get the wonderful music again. So just simple little puzzle. Null tells you, it's a hot cold puzzle basically. Null tells you if you're on the right track or not. And we were on the right track. So, sorry Killy, I know it's not to your preference, but here is the proper music for Lighten.
一回外に出ちゃうのかな。
You have to get permission from the guy first. So now we report on a success, and he tells us, okay, fine, you can go and summon the Blue Dragon Shrine. And you do that by 2 lovers singing to each other. So we do have a couple of potential pairs here, I guess. Give them a shot. Especially Killy, because we know Killy has great taste in music. Oh. What do you got for us, Killy? I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I had to put you through that, but yes, we do have to talk to both of them.
村長さんより声量を呼び出すためには綺麗なメロディーの歌が必要ということを、聞かされます。で、メロディーを狂わす異常な風の流れを直すために、風の祠に向かうという流れのようです。
Well, we all know the old saying, if you want to get something done, you gotta do it yourself. And with that, we have a 3-minute unskippable cutscene, which is a perfect time for any of you who need to get up and stretch, hydrate, answer the call of nature. Perfect time to do it. I am actually going to step away for just a moment, and I will be right back. And guess what? It worked! You want to get something done, just gotta do it yourself. So we now have access
もう登場
to
するのか
Dragon
な？
Shrine. Another contender for worst dungeon in the run.
精霊の神殿が現れるっていう流れのようなので、それがこうかな？
This dungeon has a kind of interesting design where instead of stairways between floors, you have these puddles.
この C の音楽がゲームディスクを CD プレイヤーに入れたときに聴ける。へえ。
Jump in the wrong one, you get an unrunnable encounter. So we definitely do not want to do that. And we also want a safety save because, again, we are
Safety save
massively
って言ってますね。
underleveled here. Any of these encounters can kill us. Some of them we cannot wipe with, like this one, for example. We cannot wipe with Red Dragon Anger. We have to flee. Because the reason we can't is because these mermaids do not fire and they don't take enough damage from the attack to. When has any water been done? When has any water dungeon been fun in any RPG? Well said.
いやー、一発が重い。
Well said. All right. So, safely get away from that. Run over, pick up an angel tear. That is a revive item. Hopefully won't need to use, but definitely want to have available. Get this guy to not be in my way from the stairway. Thank you, sir. And yes, I'm going to be safety saving practically every floor. Tells you how the dungeon goes. But this one, we
天
locked
使の
out
涙、
those mermaids.
気絶状態を回復するアイテムですね、今手に入れたのが。
So here's the first fight that I'm actually going to wipe with Red Dragon Anger. And the catch is, I may not wipe.
プレイステーション、セガサターンが、まあ、CD と同じような企画でできてて、まあ、CD プレイヤーに間違えて入れちゃったりとかすると、本当に初期のやつは確か、なんかすごいノイズとかが乗っちゃって、まあ大変なことになるんですけど、まあそのうちその辺の対策が進みまして、ゲーム機に入れたときはゲームが遊べる。CD プレイヤーに入れたときはなんか専用の、音楽が流れるみたいな、そういうものが大体、主流になってきましたかね。中にはね、このディスクは CD プレイヤーに入れちゃダメだぞみたいな、専用の音源とかを用意して収録してるゲームとかがね、あったりします。
The guy like the fish man like thing. There we go. These slimes now also have 2 attacks per turn, so it's just a horribly slow. If the merman hadn't been in the way, I would have just wiped this fight. But I do need the invincibility, and you better take it here.
いやー、3人倒れてる。
The other one where I could get wiped before I have a chance to run. So get away from you, and stay down there, sir, until I get down to the floor. Thank you. This is the last bad floor. It is, however, full of mermaids. Also, I need to give you a blue bowl.
さあ、セーブを贅沢にしながら、慎重に慎重に進んでいますが、おっと大丈夫かこれは。ゆっくり調整して、見つからないように。
Is that maybe good enough? Of course he goes up. Guarding, I tell you.
こっち来ちゃった。
Maybe we can get by here. Yeah. Okay.
ああ、もうぶつかりに行きましたね。
On the proper side so that I'm not blocked. There we go.
一人逃げ遅れた。
Sorry, Mia. Oh, you had to dodge. It's really useful when you want to dodge. Around. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
あ、引っかかった。危ない。
Oh, that was annoying. I did not expect to get caught by that enemy.
一旦手前のスライムの方に
What I was talking about
ぶつかりに行って、
So when you
逃げられない。
up against the wall and you're moving diagonally, the game tries to let you kind of slide around whatever your obstacle you're stuck on. Am I gonna wipe here? That'd be fun. I'm probably gonna wipe here, aren't I? Because I think I've already had my run chances. Unless this guy, no, he's not. I'm just gonna straight up
これは
wipe. First turn wipe. That is why I safety save in this dungeon.
全滅。
But yeah, so normally, so if you're rubbing up against like a wall, part of the background, the game is nice and tries to kind
ま
of
あまあ
slide you
そのため
around.
のセーフティーセーブですから
But
ね。
if you run into an object, it will not attempt to do that at all. You will just get stuck.
画面の下の方から
If you're holding diagonally
もう
and
一
you
度
go
再
one of
開。
the two directions, you'll still be stuck. It won't let you. It won't
さ
let
っき
you
のこいつですね。
manually
こ
edge
い
around
つが
it. You have to be moving directly
上
sideways.
の方に逃げてくれるのを祈りながら
And that, I think, is what happened to me there. I was
ゆっくり進んでいくようです
trying to move diagonally. I got caught on the slime, and the game just did not let me move past that. So I have to wait for you to move into a place where you will not stop me from going up, like right there.
見つかったけど、これはぶつかったんか？
I will risk
いや
wiping this.
あれですね。柱の影に隠れてたスライムの方とぶつかったようですね。
Alright,
と4人逃げて、
that's fine. I think if I killed the slime, the merman would have come up and caught me, so we'll
この
look
時
at
間を
it.
使って強引に
Actually, probably would have
突破
come
で
up.
きるかな。引っかかってるけど。
Finally,
OK!
next floor. Now I will use that blue ball. Especially because I may need to kill an encounter here. No, I run from this because the merman will get me.
2人逃げ遅れた。
The dodges again. So yeah, the time spent in this dungeon can vary so hugely just depending on enemy movement. Do they move out of your way? Do they let you through? Can you find a path to get to the things you need to get, like these two chests down here? And here. 8th floor. Finally, I did, yes, double checking. I've restored Alex's MP before I do this, because this is the second fight that I always wipe in this dungeon. And we're still level 79. I'm taking a risk here. Or still level 19, excuse me. But Alex should survive this hit.
上
And he does.
全体攻撃かーい。
We just attack normally.
倒せるのか？
Remember, folks, it's only the last HP that counts. I had a whole 1 HP of headroom there, no worries. Bit of time lost from the Null waking people up here. Ultimately, it probably would have been faster to menu through that, but, you know, we did what we did. And that is happily the last enemy symbol that we have
これはレベル稼ぎってことですかね。
Unless that guy... I don't think he can come up to this... he can.
画面下に2人。
I've never seen him do that.
また会いたくない敵がいますが。
Part of the, I thought he was limited to the area below. This is interesting now. I'm gonna safety save.
ここでセーブ。
It was literally a 1 versus 2 HP fight, yep. And the reason I use... I need to get that chest too, is the reason I can't just go. I need you to go down. Maybe... Nope, it's not good enough. Yep, you're stuck. Okay. It's
うまいこと抜けましたね。
Now we're through. First time for everything, you know. It's never happened before, as the saying goes.
1回でここ抜けるのはなかなかないって奏者さんが今おっしゃってます。
The Blue Dragon's Nest. Check out, by the way, this great implementation of HDR in the 1990s. This dragon is so bright that it...
清流さんとご対面かな。
behind it. I mean, technically it's not HDR, but I'm sure that is the effect they were going for. Very bright,
ずい
rainbow.
ぶんフランクなやつですね。
Anyway, he's a pretty chill guy. Chill bro. he says, I know there's stuff going on in the world, but it's all cool. I'm just sitting here happy. Here, you can have the
清流の兜をここで
blue
もらえ
dragon
る
helmet.
とあ
Blue
りま
dragon
すね。
helmet. This is the helmet, right? Yeah. Helmet. There we are for one frame. And everything's fine, except maybe it's actually not fine. That didn't sound good. And yep, no more blue dragon. Rip. Facia this time is the one with parting words for us. And sadly, the blue dragon is no more. Only his spirit remains to offer a few final words of guidance. We've now lost 3 of the 4 dragons. We better hurry to the 4th one. But first the menu. Fine. Actually, I don't want to leave one on here. Let's move this over. And get out of here. So we got a few new pieces of equipment there. Obviously, we got the dragon helmet. We also got an interesting thing called the Tira tail. This is an accessory that increases the wearer's agility by 10. And 10 is a very large number.
リトンの村に戻りまして、今度は、黒竜ですね。黒竜がここから東の方にいるという情報を聞きます。
Typically in a Dragon Anger, there will be another spell called Dragon Grief that we use later. But get that off before any enemies can take their turn. Very useful accessory.
タムルの参道ですかね、ここが。
This is one that probably in a PB attempt I would not bother taking, but again, we are still very underleveled. If we fail to run the wrong place, we can still take a wipe. So, especially because there are bees in here. As I said, this is honestly a better encounter to hit. I can party run now. Yeah. And now I have the invincibility, so if the bee catches up, I'm still fine. A pretty evil thing with the enemy symbol movement. Enemies get 1 frame of movement before you do, after a battle. That's going to catch me. Oh. So this is a funny one. This is the actual Chiro that we saw before. So these guys have super high agility.
Mm, 逃げられなかった。
3 attacks, by the way. And the only reason I thought that I said that was safe is because these flytrap guys have limited movement range. And so this turn is absolutely going to be a solo run turn, but you notice how they outturn me easily.
わらわらわらわら。1人逃げ、2人か、2人逃げました
They
ね。
can also put you to sleep. The flytraps. Whack. So yes, as I said, the encounters are still.
こんな犠牲が出ましたが、なんとか逃げ切ったか。あ、宝箱を取りたいのかな、あれは。違う、単にぐるっと回って。あ、全体回復。
And it's Zenobia! Do a fun little thing here. Okay, so of course we're going to pull out the Red Dragon Anger because this is a mandatory fight. Lightning, Blizzard. You can attack this guy.
なんか途中戦闘イベントありとありますね。
Even though Alex has full MP right now, I'm taking advantage of the fairly stable turn order, knowing that Jessica will go after Alex, especially now that he has the Chiritail on. So that Alex uses his Dragon Anger, and I will immediately recover that MP and have it available for the next turn. Now it's usually this fight ends in one turn. Sometimes you get unlucky.
魔法系の攻撃でゴリ押すんですか
Assuming
ね。
it does, I will then have Dragon Anger available immediately in the next fight. Yes, there will be a next fight. Yeah, killing with the 7 damage there. Very carefully calculated damage rolls. Jessica's very upset with Zenobia for turning her father into stone. Zenobia doesn't care, of course. She just sends more mobs at us. And so we send more dragon anger at them. This will be a line. And... So again, this is the same thing, except this time there are more. We can't catch all three. We can't catch all of the armors in a single lightning hit, and so they will not die. And likewise with the wizards, you saw how close the damage was with that 7 damage kill in the last fight. We don't have the we don't have the tools to get the to kill them in one turn this fight. You can get all the armors, but Alex, by the way, is busy turning to stone, which is why he cannot. It's fine. I think he'll probably go first anyway. So stone in this game is an interesting.
挟まってて誰がダメージ受けたかが全然わかんないですね。これで倒しました。
Which is your typical petrify. It's the character is effectively dead. They're still on the battlefield, but they are effectively dead. Then there is the gradual paralysis, which some games like Final Fantasy has it a lot. So I say gradual.
敵が次か次へと。なんだ？援軍か。
Rethink my plan. But yeah, it's not very gradual. It only gives you 1 extra turn. But on that intermediate turn, you can still use items. So like if you have a holy water, which is the remedy item in this game, you can heal your stone. You can still use magic. You cannot move. So like if an enemy is not adjacent to you, you can't attack it. You cannot use attack skills. So like Alex's and Killy's skills are not available in that middle turn. And then the third turn, you're just totally petrified. So corner movement.
タムルーの村という場所にやってきたのかな？
The entrance apparently counts as the bottom edge of a corner, pushes you back out the bottom edge of the map. That was on me. I was too busy explaining what was going on and let go of right on the D-pad too late, and it pushed me back down off the screen. My fault. Mea culpa. Anyway, Lake happens to meet us here, just coincidentally.
発明じいさんのマイトに関する情報を得ます。で、彼に会うには少人数で訪ねなければならないということで、レイクとアレスの2人で、彼に会いに行くということになりました。
So this is the laboratory of his friend Might, and gives us a maze to solve first, a Zelda-style maze, if you will. Lost Woods. Everything comes back to Zelda. Blue balls, Lost Woods.
ゼルダスタイルメイズって言ってますね。
Zelda is the series, but this is also a
謎
great
解き
series.
要素ふんだんに盛り込ん
Having
だ
to make our way through this
場所のようですね。
Now, Lake again, he is still level 99. He cannot die to anything, but there is an interesting little gimmick. And I'm going to make a safety save just because sometimes weird things happen here, but I should be fine. Marathon luck will happen, and I'm not counting on it not to.
普通に敵がうようよおりますが。
Does the Japanese version have hints? There's a hint in the Lost Woods room for sure. I don't know about here. I think here it is just find your way through the. Actually, I'm just going to straight up tactic 3. I don't recall. I think when I first played it, I found my way through without without finding any hints for this floor, for this third floor. But there's definitely a hint on the wall in the Lost Woods room. Is there not a hint in the English version? Because there definitely should be. If it's not, that's on Working Designs. And
また映像が止まってしまった。タイマー動いてるので、これは奏者さんの方ですね。本家配信でも同じように、やっぱりゲーム映像だけ止まっちゃってますね。また回線でしょうかね。これは、もうこちらではどうすることもできないので、しばらく待ちましょう。音が聞こえた。戻ってきたかな？
oh,
音だけは聞こえるけど、映像がまだ
yeah, there
帰って
are.
こない。映像が帰ってこない。
Well, for the second floor and up.
なんか誰かと戦ってる。
Literal like things you read, like readable objects in the rooms. But what the way it's designed is, the enemies on each floor use certain types of skills.
なんか買ったらしい。
You're supposed to look at that and look at what they're doing and base your response on that. So, here we go. Stream
そ
die.
してこれ奏者さん気づいてないですね、多分。奏者さん視点だと何も問題なくゲームが進んでるようですが、あ、違うか。気づいたか。止まってますね。止まってますね。そしてまた映像が止まった。動いたかな。リフレッシュかけたけど、また止まってますね。
Okay, folks, are we back?
タイマーはおそらく、これは運営さんの判断で止めたんだと思います。またタイミング取って再開って感じでしょうかね。さあ、ゲーム画面が相変わらず止まってしまっていて、どこかでタイミング合わせて始めましょうという感じですが、ちょっとこれ映像があかんことになってますね。このカーソルのところのアニメーションがもう止まっちゃってるので、時々一瞬動いてはまたすぐ止まってという感じですが。なるほど。本家チャット見てみますかね。ワンモーメント、リブーティング。本当だ。本家チャットの方で、再起動するよっていうのを、本家チャットの方の、ケンモチさんが言ってますね。そしてこれは奏者さんですね。奏者さんもチャットにいて、問題ないよと。サーバーが、治るのを待ってるよ、みたいなことをおっしゃってますね。 クエスティングフォーグローリー8の、様子をお届けしております。現在のゲーム、ルナーシルバースターストーリー、PS 版を、プレイしているのですが、回線トラブルとおぼしき、事態で一旦中断しております。奏者さん、バックスハードさんっていうんでしょうかね。が、今、本件のチャット欄で、無事だよという、メッセージいただいているので、奏者さんと、それから配信しているサーバーとのやりとりですかね。再起動している最中とのことなので、しばらく待ちましょう。復活したかな？映像来ましたね。カーソルがぐるぐるいってます。
All right, folks, sounds like we are back. If anybody can give me a quick double check in chat, I will go ahead and.
そうですね、ちょっと、アメリカ全土でもう記録的な寒波で、なんかとんでもない雪が、アメリカ全土で、降ってるようで、かなりですね、ちょっと、回線とか、あと、電気とかで、いろいろトラブル続きのようですね。
Have him doing auto battle things here, and he is destroying the enemies. The one catch is that little flying hat enemy, and you'll see the symbol when we get back to the map after this fight. That's a special one. That one has
停電ですね、やっぱり特に。停電の影響でちょっと順番を入れ替えたとか、ランの途中で、もう中断して、諦めざるを得ないとか、そういう事態がね、今回何回も起きてまして。できればね、ぜひ、長時間、もうこれ3時間半走ってますからね。できれば、最後まで走り切っていただきたいところです。発明じいさんのとこに、どうやらたどり着いたようですね。
But we got past the second one safely, and we are ready to go. So this is Might. He's an inventor of sorts, and Lake is going to set him to inventing an airship because Galleon has taken Luna, or intends to take Luna, according to Lake, out to the frontier, a very distant area, and we are going to want some sort of air travel to get there, like an airship. And so that is what.
ここで、黒竜は、草原地方にいるらしいという情報を、聞きつけます。で、辺境なのでそこまで移動する手段として、先ほど墜落してしまった飛行船の、代わりになんかもう一つ飛行船を作成してもらうという約束を取り付けます。じゃあ先ほどは墜落したのは気球ですね。気球が墜落してしまったわけですけれども、飛行船を作ってもらえるということになりました。
The ones who saved us. They're trying to hang somebody, and Alex says, well,
誰か吊るされてま
wait
す
and hear his side of the story. And his side of the story is, he's a thief and he's going to run away. And Tempest is this guy by the name is Tempest in English or Temujin in Japanese. He's not happy that we let him go, and he challenges us to a duel. And so I say he will learn what happens when you challenge somebody to a duel who has Red Dragon Anger. Turn number 1, Red Dragon Anger. Now, mind you, Red
さっき
Dragon
吊る
Anger.
された人を助ける助けないみたいな話でちょっと揉めてるようですね。
We cannot, right at the moment, we can only use one at a time. So that is why Alex has a blue ball. That's why I was very careful not to take his last blue ball off of him when I was menuing in the Water Dungeon Shrine. Typically, I have 2 blue balls on Alex there, but the menuing just changed up a bit because of stuff I had to do earlier. And so I adjusted for that. But yes, blue ball again, and then once again, Red Dragon Anger. So blue balls, by the way, restore 30 to 37 MP, so roughly 1 Red Dragon Anger. Sometimes less. A couple of dungeons ahead there where I have to watch how much they give me to make sure I have the MP that I need. But generally, 1 Dragon Anger equals 1 blue ball. That's how it goes.
戦闘イベント終わりまして、勝ったので、テムジンの首飾りを 入手しました。これ迷いの森を抜けるのに必要なキーアイテムとのことです。
And now remember, Null has one blue ball left, which will be useful when for an upcoming store where, yes, we will finally be able to buy blue balls in bulk. Meanwhile, we are in this nice little dungeon here. Friendly little bushes here, which we will drag an anger out of our way. This theme, by the way, this I believe is also on the playlist. Stream is one of my favorite tracks in the game. As I've said, this game is a wonderful soundtrack, but this one right here really fits this kind of quiet, a little bit mysterious, in a good way, forest. We heard it earlier in Damon's Spire as well, where it also is I think a really good
EST 的にも後半戦ですね。
Just like a nice calming, little mysterious again, but in a kind of calming, enchanting sort of way. See a very obvious secret door here, but unfortunately it is not caring to reveal its secrets to us. So we will just have to turn around and go back, and it's getting dark. Me is feeling a little tired, and so Nash immediately says, "Well, come on,
ちょっとまた映像が乱れていますが、頑張れ。回線頑張れ。
at all costs."
休憩イベントの後、首飾りを、先ほど入手した首飾り持っていたら、草原の村の民が、先への道を開いてくれるとのことです。
So unfortunately, Alex is now the one having bad dreams. And, yeah, so he startled out of that and sees that it was, in fact, only a dream. And Null is wishing for another fish, as he always does. And so here you have a couple of people from Tempest Village. And they see that the Tempest left us. So earlier when we fought Tempest and won, he left us his medallion as kind of proof of friendship. These folks see that medallion and say, "Ah, okay, you're the guy that Tempest was talking about," and so they offer to let us through.
さっきの行き止まりのとこですね。
Now we have access to the secret door.
うわ、木が動いた。
And one way through. And normally I would never make a safety save here, but this is a marathon, and things can happen with the three symbols down south from here. So I'm going to play it super safe. This is actually fine. It's the bees that I'm worried about, so I'm actually going to run from this fight rather than to anger it. So we're all on.
全員逃走ですか。
So anger is a choice for. So there are three symbols here. There's this one. There is the bush, and then there is there's a bee below.
逃げられない。
The bush and this encounter we can anger and kill instantly. The bees we cannot, which is why I'm going to be using the invincibility. Or Null, you're not helping. Use the invincibility here to get around those bees and make sure that we get out safely.
逃げられない。
Just playing it super safe here. So these guys, by the way, can paralyze as well. I can't hit 50%, I can't hit 75%, but I can hit those 25%. My goodness. There we go, finally. Finally out of that encounter. I do need to get past the bee before invincibility runs out. There we go. Bees in this game are just horrible all over the place. They're this.
なんとか抜けましたかね。
So we made it to Pao, which is Tempest Village, and we're gonna do some.
パオって言ってますね。パオの村。
and I'm gonna get stuck on an NPC. Good stuff.
で、ここでテムジンというとからいろいろまた情報を得るようです。一旦回復してますね。癒しの木の実大量に購入してますが。ブルーボールって言ってますね。確かに日本語読めない人には何のアイテムが何なのか何もわかんないでしょうからね。アイコンで識別とかしてるんでしょうかね。めちゃくちゃ大量に買い込みました。さあ、テムジンの家で、どこだったかな。村人たちを謎の病に陥れてる呪いの歌というのが、黒竜の砦から発せられているらしいということを突き止めます。で、ミアとジェシカがここで一旦戦線離脱。
I forget if she has a different name in English. She also isn't feeling so good. So Tempest immediately runs out. She's going to find and destroy this evil singer. And we are going to chase after him. But first we have to get permission because the
マジですか。開幕の挨拶に日本語で挨拶されてた。へえ。
is a sacred place to this tribe, and we're not going to go in without first getting permission to do so, which is perfectly reasonable. Up we go.
さあ、というわけで次の目的地黒竜の砦ですね。
This is a fairly safe dungeon for this part of the game. All comparatively speaking. Again, we are massively under leveled. The enemy levels here, the boss.
よりセーフダンジョンつってますね。もう敵の動き方がだいぶ単調というか。ここでテムジンが仲間になりましたかね。何手に入れた今。まあなんかアイテムですかね。あ、引っかかったかな。赤竜の怒りで一掃。
Also, those eyeballs, if you try to party run and fail, they can wipe you in one turn. So
この丸いのはまっすぐこっち向かってくるんですね。カースフェイス。
Use the invincibility. Also, Tempest is with us now. We found him chasing up the tower.
うわ、行った。
So he will be joining us. He's only with us for a little bit. He will be leaving us afterward, but he is our help now that Jessica and Mia have been rendered not so well. And make one safety save here. Again,
safety
safe dungeon, but marathon lock. Things can happen, and play it safe. Things happen like that zombie getting in my way, not letting me through.
入り口塞がれてますが、抜けた。ちょっと映像がまだカクカクしてますが。
Normally I can squeeze past the corner there, but I had to wait.
このゾンビみたいな敵からなんかうおーって言ってこっち向かってくるまでのタイムラグがあるので、そこでうまいこと抜けてるようですね。
For reasons we will see shortly. Now, one thing is Alex has not been taking any damage, and so if Alex is still high HP, it won't make any difference. But if everybody's low HP, we actually save a bit of time. So we'll see if we can get away. We'll see if that happens or not. It's not that big a deal.
映像が飛び飛びですが、大丈夫かな？大丈夫そう。
And Null senses something. Is Null going to be actually useful for once? Well, it turns out that Null senses the spirit of the Black Dragon. Apparently we were too late once again. And all 4 dragons have now passed on. But
さあ、黒龍さん
this
の
one
登
passes
場
on
ですが、
the black dragon armor to Alex, and Alex now has all 4 pieces of Dragon Master equipment.
黒
However,
龍は一瞬で
that
ス
does
キ
not
ッ
make
プ。
him a Dragon Master. He has to pass a test of spirit. He must have the will to be a Dragon Master, and he has yet to succeed in showing that. And therefore, he just has good armor at the moment. So,
狂戦士の剣。あれまた止まっちゃった。止まりましたね。で、またタイマー動いてるので、奏者さんですか。
move some stuff around here as well.
動いたかな。動い。ちょっとまだ怪しい。はい。気長に待ちましょう。おそらく奏者さんと、配信サーバー間のネットワーク回線の問題かと思われます。気長に待ちましょう。本家チャットは今のところ特に反応はなさそう。で、タイマーも一旦一時停止ですかね。
Yeah, slightly slow menu. This goes over here. I'm also going to set up. Do a bit of position adjustment here for reasons I will explain during the relevant battle. And set up the equipment. 1, 2, 2. And that is it. Except for this one chest.
だって音だけは聞こえるので、どうでしょうね。BRB と本家チャットで、剣持さんが言ってます。Be right back。すぐ戻るよと。
Well, I don't think it has a region because it's a it's a custom setting on OBS, custom server.
本体メニューの画面が出てきてますね。
All right, just go in 3, 2, 1 now.
OK、再開。
All right, so yep. a little bit of confusion there, a little bit of RTMP server issues, but we seem to be back. And if I get quick confirmation from chat, I will go ahead and proceed into this next boss fight. Are we good?
再開できそうかな？
Looks good. Okay.
Looks good. OK。
So, it's the evil singer. It's Luna. Oh my. Luna, what are you doing? And we now see that classic empty eye look of a mind-controlled character. And it's Galleon again. Magic Emperor Galleon. Give us Luna
あ、
back.
ガレオンですか。ガレオン。
Instead, Luna sings her evil song and saps our strength. Nash, we notice, falls over instantly, as he
ル
does.
ーナを利用して、これがあれですか。村人たちを謎の病に陥れていると言われている呪いの歌を歌わせているということですか。
We are in a bit of a situation, you could say. We are just completely paralyzed by her song. You can see we are paralyzed in battle too.
1回目の戦闘は完全なイベント戦闘だ
This
そう
is
で
why I
す。
was saying earlier,
全員麻痺食らってますね。動けないですね、もう。
it's convenient if I can get everyone to take a lot of damage on the way up, because this will end in 3 turns, one way or the other. But if everyone dies before the 3rd turn, it ends right there and saves us a bit of time. So, it's kind of time trading ultimately. You may take a couple extra turns in running from battles below, but if you're going to take those turns anyway, might as well distribute the damage among your party so that this ends more quickly. But that's purely down to luck. Not much you can do to control that, and not worth going.
絶対絶命。これはどうなってしまうんだ。
So Tempest wants to immediately kill her because she's terrorizing the village, but Alex says, no, wait a minute. I've got an ocarina here. And it turns out, power of music is strong. You can even see the face changes there, showing as Luna slowly escapes from Galleon's spell. Galleon, needless to say, is not happy about this. Two of them fighting for control over Luna's own self. Galleon's frustrated, puts her to sleep, and this is what sends Alex into a Dragon Master becoming a class-up rage. Wonderful little animation here. Does take time to load. And we see Alex has now
ムービー通されてしまった。
into a Dragon Master. New clothes.
さあ、ここでアレスがドラゴンマスターに目覚め。で、こっからもう一度、もう一戦。ありますね。
Actual Black Dragon fight.
ここからが本番。
Remember Alex's new character? His cursor is in a different place than usual. It's possible to mess that up. I've done it before. But okay, so I'm not sure if it got over when the servers were having a moment, but I did not safety save before this fight because there is no need to safety save for this fight. As it turns out, that's fine. As it turns out, this Black Dragon here has a fixed rotation. First turn, you can see he has a little bit of ice breath coming out there. This is an ice turn. First turn is fire. This is ice. This ice, by the way, with the specific positioning I have here, will always hit Alex, who has now full elemental defense, so he takes very little damage. Third turn is another fire turn. Whoops, we now start attacking. Don't need to waste MP on that. And then fourth turn is lightning, which hits everyone, also somewhat lower damage. And repeats over and over. And because of that, I'm actually able to
120
compute a safe strat for every possible outcome of the battle, and I have actually done this. It came to, I think, like 7,000 combinations.
バフの効果なのか、レベルが上がったからなのか、火力がだいぶ、つい先ほどと比べてもだいぶ火力が上がってますね。
Heal Alex here. So one of the things we picked up in POW was a bunch of healing nuts, and those heal 150 HP. At the moment, we have less than that as our max HP, so they are full heal items at the moment. And I have essentially worked out a perfectly safe strat, assuming I make no input mistakes, and that's always a possibility. But assuming I don't, I have nothing to worry about here. And Tempest is just going to sit there doing his flash arrow until he runs out of MP. If he dies, I don't worry about it, because he has fairly low damage relative to what, especially Alex is doing. Alex can hit this dragon's weakness. That's what the red numbers are.
強力な攻撃はできてはいるんですけど、MP の消費が激しいですね。
He survives, and I knew he would survive because 102 is the max damage that he can take from that. From that fire attack. And you notice also I'm also not healing Killy this turn because I know that this is an ice turn and the ice will hit Alex only. Again, that's the reason I set up this specific character positioning here. So despite being at 18 HP, Killy's just fine, not going to take any damage here. And now the 7th turn I can heal him. And the reason I wait for the 7th turn is because 6th turn I wanted to put a blue ball on Alex. Actually, you could have put it on Killy or Alex, either one. Both of them will run out of MP before the end of the fight. So I do have to use one blue ball on each. And that is why I put 2 blue balls on Nash when I bought them in the shop. But yes, as long as I follow my strat precisely, I am in literally no danger from this fight. Now that said, I do have to heal Nash here. Nash is potentially in danger, but unfortunately this turn Nash does have a blue ball scheduled, which is how I think of it. I have a schedule of things that I do on each turn. Because Nash is already doing something, Killy is the one that has to.
ブレスもあるんですね。
And that is why I have nuts on Killy as well. Even though he is one of our damage dealers. Killy also could die from that 102, so I have to heal that. Again, knowing the precise numbers where I have to heal, and as long as I follow those strictly, then I am safe. I'm perfectly safe in this fight. And that is why I did not safety save. And honestly, this is the reason I love talking about this. It's a very personal thing. It's just I love this kind of routing, this kind of working things out, mathing it out as it were. And there, and you're out. This is actually good. Tempest actually using all of his flash arrows means I have a chance for a 12-turn kill. Typically, it's a 13-turn kill. Now the flip side is I did have to spend 1 turn healing with Killy, so I may not get that 12th turn. We'll see. The chance is there. So it's turn 11. This fire will hit somebody, and whoever it hits, if it's Tempest, Tempest dies. Sorry, Tempest. But no, you really didn't need to. I mean, to be fair, he would have woken him up at the end of the fight anyway. But and I do need to use up. Oh, I don't. Okay. So the other thing I need to remember to do is use up 3 of Nash's 4 healing nuts by the end of the fight. That's just for inventory management. I thought I'd only used 2. I forgot that I had actually used the 3rd, so we were actually in good shape.
黒背景に赤文字で若干潰れてますけど、 主人公の攻撃で400ダメージ与えてるのが強いですね。これですね、440いくつ見えましたかね。あー、倒した。おお、経験値大量。
And Null just decided to waste time because that's what Null does. So again, lots and lots of levels. Every time you fight a boss, it's going to be this. For most of the rest of the game.
全員4レベルずつ上がりました。
So yep. Black Dragon down. Alex is now a Dragon Master, but
さあ、ブラックドラゴンを何度か退けて、
see her reviving the body of the Black Dragon. Now we can also see why the Black Dragon did have that very predictable sequence. It's just a zombie. It's like Luna. It is being mind controlled and therefore has a very predictable set of actions. There's no intelligence.
で、ガレオンさんまたしてもルナを連れてどこかへ去ってしまいます。
So Galleon's taking Luna off to the frontier, as Lake said he probably would. And so we're going to have to go chase him. So very conveniently, we got a wing from that chest earlier on the right.
青の村に戻ります。
Some way to escape from the dungeon. Very nice of them. Thank you, Devs. heading out here and report on their success. See how the ladies are doing. Ladies are doing just fine, turns out.
さあ先ほど倒れてたミアとジェシカが復活してますね。
And so they now learn the truth of Luna having. We won't say she turned. We say she has been turned by Galleon. Another news, though. Lake reports that our airship is ready, and we can go get on board. But first, very important. Talk here
ここで一旦、テムジンが、仲間から離脱、ニア・ジェシカが仲間に復帰。で、話しかけてマスターソードを入手。それから飛行船がそろそろ完成しそうだという情報を聞きます。
And also take off healing ring. That should be it. And we can go to Mike's lab. Happily, we do not have to go all the way through that tower again because it is now registered. His room is now registered on our teleport stick.
De, マイトの研究室にやってきまして、
He's gone to get the airship ready and do the final adjustments and all that stuff. And meanwhile, it is the classic last night conversations that we will be having. So Nash seems a little worried. He's a little nervous. Doesn't want Mia to go into danger.
何やら不穏な雰囲気が。
Powerful Galleon is. There's no way that we could possibly survive. But Mia, on the other hand, is all for it. So Nash seems a little, you know. But yeah, you understand. I guess been nerves. There's Killy sneaking in, I'll protect you, and then pretending he never said anything because that's such an embarrassing thing for a guy to say. And it is the next day, and we are ready to go. There will be a bit of flashing, by the way, harsh flashing in just a moment, just for those of you for whom that is an issue. Please do what you need to do. So, Nash off in the corner. Doesn't seem very... what's he up to? What is this thing? Oh well, whatever it is.
不穏な感じですが。
And all of a sudden, no. He says, there's no way you could beat him. So I'm going to destroy the airship to protect you from going for your own good. Those words which we pretend will soften the pain and yet layer condescension on top of already existing suffering, to misquote a certain character from a certain book.
マッシュの裏切りによって完成した飛行船一部破壊されてしまいました。でここでナッシュが仲間から抜けて、リッツァーですね。ちょっと前に乗ってた気球ですね。気球のエンジンを取りに行くことになりました。
It had an engine on it too. We're gonna grab it. And that means we get the wonderful Riza music again.
さあ覚えてますでしょうか。気球どこに墜落したかというと、この、リッツァーの街のど真ん中ですね。曲名でネタバレされまくってた記憶。なるほど、そういうパターンもあるんですね。
Sadly, we cannot scroll around that menu from
研
top to
究室
bottom.
に
You have to
戻り
go
ま
all
し
over.
て、
And that, I believe, is also something I did not fix in the remaster. Oh well. Maybe they actually... No, I can't say because I actually didn't get that far in the remaster. I gave up at Spark Mushroom. So I do not know.
あれですかね、先ほど壊されてしまったエンジンのところをこれでまた修復しようってことですかね。
One more quick chat with our friends. This one not nearly as long as the last one. Don't worry, we're almost on our way. If I can walk around the quarters right. And there you are. Official notification that it is time to go.
チャット欄にも、キプレイの方々がいっぱいいらっしゃるようで、ぜひね、チャットと、私は完全に今ミリシラで、適当に見つけた攻略サイトを見ながら喋っていますけれども、チャット欄にいろいろ補足とかしていただけると助かります。
Lake sending us off with encouraging words. And we have new airship music! Yay!
さあ、やっと飛行船がこれで飛び立てるようになりました。
Like with a couple of last-minute thoughts there. The task ahead of our friends as we head to the north to the frontier. You see the greenery slowly giving way to dirt, to sand, and into very barren environment that kind of gives you another hint of why this game is called Lunar. So we are making our way there. And we have found it. We have found it in a cutscene, which leads us into a disc swap prompt. That wonderful thing from the PlayStation.
入れ替え。
And so we swap the discs and are back underway. So this is roughly the 2/3 point of the run. I mentioned earlier the game doesn't have any official acts in terms of like as described in the game, but I think of this as the beginning of Act 3. You know, we found the dragons. Alex has become the Dragon Master, but we now have a greater task ahead of us. Sadly, but predictably, there is a barrier surrounding the castle, and so we have to go in the long way.
結界が張られていて入れない。
Thank you very much, sir.
近くに飛行船を下ろして徒歩で向かうことになりました。後半戦ですね、ここから。
The town of Talon here. So home
タロンの町にやってきました。
We see kind of wandering around there. And straight into the mines. Because there is we can find ourselves a path through here that will get us underneath the barrier. Stone Age concept, yes. Imagine having physical discs. All right. So again, so now we're going to start using this our Dragon Anger spell pretty regularly. We also have actually, I just remembered, I just realized I forgot to set up a tactic for it. We have a new spell called Black Dragon Grief. And that is essentially the equivalent to Luna's escape song from earlier. I will go ahead and set that up right now on number 1. I'll have to update that later actually because Nash is not with us. Nash. Can I get around you? No, I cannot. Okay, so I will use... Good thing I set it up there because I will use it right here. Black Dragon Grief, and so this is again instead of encouraging the enemies to run away, it simply sucks them.
クリオの嘆きというのが使えるようになりましたね。MP 消費は15で、敵全体を異次元に吸い込む、いわゆる2フラムみたいな技ですかね。
Just enough enemy movement that I could not get around it, so that is ultimately on me. My fault. It also means I need an extra blue ball here. Notice all the blue balls we have now. Blue Ball City. Everything comes back to Zelda. But yeah, all of a sudden there's this rumbling. That doesn't sound good, especially considering we're in the middle of a mine underground. Maybe we should go back and take a look. Yeah, turns out there's somebody got caught in a bit of a cave-in there, so we're going to help them out, obviously, because that is what we do. If somebody is in trouble, we help them, right? Doesn't matter if they are human or vile tribe or whatever race they may be. You do the right thing. Unfortunately, these guards don't like us doing the right thing, so we're going to have to do the other thing to them. The red dragon anger thing.
竜の怒り MP 消費35ですね。ちょっと重い。攻撃力は高いんですけど。
Everything's happy except for the 4 guards that we sent to the ground. Vaxherd is interested in our actions. Okay, well, that's cool. She is welcome to be interested in our actions. Unfortunately, Alex's MP is in a kind of weird place. I'm going to have to menu twice instead of the once that I usually do. That's unfortunate, but, yeah, that's how it goes. Pick up a couple of quick pieces of equipment here.
今のリスト。今のリスト。装備品ですね。
Ooh, get around you, good. So now that we are actually fighting enemies and killing encounters, we are going to start catching up on the experience curve. We are still very underleveled compared to where the game expects us to be, but we will slowly be catching up. And also, because we are killing encounters, we don't have to worry as much about taking damage now from these regular things, because either we could we have the option of either anger or grief, and grief is guaranteed to work. So this is where we have to use the second ball. Because grief once, anger once more. This is a fairly valuable encounter in terms of experience, so we take it. It's kind of ironic that now that we have the chance to catch up in experience, it doesn't actually matter as much anymore. It only really matters for boss battles, and for those we already have pretty good strats. There is only one really dangerous fight left in the game, coming up another hour or so, I would guess. Hour plus, maybe. I forgot to stop at the statue, didn't I? Yes, for some reason there is a statue of Athena in this vile tribe mine. Wonder why that might be. Whatever that might be, we will take advantage of it to recover. Kind of keeping on the experience route there. You want to make sure we are a decent level for upcoming bosses, so we will keep fighting these. I'm going to start throwing away equipment here because it is
MP 全開するアイテムが非売品で、買える回復が30しか回復しないから、終盤の燃費が追いつかない。この青いやつですね。
And doing another special setup here with our positioning, and we are going to safety save. This boss is not a difficult boss, but it can be a dangerous one.
星屑の光が 今使ってるやつですかね。で、白銀の光というアイテムがまたあるんですけど、これが宝箱などからしか手に入らないとありますね。
Kidnapped by Zenobia this time. And Zenobia says, well, if you want them back, fight yourselves to the death. Well, we're not really interested in doing that right now, so we're just going to sit here. We're going to hope that Killy does his less lengthy animations.
お、ダメージゼロ。
As long as he doesn't do his line attack, Sonic Riser, we're happy. So she's upset, but Killy's like, who cares about that Jessica anyway? Why would I even bother? And this surprises Zenobia enough that Jessica is able to break herself and Mia free, and we are once again a party. So Zenobia is a little bit miffed at being had that way, but here we have a boss. So this is the black lamp, and we are
全ブラックランプ。
again the usual start, buff ourselves. Oops, I think I used the wrong command for. That is unfortunate. I hope it will not hurt me. Just mashed a little bit too far. It's my fault.
バフをかけまくってます。
This is the one attack I don't want to see, and an interesting reason why it is a problem.
数字が重なって見えづらい。
What happened? Something went wrong there. Okay, I see what's going on. I got mixed up with my menuing. Some people are very good at doing proper menuing while also commentating on exactly what they're doing. I'm not one of those people. I am still very much in training. But okay, so number one, we're getting people's buffs up, as we often do. We definitely want to have... and then we'll have you also start. Wait, I am off by one. Okay, I'm back on track. We are back on regular service. So why is this boss so interesting? Number one, my input mistake with Jessica didn't actually end up making a difference. We see the boss is trapped on the right side, cannot reach Mia or Jessica. It should have a three physical attacks when it does physicals. It only did one the last turn, so that is how we know Jessica is safe. This one is a silence attack. Fortunately, we put the dragon ring on Alex. Remember that dragon ring got all the way back at the very beginning of the game? We can now equip that as a dragon master, and that has silence resistance on it. So that silence attack hit Alex, did nothing at all. It was a wasted turn for the boss. It's going to do Alex again. Alex again. Perfect. Wasted turns. We love to see them. The one thing we do not want to see is that absolutely horrible, actually, Killy wants a bit of MP, absolutely horrible all targets attack. And the thing that makes this boss interesting from a speedrun perspective, you can't tell what it's going to do. This animation that it has, it's the same animation for all three of its attacks. You always have to be ready for this one, which is the super dangerous one. And if it decides to spam this 5
全体攻撃が痛い。
it will do that, and you will die. There's very little you can do about it. You can't, because again, you don't know what it's going to do, and therefore you cannot defend against it. You can't just sit there defending every turn. So, in that sense, it is almost a mandatory save, because sometimes you cannot avoid just taking a death. I've had it do that flash attack 5 turns in a row before. So we skipped an attack there. Again, same story as like the Frogmaster back in the day. If the enemy can't reach you, it cannot hit you. It has to be adjacent, either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, in order to do a normal physical attack. And there is not enough space behind Alex for it to reach that top row. So Jessica and Mia are 100% safe from everything but that full target, all targets attack. And so as long as we do not see that, we are happy. Good. If that hits Killy, then I have to heal him. That's unfortunate time loss. But so far, aside from my own personal mix-up at the beginning, that's on me. we are on track for a reasonably smooth game.
炎よ
It's being very nice with hitting Alex again. The missed ball attack.
炎よ
This is probably okay. I was about to start saying how smooth the battles start going at this point in the game, and then it makes fun of me. That is just how things go. But yeah, at this point, generally speaking, once I have my buffs up in a battle, I will be safe for the rest of that battle. In Lunar 1, unlike in Lunar 2, unlike in a lot of other RPGs, buffs do not expire during battle. So once I have my attack and defense buffs up on the characters, they're safe. So who is he attacking here? He is failing to attack one person. So critical there, by the way. Criticals can be very dangerous. They are not so much in this fight. Just because we have, we do have our defense buffed, and we have,
アルテナの恵みよ
we are close enough on the experience curve that we don't take extraordinary damage. There is a thing in this game, the damage system, where if you another failed mist, we'll take those. If you are higher level than your opponent, you get an extra 2.5 damage. Nice kill. 2.5 damage per level.
倒したっぽいですね。
10 levels under the boss gets an extra 25 physical damage, mind you, not magic. Magic isn't affected, but physical damage for every attack. That hurts. That can hurt a lot. So catching up on the experience curve means we will not be taking as much bonus damage, which is obviously a very good thing. So Kelly suggests that maybe he wasn't all acting out that bit about not caring about Jessica. Jessica's not quite happy with that comment, but we will leave it at that and make our way forward. Because we are now inside the barrier, but before we go on to that big castle in the background, we are going to stop here in another Vile Tribe residence, or town, village, whatever it may be. Not entirely sure. Before I do that, I will do some quick menuing. Very important to get the Cheer Tail back on Alex. Also, we need to dump one of these. And Cheer Tail. And also, we're going to take the...
ちょっと私事ですが、選挙カーの音が聞こえてきたので、もしかしたらマイクミュートするかもしれません。
The word stuck in my mind from the angel ring off of Jessica because we don't want her to accidentally use it up going forward. We want to say we've already used one in the bronze dog's
いっちゃっ
fight.
たかな大丈夫か
We
な
want to save the other two for later in the game if possible. So we take that also, it doesn't accidentally activate. Oh, it's Vacia, who apparently is not here to trap us or do something horrible to us, but wants to explain why the Vile Tribe is so intent on taking revenge against the Greener Lands. And upon hearing that we are actually not trying to kill them off,
大丈夫そうですね。どっか行ったようなので。大丈夫そうです。
maybe we can trust you
よかった
guys.
よかった。
Maybe I can trust you guys. And she entrusts us with the password to get into that castle, which is why we did not go there in the first place. We wouldn't have been able to get in. So we're now heading out. Gonna make our way across this fairly lunar landscape, shall we say, and into Ruid, this large establishment here. Rockin' theme.
さあ先ほど立ち寄ったのが魔族の村ガディンかなガディン。で、ここでフェイシアから、この今いるところですね、ルイドの砦に入る方法を教えてもらって、砦にやってきました。
I'm going to reset that because I want it to go the way I want it to go. It's a little bit selfish on my part. I moved a little bit too far north, and that thing saw me when it should not have seen me. So I want to keep this to as close to my plan as possible because we are still underleveled. And if something goes wrong, it can go very wrong. So ideally, not take any extra encounters that I don't have to. But it is for these enemies specifically that I set up this flash cut macro. Because they are
レベルがもりもり上がる。
I will not be able to kill them with anger. But I do want the experience from them. So I don't want to use grief, because like Luna's escape song, grief does not give you experience from the enemies killed. So a fun little manipulation I did there. I waited for that guy to walk a little bit farther than. So there's a switch on the floor.
の嘆き、これはニフラム、デジョン。
Then ran into the room, caught the enemy before he could get back to the switch. The reason is, if he steps on that switch,
これ経験値は入らないっぽいですね。じゃあニフラム、デジョンとほぼ同じ効果ですかね。
that he almost reached but didn't quite get to. So this one we will anger because 7 enemies is very valuable in terms of experience. So our goal, by the way, here is we want to get Killy to level 31. And the reason is because that is what Killy
まあ時間経ってますね。改めて、クエスティングフォーグローリー8の、配信をコニーで日本語ミラー配信しております。ただいまのゲームは、ルナシルバースターストーリーです。まあ、最初はメガ CD で発売されたと様々なハードに、移植、リメイクっていうんですかね、リマスターというか、されていますけれども、今回走られているのはプレイステーション版ですね。日本語版と英語版で少し、難易度の違いとかがあるらしく、今は日本語版で走られているとのことです。
Number of attacks, number of stat in this game. So aside from giving you an extra physical attack, as the name implies, also boosts the damage of attack skills. So like Alex's sword dance, for example. With sword dance and with Killy's equivalent power slash, get a 30% bonus for each number of attacks you have, multiplicatively. This is again the flash cut, the specific encounter for which I have flash cut set up. And that also, that 30% is multiplicative. So your second attack, because the first one obviously is just your normal. But second attack you get gives you a 30% boost. The next one gives you a 40% boost from 30 to 70 or 69 if you're being accurate. Next one gives you a 50% boost, and so on. We will go ahead and anger this and blue ball afterward. So each successive number of attacks gets you that much more damage, and so that is why particularly you want to have Kyle hit level 31. For all of you purists out there, English purists out there,
主人公たちの火力が上がってきて、まあザコもまあタイムロスにはなるんでしょうけど、経験値稼ぎとかするんだったらもうザコとガンガン当たりに行って経験値稼いでレベルアップといったプレイングが可能になりましたね。つい1時間ぐらい前まではどうやって敵から逃げるかはかなり苦戦されてたようですけれども。
That is probably again because I had to grief that one fight for not having enough MP, but that's fine. We have options. One of them is walking out the bottom of the screen by accident because of again that corner avoidance thing that I mentioned. But these cannot we cannot grief we cannot anger these because of the wizards in the background. So this is a grief. There are, however, some demons on the next floor, and I will take one of those. And one of those should be enough to get me level 31. Alex and Killy are fairly close in terms of experience.
北流の嘆きの成功率が高いですね。今のところ成功率 100% かな。
We may actually be a little bit ahead of our curve, but ultimately it will not make a huge difference. levels do start getting a little bit farther apart here. So yeah, there's Alex, there's Killy. Level 31 is just weird.
もうレベルもりもり上がってますね。
Put blue balls on Alex again. You can see that even though we bought all of those blue balls back in POW, we're almost out now, and that is because I bought exactly enough for this dungeon.
ただ、まあ先ほどチャット欄でもありましたけれども、MP の回復手段が、あと、MP を回復するアイテムが、あれどこ行っちゃったかな。まあ、お店で買えるものがあるはあるんですが、30ちょっとしか回復しないんですね。どうやら。なので、ちょっと戦闘中に使うと、回復がなかなか追いつかない。星屑の光ですね。青い、丸い玉、これ今、画面の下にちょろっと映ってたやつですね。まあ、移動中に使う分にはいいけれども、戦闘中だと、まあ、30ちょっとしか回復できないので、まあ、ちょっと回復が追いつきづらい。なかなか自利品になりやすい。といったアイテムのようです。で、上位互換の白銀の光という、まあ、めちゃくちゃ回復してくれるアイテムは、個数限定、宝箱などでしか入手できない。といったもののようです。
Inventor, technician, scientist, mad scientist type of guy. And he introduces us to his newest weapon. You can tell from the music it's going to be great. It's Mecha Nash!
メカナッシュって言ってますね。
So he's here to, put a stop.
先ほど裏切って飛行船を破壊して逃げていったナッシュですね。
And he hits everybody but Mia with it. And encourages Mia to join him and tell them to stop their foolishness. And instead she says, "You fool." Possibly the only time in the game we see Mia rather, angry sprite, or angry face in the dialogue window. Nash is sufficiently chastened by Mia. He changes his mind, but it turns out that this machine is actually not under his control after all. Oops. This is why you don't work with the bad guys, folks. So, what are we gonna do here? Okay, so...
見た一発で目が覚めるんですかね。
This kneeling posture of Nash's. When he... This is an all targets attack. It will have a fair amount of yellow flashing, so for those for whom it's an issue, please do what you need to do. I will go into my buffing here. Mia now has an attack buff as well, which is
攻撃迷ってるようですが。
So that is the flashing. Whenever you see him kneeling, he's going to do that attack, so just be aware. So one fun thing with Nash is he doesn't have any distinction between his other two lightning attacks, one of which is weak, one of which is strong. This, however, I will let you watch, wait and see what it does, because this is a great one. So Mia now has an attack buff in addition to her defense buff. 1 damage. Poor Nash. So she can actually help us get into action quicker. So what is this going to do? This is the AoE. So this is why I spread people out. They're just far enough away that won't hit more than one person. If I leave them all clustered up, obviously that hits everybody, and I take lots of damage. And then the fight gets a little scary. As it is now, the only thing that will hurt me is his single target attack. And there is no way. This is the same animation as he has for his other one. I cannot tell them apart. We'll do this. So if this hits Mia, she straight up dies. So I'm not focused healing her right now. If she takes lightning to the face, then so be it. She's not our strongest healer at the moment. Killy takes it, which is it's okay. We can deal with it. It hurts, but he's still alive. He can still take his turn, which is the important part. Here comes the all targets again, by the way. Just heads up. think Killy survives this. It's going to be close. It wasn't close. Oh well.
いやー、敵の全体攻撃が痛い。
I thought I had enough leeway there, but I did not. So that's my fault. It's unfortunate. It's not gonna make the affect the outcome of the fight. Just gonna slow it down a bit.
アルテナの恵みよ。
So I took a risk there. I don't usually keep the damage thresholds for this fight in mind because it almost never matters. But I obviously should have done so that I could have saved Killy there. But again, ultimately it's just a single turn wasted. All targets again. This time, however, I will make sure Killy is healed. There is an interesting bug in the healing logic for this game.
これで立て直しましたかね。っていったところでまた全体攻撃。いやー、痛い痛い痛い痛い。
Specifically affects Killy because the previous character is Mia, who has much lower max HP. And so Killy gets the short end of that stick. Oh boy, he really loves his all targets, doesn't he? I have to... This time I will defend because I know Killy won't survive. So you see, Killy got a lot less. Yeah, I think got 53 on there. What the heals should do, all heals are 40% plus a random amount. So Killy should be recovering 60 to 70 HP, around 70 HP with a single heal spell. Instead, he only got 50 odd because of that glitch. So this fight should already be over. It's not because I made a mistake. That's how it goes. But it should be. I think this turn, probably this turn. If not, then certainly next turn. Yeah, there it is.
どうしたかな。倒しました。
Mecha Nash is toast. And having been taught a lesson, he returns to us. Meanwhile, the mad scientist
居合の祈りを、味方一人の HP 完全回復の魔法を覚えたようですね。MP 消費は10。
Once he's been taught a lesson, he learns that lesson. Let's go, Nash. Okay, so a quick bit of put you in the center. Again, set up for later. This guy, cheers back to Alex. And put it on because it's very important for the upcoming fights. Again, Chiratail is plus 10 agility, which in the scale of this game is a large amount of agility. It changes Alex from getting outturned by a lot of enemies to outturning practically everything. There's like one or two exceptions at the very end of the game that he will not be able to outturn with Chiratail. So Galleon had his words and he's taken off. He's completed whatever it was he was trying to make, and it turns out it is a moving castle.
会場がこれで始動。
For all I complain about Working Design's localization choices in this game, the Grindery is a wonderful name. The Japanese is just Mechanical Castle, if you were wondering. So they do have some gems in there. It's just they had the game design part of it they did not do well.
あと先ほどから裏切ってたナッシュが仲間になったようです。
Here so we can. So it's a lot easier to get by with two enemies. There is definitely an argument for adjusting my route so that I can always kill one here. But that's an issue for future me to consider.
うまいこと引き寄せて上から来ると。
That one tank there, I would like to not have to fight it. Can it go up a little bit, please? Or maybe go far enough that I can get past it? Yeah. So those move really fast, as you see. Often,
余計な戦闘はしないと。
it may not be true in the remaster. So fairness to that. But especially in this version of the game, with the loading delays, it is often faster to just... there's too many there, I couldn't get out. To just wait for an enemy to move, rather than attempt...
これは逃げられない。
rather than actually go into the fight and grief it. And this one I'm going to run, by the way. I could grief this. There's an argument that I should. But the other two mirrors are kind of close, and I want the invincibility from fleeing to be sure I can...
逃げた、今度は。
I already had to take the time to get into the encounter. Might as well make use of it. So yeah, now I can just walk straight past them. No have to worry. And the front door of Ruin is happily open. We do not have to go back through the first floor. Yay! And out we are. The grinder has made us a path out of the crater rim, and we can go straight back to our airship. So now we have another 2.5 minute or so unskippable cutscene. So again, perfect time to stretch, answer the call of nature, do those sorts of things.
先ほど始動してどっか行ってしまった機械上を追いかけます。部隊は辺境からカタリナ大陸へ移動しまして、魔法都市ヴェーンに向かいます。
And so we find ourselves heading back to Vane because Mia says there may be something we can do. She thinks that Galleon is heading for the Althena's Tower, which is the tower on top of that cathedral we saw earlier. And Vane has ways to protect it, so we are going to activate those ways. See Remelia here getting the lowdown on what has happened, what we have encountered in our travels. We're going to run down here, fetch Nash, who is helping with the evacuation, because apparently the thing we are going to do is something that requires evacuation. That's concerning. Also going to stop in and buy some stuff. So.
買い物タイムかな。はい、星屑の光を大量購入。
I think it's a little more than I needed, but
MP 回復ですね。30ちょっと回復してくれるアイテムを大量購入。
So just buy the 9 that I know I will need, and I go to the left, not up. And we now have access to the Silver Tower, which is the opposite of the Crystal Tower that we climbed several hours ago. Interesting.
クリスタルタワーと言ってますが、おそらくこれが、日本語名銀の塔ですかね。
Teleports us into a very high-tech looking control chamber sort of place. Interesting. So this is the kind of the core of Vane. And start getting a nice little bit of a science fiction feel to it. But we now have the grindery approaching, and Vane is going to do its thing. And sadly, because it's a really well done cutscene, we're going to have to skip it because this is a speed run. So Here it comes. Here they come. Here we come. And shall we say, things go down. So things went down, like us. But we are all okay, and we are going to make our way out of here with the only option open to us, which is our teleport stick, because the Vane is completely broken. The teleport out of the control chamber no longer works, and we were trapped. Good design, folks. Whoever it was that built Vane, good design. Anyway, yeah, we making a couple of quick stops, quick side trips here, because this is
また映像が止まっ
opportunity we have.
たかちょっと怪しい。
To explore the world. Once we enter the next dungeon,
映像が動いたり止まったりしていますが、どうでしょう。回線頑張れ。回線頑張れ。本家チャットもざわざわしておりますが。じゃあ今のうちに、現在クエスティングフォーグローリー8の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しております。ただいまのゲームはルナシルバースターストーリー。様々なハードで出ていますけれども、今回は PS 版を、使用しております。PS 版の日本語版ですね。で、今回のイベントを通してですね、ちょっとアメリカ全土の記録的な大雪の影響で、回線とか、あと電力とか、結構いろいろそういうインフラ系のトラブルの影響で、たびたび配信が中断したりしております。これはおそらく奏者さんと配信サーバー間のやり取りですね。ちょっと配信サーバー側でおそらくリフレッシュかけたんでしょう。ちょっとまだ怪しいですかね。動いてはいるようですが。
Are we back? Okay, sounds like we are back. All right. Well, at least that one.
いや、バークと言っていますが、まだちょっと怪しい。映像が動いてればカーソルのところがぐるぐるぐるぐるずっと動き続けてるはずなのですが、ちょっと怪しいかな。まだちょっと怪しい。動いたり止まったりしていますが、このまま再開できるのか。ちょっとまた不安定。また不安定。大丈夫かな。映像だいぶ乱れていますが、このまま再開するようです。EST 的にも、あと残り2時間程度でしょうか。このまま走り切ってほしいところです。止まらないでくれ。
That is, well, we're going to add even one more on top of what we already have. So just lots and lots of damage. For this next,
もうストーリーは終盤です。
Kyle, because he is the one that will do slightly more damage than Alex will. We'll move over to Alex for the final dungeon, which we are not in, and I could have actually warped over, but Dragon Quest Brain struck. I forgot that you do not have to walk out of the town before But here we are.
大丈夫かなちょっと怪しい。大丈夫かな
As I said, this is point of no return. Once I enter the grindery, I cannot. I'll make one quick safety save there. And as we wonder how to get in, we are presented with the answer. We have lots of enemies to fight. Well, we have dragon spells for that. Specifically, we have now half off dragon spells.
だいぶカクカクしていますが、赤類の怒りで敵を一掃したんだなってことはわかります。
Okay, thanks for that, high spirits. I will keep on going for now. And so this one has those two enemies.
あとは黒竜の嘆き。敵全体を異空間に葬り去る魔法ですね。経験値は手に入らないけれども、MP 消費が他と比べると少なめ。また援軍が。
All these mobs getting in our way, opening up a path for us to get inside the granary.
テムジンたちが抑えてくれてる間に機械場に乗り込みます。
So again, we have the charging enemies. Can we get past you? No, of course we can't. If you time that charge just perfectly, sometimes you can get past that one enemy. It's very, very difficult, and I usually don't even bother trying because I've gotten it I think once. So just eat the time loss. It's not that bad. Because again, at this point, every fight is just over as soon as it starts because Alex has 2 wipe options and the Chira tail. So it's just making sure that I choose the right
まだちょっと不安定のようです。
option, and of course that I have enough MP for it. Although now that I have the help.
本家チャットでもちょっと剣持さんが、ちょっとこれは我々にはどうすることもできないので我慢してねと言っております。あ、一回止まりまして、we are gonna trying to see another RTMP。ちょっと、奏者さんと配信サーバー間の通信の方式、ちょっともう一回立て直すみたいなことを言ってますね。これはちょっとしばらく止まりそうですね。じゃあ、こちらでもちょっと祈ることしかできないので、気長に待ちましょう。現在、クエスティングフォーグローリー8の様子を公認で日本語未来配信しております。RPG リミットブレイクのチャンネルを利用して、行われているオンラインの、RTA イベントですね。で、現在、ちょっとアメリカほぼ全土でですね、記録的な大雪に見舞われていて、インフラ系のトラブルが多発しております。回線不調とか停電とかで、たびたびゲームが中断とか、しておりますので、リストリームの皆さんも、気長に待ちましょう。回線立て直しましたね。
Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, sounds like we are back once more. So I will, if I can get a quick confirmation in chat, I will go ahead and continue with the run. Seems like we are good. So, what I was just saying for the previous encounter, Nash used his lightning spell. That was because I had
さあ、こ
forgotten
れ
to
は
stop my
無事戻ってこれましたかね。回線も安定してそうですね。
So I had to fix his setting here, and now he will not try to attack any longer during those fights. So that is what happened there. That has been fixed, and I am now continuing on my way through the grindery. Thank you for getting out of my way, sir. Yeah. Would definitely encourage looking into another option. Good call, High Spirits. So, walk up here. Despite how fragile that bridge looks, it is actually just fine.
物語はもう終盤戦に入ってきております。機械城
Those guys got stuck on each other.
に、乗り込んでいるところです。
Encounter, will you come up, sir? Thank you. I say it lets me skip an encounter. It doesn't actually let me skip it because I still have to take it for experience routing, but I can take it over here where I have a risk of having to take both encounters here anyway. But now I don't have to worry about trying to dodge the second one. I can just walk into both of them. You get a huge benefit from that hell ring. You can get this far into the dungeon, not even have to use the blue ball. So we're getting to the levels we want to be at, and making our way forward the last bit of this dungeon. We have a couple more rooms to go, and we will be at the halfway point. These last dungeons, as you might expect from late game dungeons, are fairly long. Around the outside.
敵もこの、何ですかね、戦車型の敵はだいぶ誘導がしやすいですね。見つかった瞬間にこう一直線に向かってきてくれるので、うまいこと避けられる。
So yes, Galleon's power source for the grindery is the dragons.
イベントでしょうか。
If he wasn't evil enough already, there you go.
竜を封じ込めてその力で動かしてたんですかね、このお城は。
So a fun little break here. So we talked about how evil Galleon is being. If you chat up these NPCs in this room here, it's kind of restroom, if you will. Restroom is the wrong word there, but you know what I mean. You know,
公園ってなってますね。
Actually, it turns out he actually has an exercise as well.
まさかこんなところに休憩ポイントが。
So I do very much enjoy that. However, we are not here to explore the lore. We are here to go fast, and so we are just going to skip right by them and go up the stairs. Pick up a couple of items along the way. There's actually a bunch of decent equipment you can get in this dungeon, but to anything except for that first healing ring we picked up is just not worth the time. So you have to take lots of extra encounters, potentially 2 or even 3 extra encounters just for one chest, and it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time. We have strats that work with the equipment we have. We are not going to be greedy. So we're just gonna run right through these floors, and all of these enemies are really only dangerous if you want the stuff, you know, the extra stuff. If you're just dodging them, they're easy enough to dodge, and so that is what we do. Final floor. Ignoring the chest, they're
ファイナルフロアって言ってますね。
and a door blocks our path, as you would expect it to do. And here we have some unexpected help. So, Phasia, turns out, has changed sides. So she offers. She seems to be in a bit of bad shape, but she nonetheless offers chance the magic spell to open the door for us, open our way to Galleon. Her sisters are less than pleased, shall we say? I do feel like there's a little bug with the glitches. I feel like that was intended to be. There was intended to be some extra visual effect there that is not being displayed, but I don't know for sure. It's just all I know is that there's a strange pause there that I cannot explain. But Sylvie, Dacia, we suspect is no longer with us, and we are into the final boss room. It is Magic Emperor time, and we are going to menu because that is what you do at final bosses. And I have distracted myself so much I need to double check what I'm doing. Something's odd here. Something is odd here. Oh yes, now I see what it is. There we go. Okay, we are in better shape. Oh yeah, this is what was odd. That's why I was confused. Something was odd with my item distribution there. So this is all good, I believe. Yes, this is good. We are in good shape. And we put stuff on. So I'm gonna toss that, wasn't I? Give me just a sec here. Allowed myself to become slightly distracted, and I apologize for that. This. Yes, those are the ones we're gonna toss. And now I can successfully equip things. A Tira Tail comes off. We do not need it for this fight. Mia's image there. We have no need of that. That does give a slight boost. We do not need it. Oops. I do want, Alex did use one grief there, so I will restore that.
入念に回復して、セーフティーセーブも取って、
A couple more items, and we are ready.
やれよ。
ドラゴンマスター、お前が追い求める少女、この奥、彼女を助けたいんだ。私を倒し、ドラゴンマスターの力を見せてみろ、アレス。
And it's time. It is the Magic Emperor fight. For the record, I do feel
バリ
bad
アントの
about
戦
having
闘ですね。
my notes so much. I will get more practice.
敵の名前、魔法皇帝。
We are in the fight. So for this fight, we are starting out as we always do with our buffs. These first few turns are the absolute worst. If Galleon decides to double attack anyone in these first couple of turns, I'm in big trouble. So I'm really crossing my fingers that does not happen. Once we get our buffs up, we are generally much safer.
またアレスにバフをかけまくります。
Okay. As long as it's not a double attack, we take those. You can still defend. We are in decent shape. For these first few turns, I want to be careful. Ration Jessica's MP when I can. Because there are points later on where, depending on how things go, blue ball distribution can get a little bit sketchy. So turns where I can save a full party heal, which is 15 MP, I'm going to do that.
3桁ダメージきましたね。いやー、痛い。
This turn, obviously, I cannot.
アルテナの恵みよ。
We'll see who he chooses to attack here. This is, we can see he does not have glows on his fists, so this is a physical attack turn. Oh, good. No double attack. No double attack. However, MP is kind of sketchy, so for the first time we are going to use Widdup. What is Widdup? Short for White Dragon Protect. So what does White Dragon Protect to? It is a shield spell. So it is, what this does is it grants a buff to all party members, which fully blocks
湯の守り。
one magic attack. And we see the glow on it. We see the glow on the Magic Emperor's hands. He's going to use a magic spell this turn. However, we have Widdup, which is my
敵
abbreviation.
の魔法を一度だけ回復するシールドを貼るとのことです。MP 消費は60。これかな、これのための
Because we have less elements.
回避ですかね。
Downside is Widdup costs 60 MP. Almost twice a Red Dragon Anger. We have the Hell Ring on. It's still 30. Still a lot.
奏者さんも言ってますけども、魔法消費60ってことはこう回復アイテム2回分はたくわけですけども、それをしてでも防ぎたいってことですかね。
Blue ball. Let me use it on Alex first, I guess. That. Again, just a lot of seeing what happens, especially on the physical turns. The magic turns are always all target attacks. Don't need to worry about who it's going to hit because it's going to hit everybody. But yeah, watching who takes the hits and then deciding what I should do in response to that. So there's a tornado spell. This one, interestingly, is one of the few spells. In fact, I think it's the only spell that is a forced movement spell in addition to. Well, I guess there's the Black Dragon's wings.
いや
every time
ー
he attacks.
全体風魔法も痛い。当然のように2桁後半から3桁のダメージを与えてきま
Of
す。
course, pushes everybody back. But other than that, it's the only explicit movement action that an enemy has, I think. And it gathers everybody in the middle, which isn't that much of a deal right here. It'll be interesting when it comes up once again later.
2回攻撃
This is not actually.
まだ耐えてる。
So this is another blue ball turn. Playing a little bit slowly here for marathon safety, and also again because, like I was saying earlier, with
あ
minions,
また白麗の守
not
り。
as practiced with these as I would like to be, and I do run the risk. If I try to go through them quickly, I do run the risk of making a mistake, and I would rather take a couple seconds extra time loss than have to redo the fight. So I apologize for that. I do hope to get into doing runs of this more regularly because I've wanted to do this for a long time, and it's really
クラッシュ。
kind of had this opportunity to get back into it. I hope people are enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun myself. Yeah, so that was turn 8. We're going to turn 9. Defend the physicals again. And one of the benefits of whipping a magic turn is next turn Jessica can defend as well. Jessica will always die to a double hit, even with her buff up. So having the ability to...
2回攻撃。 なんとかまだ耐えてます。
We are now safe to just full on heal with Jessica, just full party heal every turn. The fight will end before we run out of it. Now, those of you who've been looking at this fight, you may have noticed there's a pattern in what the boss is doing. Every odd numbered turn is a double physical. Every even numbered turn.
そうですね。基本的には物理攻撃だけで頑張って押してるようですが。ああ、全体砲の魔法。また痛いやつ。
Non-elemental, which is another interesting point, which I'll get to, becomes
しっかり全員全開までしてるので、
there's an actual final boss after this.
まあなんとか致命傷で済みそうです。
But also, yes, he is following a very specific pattern. Now, you recall there was another
回復もなかなか追いついてないですけど、同じキャラを集中攻撃されてないだけまだなんとかなってる感じですかね。もう毎ターン絶対回復してますけど。
dead body being controlled by galleons. So, I wonder what might be going on here. I'm playing a little safe. I'm probably fine even if I skip this heal, but we'll go ahead and do this heal here because I have more than enough MP, and again, marathon safety. Make absolutely sure that whatever happens next turn, I will be okay.
ラウドコールで
As
す。
you see, it does do a lot of damage. We only have.
いや、130のダメージ見えましたね、今。いやー、痛い痛い痛い痛い。
At this point, I can probably go pretty much all out. This is turn 13. Typically, I expect to get the kill on turn 13. There it is, turn 13. I was going to say turn 13 or 14, but we got it on 13.
いやー、なんとか倒しました。
Again, once again, lots of levels because we killed a boss. This is where we get our levels in this game. And yeah, we killed Galleon! All we have to do is get Luna back, and because we're about to get Luna back, we have to be properly dressed for the occasion. So we're going to do
という状態ですが、まあね、経験値が入ってレベルアップしたということは、ですよね。
take off the back on. Have to be properly dressed in order to go back and finally rescue our childhood friend. Hello, Luna. Luna? Uh-oh. That's not the face we want to see. That is very much not the face we want to see. Oh dear, she is not Luna anymore.
ここで、ルーナが本性を表します。
What could be happening? Aside from a very long sound effect. It refers to us not as Alex, but as human. Not promising. If you'd like to see just how not Luna she is, play the game and enjoy the cutscenes. So it turns out Galleon tells us now that A, the thing we fought before was just his puppet, and B, Luna was in fact a reincarnation of the goddess Althena herself, who he has now turned back into Althena for his own nefarious purposes. So here he says, "You want to?"
で、先ほど倒したガレオンが復活。
We actually will not do that because we can't. This particular fight, he nullifies all damage. Anything you do to him causes no damage.
逃げよしとしていますが、逃げられない。
A cutscene in battle form. There's our ice attack from earlier. And then he has this thing with the outstretched green hand.
お察しかと思いますが、負けイベントです。
700 damage on everybody. For reference, I don't think you hit 700 damage even if you level all the way up to 99, and I would not recommend anyone attempt to do that and find out. We do, however, have about another 2-minute unskippable cutscene, so again, well, it's a perfect chance to get up, stretch, answer the call of nature, do anything you need to do.
今私は宣言する。魔法皇帝としてこの世界の全ての支配者となったことを。意義ある者は力を持って私に示せ。
Yeah, I mean, you figure Killy hits like 200 around the mid 30s, so triple that for level 99, that's still only 600. He would not survive that. He's definitely, this is guaranteed to kill everybody level. And I suspect even if you survived, the battle would just automatically end there. Like it does with the Thunder Dragon. Or the Black Dragon, rather. But yes, it is an absurd amount of damage.
Alice. 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 恐れないでアリス。どうか信じてください。あなた自身の力を、そしてルーナへの思いを。それこそが全ての力の源なのだから。女神アルテナ様、信じて。本当の力はあなたたち自身の中にあるということ。
So we have been returned to, well, to Jessica's house, as it turns out. And we no longer have our Dragon Master powers. We are just the old
一命を取り留めたようです。
Alex sprite. Sadness. We also only have 1 HP because Galleon whacked us, so we're going to fix that first. And then stop in here. To say hi to
こ
Ramus.
こは自由都市メリビア。
And even though the world is in a bad shape,
離れ離れになってしまった、仲間の人たちを、探し出しまして、再びパーティー編成に向かいます。
all the blue balls we ever wanted. And we want a lot. About that many. It's a bunch of angel tears and 1 holy water for a very specific purpose.
アイテムの大量入手。
Thank you so much for that, Ramus. Run over here and see how our other friends are getting along. The answer is they're drinking their sorrows away.
ナッシュいましたね。キリもいましたね。
And so we need to find somebody who can fix that. And of course, it's always the ladies that have to fix things. So we shall go fetch the ladies.
「ミヤもジェシカもいました」。
Jessica has some pointed words for Killy. Wakes him up out of his lack of energy. Mia does the same for Nash, and once again, we are a party. And with impeccable timing comes our friend Lake. So we'll make a couple of quick adjustments here. Turns out the only one we need to do, the only thing we need to move is holy water over to Killy, and this is the quote unquote true point of no return. After this, you go into the final dungeon. You cannot return from it. Whatever you've bought here, whatever you've taken with you, that's all you got. Now the enemies do drop stuff occasionally, but that's what you have to work with. If you don't take enough in, you may be in trouble. So, somehow or other, Lake uses our teleport stick, the white dragon wings, to bring us back here, to Dine's Hill. Why has he done that? Very good question, and he's going to answer by explaining just what happened 15 years ago. The end of that battle to protect the goddess Althena, who we see right here. Remarkably blue hair. And what we see is Dragon Master Dine, right here, and Galleon arguing over the future of the world. Arguing over, should the world be ruled by a goddess, or should it be left to the people? Althena has chosen the latter. Althena has chosen to spread her power throughout the world and sacrifice herself to be reborn as an ordinary human. Galleon says, no, that's not going to work. We need Althena to stay as a goddess to lead us. And they argue over it. They do not come to an understanding. And as we see, Dine simply turns his back on his former friend. And you are encouraged to watch the cutscene to find the ending of that little sequence. But we are back at Dine's Hill, and now the question is, how does Lake know all this? Well, turns out Lake is in fact Dine himself. He gave up his own powers in the service of freeing Althena from her duties, as it were. But Galleon never appreciated that, did not accept that ending, and now seeks to reverse what happened 15 years ago. So it is now up to Alex as once more Dragon Master. He now got his new sprite back and everything, with the Sword of Althena in his hands. And how do we get to the flying tower where Galleon has ensconced himself? Well, turns out that Null is a white dragon himself. He was not just any ordinary flying cat. Also, by the way, this is reason number one why everybody should visit the world of Lunar. The dragons are fuzzy and huggable. What more do you need?
他のイベントでアレスが再びドラゴンマスターに覚醒。で、アルテナの剣を入手。
I talked about those quite a bit earlier in the run when I was doing the level 3 to 9 grind. The remaster that was released last year is it's kind of a mix. It has some really nice features, namely it has a battle speed double or battle speed increase option. Obviously has much faster loading times because no physical disc. Unfortunately, it also carried over some of the problematic design choices that Working Designs made in their English localization. Specifically, the boss.
窓落としアルテナに乗り込みます。
The fact that you can't move Alex's ocarina into Null's inventory, which restricts which is a bit more of just a speedrun issue, but it restricts your ability to manage items. So so there are those issues. Other than that, yes, you can't play it in English. I believe the remaster also has other European languages, and of course it is playable on modern hardware. So there's that as well. But as a casual thing, you may find some of the bosses a bit rough to get past, but otherwise it is fully playable. So I don't want to give the impression that it is a horrible remaster. No, it's decently done. It has some good quality of life things, but particularly from a speedrunner's point of view, they made some poor decisions with that version, and that is why I'm disappointed in it. That is why I'm specifically running this version and not the remaster. So we're into the final dungeon. Final dungeon it's kind of, you could look at it as a three-parter, or you could look at it as two halves, where the second half also has two halves, in terms of, which is probably a closer representation in terms of length of the dungeon. So this first part is actually pretty long. First floor isn't that bad. It gets a little bit worse, but mainly because we have all of these very narrow corridors, very fast-moving enemies. I've talked a number of times about how the game developers really wanted you to fight these encounters. Well, now they give you no choice. You have single character width hallways, enemies that can move as fast as Alex, as fast as your player character. And the fact that you cannot move through an enemy even after you run from it. Like, this is one I could probably potentially dodge, but I'm not going to try because it's not worth it. Especially when I can just anger it out of the way. Fundamentally, running at this point is only worth it if it'll let me dodge another encounter, and most of the time it will not. And the reason it will not comes down, well, to enemy placement, but also because of the way this first half of the dungeon is structured. So you saw me go through a room with a couple of enemies in it, and it had like these pink gates that popped up when I went in. So I will. You can look. What I'm going to do in the next room is I'm going to walk. There's going to be a room in the south that I'm going to walk in. Come down here. I also need, I think, to give out some more MP. So again, this is going to be a thing throughout this final dungeon. Is anytime Alex gets low on MP, I have to pull out the blue balls and give them back. So you see how quickly these enemies move. Generally speaking, once one of these latches onto you, there is no escaping it. It will encounter you. You will have to fight it. Either anger or grief. Both work. Anger does
A なるメイスかな、今のは。
encounters in this dungeon, like the devil enemies. You'll see one to my
ジェシカの装備ですね。HP 回復がついてる装備ですね。支流の杖。矢の装備。
All the enemy symbols have movement ranges. When they hit the edge, sometimes they get stuck for a couple of seconds. You can take advantage of that to dodge around.
Oh, なんかいろいろ覚えてる。
We have this guy over here, who I call a room boss. So you saw there were like these pink gates that popped up when I entered this.
奇跡の祈り、これか。味方一人の気絶回復する魔法だそうです。MP 商品20。
One enemy that you must kill to advance past that room. So that's another way that the developers force you to fight encounters. They're tired of you dodging around everything. They knew what speedrunners were up to. They said, no, you are fighting these encounters. And so we are. And so the gates open there, and we can head on. And so that is what this first half is. It's just a sequence of rooms with these kind of floaty crystal knights. I call them knights. I don't know what those really are, but that is what they are in my mind. They'll just run around and menace you. They do also give good experience, and that got us to level 36, which is a good point to stop to stop angry encounters, just because anger takes up so much more MP than grief does. So if you think that sounds kind of dull, the devs probably agreed with you because they have this little interesting thing here. Hello, Luna.
あれ、ルーナ。
Weren't you somebody else now? Well, she's saying kind of sus things, and yes, it turns out she is not in fact Luna, but she confused the party just long enough to cast a curse on them.
これは偽物でした。
And she has cursed us now. How has she cursed us? Well, we will find out.
魔女ロイスに、呪いをかけられてしまいます。で、この呪いは、戦闘中必ず2人が眠ってしまうという呪いだそうで、まあ、本人も言ってましたけれども、ロイスを倒すまではこの呪いがかかり続けるといったもののようです。
So guess what? We have people asleep at the beginning of the fight.
漆黒のなんとかって言ったら漆黒の鎧、これか。キリの装備ですね。
Including the next boss, by the way, which will be Royce. You may have guessed. Two random characters will be asleep at the beginning of every battle. If one of those is Alex, that means we cannot grief the first turn, and we have to be able to survive that first turn in order to get the grief off turn 2, as happened here. Fortunately, this turn wasn't too bad. Some of the encounters get really nasty towards the end of the next floor. That sounds bad. It is bad. And so whenever Alex is asleep there, I'm going to immediately heal up. At least heal up Alex and Jessica because they are the ones that need to survive. Jessica because she has the remedy spell. Alex because he's the one who's going to grief on turn 2. This time we're fine. This time it was not Alex who fell asleep. Jessica's asleep, but that's okay. We can just grief and end the fight. And if you recall the holy water that I picked up back in Moravia, this is the reason for it. Specifically, I'm going to use it or potentially use it on the boss, depending on again who gets put to sleep. So here's another case where an enemy got stuck at the edge of its movement range, and I was able to get away from it.
守護のローブ。
Again, we have to wake him up.
ミアの装備で、これも HP 自動回復がついてるらしいです。
An interesting thing, if you run this game often enough, you'll start noticing a pattern in who gets put to sleep. Specifically, Alex and Nash or Alex and Mia. Those two pairs seem to pop up much more frequently than any other pairs. And it turns out there's a reason for that. Let me safely get through this fight first. But when the game says, okay, I'm going to put 2 random characters to sleep, it is not any 2 random characters. It is one of 6 possible pairs. Those pairs are one of Alex, Killy, Jessica, and then one of Nash, Mia. And because of the way the game's RNG works, whenever it wants to pick 1 out of 3 things, one of those 2 has double the chance of being chosen. And in this case, because, of course it would go against us, Alex is the one.
いや、もう回復せずにいっちゃうんですね。
Fortunately, here he is awake and we can just grief it immediately. But the flip side, the very convenient flip side for speedrun specifically, is Alex and Jessica can never be put to sleep at the same time. Very important thing. Means whenever Alex is asleep at the beginning of a fight, Jessica will be awake, guaranteed, and therefore Jessica can wake Alex up, and then we can grief turn 2. Used to be before I figured this out, that you had to, or at least in the route that I developed, I would have to carry in a lot of holy waters just in case Alex and Jessica were both put to sleep on the same turn. We have to get somebody to wake Jessica up first, and then Jessica wakes up Alex on turn 2, and then Alex has to survive until turn 3. It's all very ugly, but it turns out no, you don't have to do any of that at all. However, I will make a save here just in case. Turns out that no, Alex and Jessica.
こんな場所でセーフティーセーブ。
all you need is one holy water to slightly speed up the Royce fight, the boss fight coming up. Alex awake again. This is actually really good luck for keeping Alex up. I've had runs where I've literally had every single fight on this floor Alex is asleep. It's just really horrible. It's like those stories where somebody says, "Oh, I had this coin and I got 10 tails in a row. Can you believe it?" And well, that happens 1 in 1,024 times. That's just how random this works. Also, I need to make sure Alex's MP is up. It is. Okay, we're still okay. Probably want to blue wall him once for safety. But yes, that is how they kept this dungeon interesting. I think it's a very clever way. Making sure that you can't just cheese your way through the entire dungeon, because they know the tools you have at your disposal here. By the way, it's a very good thing Alex has fire defense, because these...
清めの祈りでいいんですかね。味方一人のステータス以上回復する魔法を唱えようとしたところですが、
And I'm safety saving because it is entirely possible if those guys all decide to physical rather or regular attack rather than
まあ結局はこれでいいそうですね。
focus Alex, it's entirely possible Alex to just die in trouble and then you're in real trouble. You can try to run, but they can easily just wipe you. Again, it's like so many fights we've seen so far. The enemies are so powerful relative to us, they can literally just wipe you in one turn. But hopefully, we do not run into that. Alex is still awake. 36, that's 4 more, 3 reefs after this. Can I would have to get really lucky to get out of here and just do the outposts. I don't think I will, so yes, I will go ahead and pull up the blue ball. Yeah, okay, so that guarantees. I would have had to dodge all of the remaining optional knights, and that one just came straight at me, so it's not happening. Defend, and please wake Alex up before he is hit, because remember, when anyone is asleep, and that includes this curse status, they take double physical damage, and most damage you take in this dungeon, specifically this half of the dungeon, is physical damage. So, yes. Very easy to die. We now have grief. I definitely need to heal here. But this is the last floor of this half of the dungeon before the boss, so we are almost there.
フロアのラスト、このダンジョンのラストフロアって言ってますね。
Deliberately made this floor very long and windy, but they wanted you to enjoy the pain of Royce's curse. So again, another room boss, but this one Alex is awake, which is really good. Again, those devil, not little, but the devil guys in the middle have a huge attack power. They will hurt a lot if they get a chance to hit. Unlock the doors. Again, another knight getting in our way, as they were designed to do. So it's perfectly fair. Mia taking the double damage there is 3 digits from a single attack. Grief, almost through this floor. We are in the final room of this floor. So just get the room boss, get out, and there is one more enemy that will be blocking the passage that we have to fight. So 2, maybe 3, depending on if we get seen again. It's entirely possible. Where is he? There he is. Come up here, sir. I'm not sure there's another knight down there below me, and I don't want to find out. I just want to get out of here. Fortunately, I got really lucky with these room bosses. Again, any one of these room boss fights, if Alex is asleep turn 1, totally possible. So I'm really glad that I was able to get Alex awake for most of those. Do one more safety heal before we head to the exit.
アンモアセーフティーヒール。神秘の
You're not stuck.
多い。ハ
I
ッピー。
was hoping for a moment, but no, it was not to be.
ピとは違うか。
That said, Alex is still awake.
ホウエ、ホウイって言うんですか。
And that is the first half of the dungeon, finally. We're through it. So, menu time!
メニュータイムって言ってますね。さあ、ここで回復とアイテム整理と
Bunch of NPCs.
セーブですかね。
Bunch
の
of
方へ
blue balls are
ジェシカの装備ですね。魔法防御力アップ。ジェシカの最強装備っぽいですね、どうやら。
don't need because it's just not worth the time to try and well, keep it somewhere. Oh, right, yes. Oops. I thought I was missing something, and I was right. Gale ring, very, very important.
今のうちに、現在クエスティングフォーグローリー8の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しております。RPG リミットブレイクのチャンネルを使って行われるオンラインの RTA イベントですね。スケジュールは、チャット欄にびっくりスケジュールと打つと出てきます。ご覧いただいている通り、RPG の作品を、中心にしておりますので、1タイトルが非常に長いタイトルが続いております。解説の応募がまだいらっしゃらないゲームタイトル多数ありますので、お気軽に解説応募してみてください。解説応募はびっくりフォーム。また、マイクを使っての解説が難しいという場合は、チャット欄で、適宜情報などいただけると、司会進行の人が大変喜びます。先ほど罠を仕掛けて呪いをかけてきたルイスとの対戦。
Alex is awake. This is good. So we're going to have our first use of dragon healing. However, this is a physical turn. I have to block that and put up our regen as well. So dragon healing very rarely has use in this game, but is a full heal for the full party and a full remedy for the full party. So it instantly wakes up. Of course, it's Mia.
210?
Welcome to Royce. Okay. Yeah.
マジかよ。
I'm actually going to wood up this to give me a chance to catch up.
実質即死攻撃ですね、これ。
And fortunately, Jessica has now
あ、
learned
奇跡の祈り。
a revive spell, so I do not have to.
十数分前に覚えた復活する魔法ですね。さあ、体力はどうなるんでしょうね。全回復なのか、どうなのか。さあ、白竜の守り。MP 消費が重たいですが、1回だけ敵の魔法攻撃を完全に防いでくれる。というやつですね。問題はそう、倒れてたミアにどうやら入ってなさそうだったので、これ、ミア食らいましたが大丈夫。44。逆にあれかな、安い魔法で白竜使っちゃったのでちょっともったいない状況かもしれないですね、これ。
I think actually, you know what? I'm actually going to defend Kyle because I don't think he survives the line attack. So this is a line physical attack. She has two physical.
白竜の守り MP 消費60なので、MP 回復のアイテム約2個分ですね。2個分弱の MP を使っちゃうので、できれば強力な魔法にうまく重ねて防御に使いたいところですね。
think I buff Alex. Defend. Just want to get as many buffs up as possible. Oh no, she has her life. So this was a magic one. I missaw this. So when Royce is in that top position there, her sprite is mostly blocked by the menu, and sometimes I miss.
アークフレア全体炎攻撃のようですが、そこまで痛くはないか。こっちの全体回復一発で、まあ、すぐリカバリできる程度なので、あんまり痛くはなさそうですね。
I think we're okay if I heal. And I'm buffing Jessica on this turn, Jessica's defense.
さて、ボス、ロイス戦が、続いておりますが、ここでですね、司会進行交代となります。ここまでの時間は私、貧弱が担当いたしました。どうもありがとうございました。引き続き、クエスティングフォーグローリー8、ルナ、シルバースターストーリーの、続きをお楽しみください。それでは、失礼いたします。
はい、貧弱さんありがとうございました。ここからはですね、私パズズが、司会の方をさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。はい。まあ、途中からになってしまいますんで、私の方もあまり詳しくは、解説というか、お話できませんが、いただいた資料で元にね、いろいろお話ししていければなと思いますので、お願いします。さあ、今は、ボス戦ですね。続き、行っているところです。どうですかね、皆さん、このゲーム、やられたことある人いるんですかね。は申し訳ないです。なくて、初めて見るゲームなんですが、
some of which are in game, some of which are not. But we will start using. Actually, no, you are. This is a physical turn. I'm going to defend.
まあね、先ほども言ってましたけれども、ぜひね、やったことある人だったり、知ってるよっていう方いらっしゃいましたら、コメントの方でも結構ですんで、何かチャットしていただけると助かります。
Power of number of attack stat that I've been talking about. We are good. I do need to start getting more damage out, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
はいはい。まあ、バージョンがいろいろあるんですね。
I do have buffs up now. For the most part, I should be safe from this line attack. It is the single target attack that I have to watch out for because that one, even with defense buffs up, will straight up one-shot any of the three rearguard people. So Nash, Mia, or Jessica. This is... I don't need to wit up this. I can survive. This is the all targets fire. Magic attacks are what I want to see because we have I think everyone or almost everyone at this point has fire defense. So we take a lot less damage from those, and again the physicals are just so strong. I kind of wish they'd done that on the one or two more bosses, having really strong physical attacks. But this is kind of the only place you see it.
そうですね。ボス戦は非常にタフなボスがボスって感じですよね。こっちも割とダメージはね結構出てるんですけど。
Oh no, it's not. It's the single target fire. I misread that. Okay, we are safe because I misread it. Best way to be safe. This is the single target fire, which you can tell because the little eye on that staff, on that serpent thing, is glowing red every time it looks at us. Shoutouts again also to the sprite work on basically all all the sprites in this game, all the enemies, all the everything. It's just a lot of fantastic work. Okay, we can spare a couple of shots of Nash here. This is by far, this flare strike, single target fire is by far the safest thing she can do, and we are really lucky. I feel lucky to even see it once in a run. We've seen it like, this I think is like the 4th time seeing it in this fight.
結構いろいろ
Super lucky. She's only used flame bind once. I've had 3 people flame bound at the same time.
まあ自キャラというか、自分のキャラクターたちの HP がね、まあ100、まあマックス200とか出て、その割に、そうですよね。自分の HP の数倍は出してるのに、を倒しましたね。経験値の量エグかったっすね。さあ、いただいた情報ですと、まあ、これで、呪いの元凶であるロイスを倒しましたので、ここで呪いが解けるという話らしいですよ。はい。で、ここからまあ、ラストダンジョンじゃないか。まあ、次のダンジョンで女神の塔というところらしいんですが、ちょっとしたパズル要素があると。すげえ、雑魚敵がすごい声出してましたよ。
White, red, even though you couldn't see it because I was standing on top of it, blue and then black.
まあ、ワープする床があって、そこを、まあ、まあ、パズルを解いていくって感じなんですが、まあ、RTA なんでね、そこはもう覚えてるんで、順番通り踏んで、次の回に行くと。正しい道の方に行くというところを踏んでるって感じですね。はい。そうですね。ラストダンジョンで一番上にラスボスがいるのかなって感じですね。
Hit the switches in the order you got these equipment pieces. And so it's asking, remember which is which, and sort them that way. Turns out this order, we're doing it in the correct order.
シンボルエンカウントなんですけど、当たっちゃうこともあるって感じですかね。
Again, I'm happy about that.
今の黒竜の嘆きみたいなので、まあ、ボス戦じゃない、雑魚戦は回避していくっていうか、まあ、倒していくって感じですね。はい。
Almost had to dodge, but didn't quite get the movement right. So here it is, the paralysis attack. Fortunately, Alex gets second turn.
黒竜の嘆きを使うと敵全体を異次元に吸い込むってことで、これで逃げられるってことなんですかね。
If I'm lucky, I can dodge one of these. If I'm super lucky, I can dodge 2 of them, which I've done once ever. But if I can dodge one of them, it means I can just continue and complete the loop going counterclockwise. Normally, that will not happen. I think it probably will not happen here. And so what I do then, instead of spending time fighting in the 4th one, I just walk backwards.
そうですね、EST はあと1時間ありますが、まあ早く終わる可能性もありますし、そこら辺はちょっとどうですかね。
Oh, we made it, and I can just skip right by you and take this encounter instead. So that saves about 10 seconds. That's cool. But yeah, it ends up being hit the switches in the order 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And doesn't care which way you walk to get to the switches, you just have to open in that order.
まあ、アレスの MP があるうちは、黒竜の嘆きを使って逃げるっていう、そういう感じですね、道中は。
Back down to the bottom because, of course, they weren't kind enough to put a stairway at the top. You know, it's what they do. And that's the first half of the dungeon on the annoying half, if you will. And now we are into the final stretch, which you can tell because it's got the overworld music. It's the RPG classic. In fact, a lot of games do that. I know. So when you get to the final stage, it brings back the music from the beginning of the game, kind of this is it sign.
すごい
Oh, I'm stuck on the wall. That's not good.
当選もされてますけど、ああ、抜けてみましたね。
Charging stoves. Don't know what they actually are. I call them stoves. This guy is funny. In a test run,
ああ、敵にシステムを破ってもらってるって感じですかね。
And I had to wait for him to randomly walk down close to the barrier.
たまたま当たっただけなのかもしれないですけど。
What do I do here? There was no way to pull him down. So I did not want to get into this encounter, but we should still be able to. Again, another one that can.
先生。
Oh wow.
おっと。
Okay, now we may be in trouble. I have actually never had that happen.
アレスが今まで黒竜の嘆きを使って逃げていたわけですが、魔法を封じられたんで多分唱えられないっていう状況ですかね。
I have never had that happen before, so I hope we can get out of this. We are definitely going to solo run next turn.
そうですね。まあこれ結構まずい状況じゃないですか、これ。ねえ、レベル低い状態で、ここら辺のスタン砲いやー、これ、全滅したらどうなるんですかね。
Always something new. Always something new. So again, at this point,
結構もう自利品じゃないですか、これ。あ、一人でも逃げられれば、一人も逃げられませんでした。あれ、逃げられたんだ。あ、一人逃げた人がもう先にいたってことね。あ、オッケーオッケー。そういうことか。厄介ですね。ね。連中2人逃げてたんだ。まあ、逃げたとはいえ、HP はね、減らされてたんで、リソースは使わされちゃいましたね。
This time we got the outturn.
ああ。
Actually, I guess it was not these statues, it was the other floating guy.
アレスが先制取れない時っていうのはどういう時だったんですかね。なんか裏つかれたとかそういう感じなんですかね。ただ単に順番がたまたま先に来ちゃって相手に行っちゃったとかそういうことなんですかね。
Weirdly gets stuck on some piece of geometry there. I don't know what happened there, but
まあとはいえ順調に塔を登ってきますね。ファイナル2ボス。ってことはまずはラスト最初のボス戦ですかね。そうですね。だから魔封じを打つ敵が、まあ、いわゆる素早さが高いと結構厄介な 況に落とされちゃうんですけど、まあそのパターンが今回は1回しかなかったですね。まあラッキーなのかありませんが、割と、まあ、このゲームのRTA の怖いところは見ましたね。最終戦なんで、装備確認ですかね。結構迷ってますね。チャート通りに行かなかったってところもあるんですかね。PST はあと1時間ありますけど、まあ、早めに終わる可能性もあるし、本当に1時間ボス戦をやる可能性もあるんで、なんとも言えないです。さっきの、ローイス戦を見る限り、まあ、1時間戦うってことはないかもしれないですけど、相当タフな戦いをさせられなきゃいけない、しなきゃいけないっていうところは、割と考えられますね。結構、多分、まあ、それはあると思います。なんかバックアップというか、保険の1時間っていうのはあるかもしれませんが、まあ、さっきの、ね、繰り返しになりますけど、ボス戦見てる感じ、何万とか10万ぐらい HP あってもおかしくないぐらいのボスの感じだったんで、もうだいぶこっちのリソースをガンガン使ってもすぐには終わらないですね、これ。あ、保険の可能性もありますよね。割と。はい、ここでセーフティーセーブということで、やっぱボスでやっぱ失敗するところはあるんでしょうね。まあまあありえそうですよね。ボスでね。まあレベルはね低い状態なんで明らかに相当苦戦するのは必須なんで。なんかイベント始まったな。よくある、なんか精神攻撃してくる敵みたいな感じですよね。そうそうそうそう。RPG のね、RTA って結構低レベルでいくと、よほどのこう有効打がない限りはお祈りというか、何か突破する打開策ないと結構そういう風になるのは結構多いですよね。あ、なんか出てきた。
Funnily, you were actually given the chance there to say, actually,
まあ
we don't
ね
have the energy
今までここまで5時間戦ってきましたから、
if that actually was a
こ
game.
んなね
Unfortunately, it is not.
幻に惑わされることないですから。
But thou must sort of thing. It would have been absolutely.
ね
I mean, it would not have been fair.
6時間もやれば成長しますよ、人だって。
Game that thing level unfair. But it would have been funny. Each one of our compatriots defeats their image, leaving us to deal with our own.
主人公だけ取り残されてる。
And at last, Alex also breaks out of the mind's dimension and returns to the battle.
ああ、戻ってきた、戻ってきた。
Indeed, the characters refuse to run away so many times. Check out that intro animation, by the way. The one character who gets an introductory transformation.
ラスボス1個手前、ね、ゼノビア戦で
The
す。
first thing Nash does, he goes forward for very important reasons. Alex.
セーフティーセーブしましたんで、
And regen.
まあ
So,
とりあえずは大丈夫ですけど、
so Zenobia has an AoE attack.
まあ、やっぱりこれで
Nash is in the middle.
倒れるとまたイベントを1回消費、ね、やらなきゃいけないっていうことにもなるんで、
We want AoEs to hit
セーフティーセーブしたとはいえ、
Nash forward. In fact,
まあ
it is-
抜けたいですよね、
it is
1回で。
this very- Yeah, that has. We are just
まあまあまあまあ。
separated from each other. Oh, hello. Widip turn. We are just far enough.
状態
separated.
異常とかにさせられなければ、まあま
It does give us
あ、い
time
いの
to
か
get
なって
buffed
気は
up.
しなくもないですけど。
So this
そうですね、再戦は長いですね。
is Sonic Boom. This is a petrify. This is a line petrify attack.
飛ばせないですからね。
To Mel, to Jessica's dad. She's gonna do that to us now, unless we White Dragon Protect, because it is in fact a magic attack. And so we're going to be using White Dragon Protect. You're going to hear me call. You're going to hear me call it Widip because that's so
あ
much
まあ
shorter.
バフかけてって、
Many times for the rest of the run. Well, these last two fights.
お、魔法ガン
She's doing it again. I'm going to take a risk.
魔法ガンタって言いそうになっちゃっ
Take a risk that she doesn't
た。
send
魔法無効にしてたんですね。
Because remember, this the White Dragon Protect. It is one hit, one spell. It is not one turn. So as long as she hits a different row, their White Dragon Protect is still active.
そうだからね、ダメージは結構出るんですよね。500台とかね。
Jessica also has stone has resistance.
まあとはいえ結構タフだったんですよね。前のボスも。だから、
It is
今回のね、ボスも
who takes the petrify,
割と
but it turns out
長期戦になりそうな気はしますよね。
Nash has the thing up and 3 in a row. Okay, this time we'll put up the Widip again. Or will we? No, because we don't care about Nash. Sorry, Nash. You can start attacking.
イカズチよ
So if she hits the bottom row here, it is a perfect use of that one Widip. If she hits the middle row, sorry, Nash. If she hits the top row,
結構
Killy
ボスと自キャラの立ち位置みたいなところもあるのが
Jessica does not.
面白いですね、このゲーム。
Of Killy damage, but Alex is at this point our main damage dealer, so we're not as worried. It was Nash.
あ、石化
We will heal that.
状態異常はきついよ。
Actually, you know, we're gonna go ahead and heal the HP too.
イカズチ
So,
よ
fun fact: if only one person has a status,
石化しててもサンダーボルト打てるんだ。これはどういう状況なんだ。
Other fun fact: if you use Remedy and by the time it goes off, nobody in your party has a status ailment. That character will physically
ああ、移動技使えない。ああ、そうか。
completely mess up
固
your
定されちゃうっていう意味なんだ。
That is a thing I think they could have done without, but it is what they did. This is gonna be another fizz turn.
なるほどね。
We are actually almost ready to full send, but I'm going to drop. We could have full send there. Oh well.
イカズチよ
アルテナの恵みよ。
まあ、ボスの攻撃見てる感じね、一直線攻撃とか、
One is, I'm calling it full
Yeah.
send. It is basically maximum damage from everyone and a full party heal from
そう
Jessica.
いうのもあるし、自キャラも動かなきゃいけないっていう、近づかないと攻撃できないよみたいなのもあると思うんで、そういうのの封じ込めみたいなので石化なんですね。
What do we got? We got
なる
another.
ほどね。
Gonna bring out the Widip again and getting a little worried about
イカズチよ
about Alex's MP, but for the moment we're still okay. I also use the macro there as well. That is my number 2 macro. That is my Widip macro. Interesting thing you can do with macros in this game, the tactics, is you can set specific
白龍の守りは結構
command input, which is why I had a separate input for Mia there.
なんか魔法攻撃無効みたいな
So that
ついてるけど
basically it gives me more.
強そうですよね。
So especially next fight, we're going to have Mia sometimes buffing and sometimes. This is not full send. I need to restore Alex's MP. So pull out. Actually, I pull out Nash's. And no need to heal, although it doesn't really matter at this point.
ああ、MP 無効もある。ああ、MP じゃねえや。攻撃無効か。
But yeah. So you can set a specific person in a macro to have command entry, and I'm using that to allow Mia the choice of what does she want to do. So we can safely full send here.
イカズチよ。
In the next fight, for the first few turns, Mia's going to be buffing everybody. After that, she can start attacking, and I want to have the option without needing to choose one or the other in the macro.
そうですね。全体1回無効は割と
And the nice
優
thing
秀
about
な
the
魔法ではあ
third
ります
macro
け
I've
ど。
set up as well will have that, and that has a very specific use, which I will get to in the next fight. Very interesting use, also.
その後なんか緑の数字出てるってことは
See, at
回
this
復
point,
もしてるん
yeah,
ですね。
basically we are just in straight up attack mode unless and until she starts doing something weird, and generally she does not. She is a very straightforward attacker. She doesn't play games like Royce did. She just puts out all the damage she can, all the effects she can, and expects you to do the same, and we succeed.
お、
Also notice she does not disappear like every other.
意外と早かったっすね。
Defeat animation. I think the devs may have had a certain thoughts about her, but anyway.
さあ、ラスボス1個手前ってことなんで、この、なんだっけ、ゼノビア戦が終わると、
We are successfully
さあいよい
past
よ
that. We are on to the actual, true, final, last boss.
ラスボスですね。
Quick bit of
ラスボスの
one
決
last
戦
bit
ですが、まあ、
firing.
準備はしましょうね。
Got one white ball. We will put that on Jessica and restore lots and lots of MP. It's going to be a very long menu just because of these slow MP recovery animations, because we just have to drop them one by one by one. That is the way this game works, unfortunately.
まあね、MP 回復しとかないと話にならないってね。
And this is actually this one moment is the main reason I have so many blue balls in my inventory. I could easily be down to very much lower MP at this point. So
ここはまあ、ファイナルラストなんで惜しみなくアイテムを使いまして、
and then the last thing
ラスボスに行こうとしているところでございます。
all of our spare angel tears, which again is far more than normally I will need to use, but every now and then something weird happens, and I like to have backups for that. So we're here.
15年前の過ちを正すべき時、お前自身の手に
はい。魔法空挺ガレア。
結構ちゃんとボイス入ってる。
Supposed goddess
いいっすね。
Luna is completely under Galleon's control at this point. She calls him, yes, Sir Master Galleon. By the way, flashing warning. In just a moment. So we'll be seeing an event where it scrolls to the top of the map. Here, Luna will give a scream. There will be a bit more dialogue from Galleon. Then there will be, just for a couple of seconds, some fairly harsh flashing. So again, for those of you for whom that's an issue, please do what you need to do. And I will let you know when the flashing is done. The flashing is done. So Galleon's goal here, he actually wants to just become, he's tired of having somebody else do the job. He's just going to become the god himself at this point. He's just going to gather all of Altheon's power into himself and become the true ruler of this world to make sure that nothing ever goes wrong again.
さあ、これで、あれですかね。パワーアップして戦いみたいな感じですかね。
And of course, we, as the good guys, have something to say about that, as in every JRPG. Everybody has something to say about that. To which Galleon responds with a cutscene into the final battle with the final battle music.
さあ、最終戦の
First turn Hellwave. Great. Okay.
ガレオン戦ですね。
It's gonna be great.
これで
Actually, defend with a couple people here.
いよいよラストになります。さっきはまあまあまあ、意外と早く終わったなって感じがしましたけど。
So the fun thing about this final Galleon.
今回はどうです
You
か
know
ね。
how some enemies have had like 2 attacks per turn, 3 attacks per turn.
まあまあ
Galleon
バフをかけてってね。
actions per turn. He will use 2, in this case 2 spells.
ああ、でも意外と、
So this was Hellwave.
2回攻撃してくるね。まあまあまあまあまあ。
Earlier, but it is Hellwave. Fairly strong non-elemental. Plus Rock Crush, also non-elemental. Very painful, as we see. Siphon
まあまあま
Soul
あ
is
まあ
ugly,
まあ
especially
ラスボスだしね。
Pops up. I play it safe. We'll put defense up.
イカズチよ
So, especially again, up until I have buffs up, I have to play this very carefully because a lot of this stuff is dangerous. Most of his attacks are magic, but this one he's doing here, this is Siphon Soul. This drains about 60, 70 HP from each character, and then he does 2 physicals. So I say he takes 2 actions per turn. It's always the same pairs. So it's always one thing paired with the same other thing. It's just so effectively it is, they're each individual actions. Just that he can cast 2 spells in 1 turn basically.
意外と
So I have to be ready for that.
普通の攻撃はなんか微妙ですね。ペチっていう。そんなにダメージ食らってない。まあまあまあ、このレベル帯の50ダメージとかは結構きついっちゃきついですけど、その割には、魔法攻撃の割には通常攻撃ダメージ少ないですね。
So this is turn 3. Turn 4 is going to be an interesting one. So Galleon he's not like a robot on his puppet here. This is the real Galleon. He does random actions except for every 5th turn starting on turn 4, which is the next turn. And we'll see just what happens there. This here happens Tornado, we recall.
ああ、やばそう。
Brings everybody into the middle, follows it up with Worm Crush, which is
でもあれですね。
an AoE.
ダメージはそんなじゃない。
If it's on Alex, it hits everybody. We hope it doesn't hit Alex. And we are turn 4. Fate Storm. This is a Winnip turn. And we are still buffing. This time Nash.
イカズチよ
Fate Storm is a guaranteed one-shot. It is instant death to one character. As with many other things in this game, especially because this is the final boss.
まあ強制位置変更は結構厳しいです。
If you do not have White Dragon Protect up, the character is dead, just straight up. There's no dodge, no.
白竜の守りで
resist chance, no anything.
攻撃無効。
So Alex will always be every 5th turn doing White Dragon Protect here, and that is why I have my macro 2. So we see somebody is going to lose their shield here. It is Killian. But the shield is up, so he doesn't die. And then he puts up a shield of his own. Absorbs 900 damage. We
そう
don't
ですね。
like that
だか
very
ら
much.
今まで3回してたのを強制的に集合させられて、そこに範囲攻撃打たれるっていう、そういうコンボはきついですけど、
イカズチよ
さっきはあんまりやってこなかったんで、割と優しめですよね。
Normally, this shield absorbs all the damage Galleon takes and vanishes after 900 damage. We only dealt, you saw, it added up to about 590 there, and the shield went away. Why does this happen? Well, as it turns out, the shield, although you cannot target it, It is a separate character internally in the game. If you use an AoE spell on Gallium, that AoE will also hit the shield, and you do double damage. This is another thing, by the way, that I credit where credit is due. I learned this from the Japanese tasser Maker, who used the strat in their tasks. We're actually ready to full send at this point. 104, this is safe, yes, full send. Use the strat in their tasks, and I was like, oh my goodness, I had never even thought of that. That is incredibly clever. Now, is that a glitch or not? It's kind of hard to say. It is certainly not what the devs intended, I'm sure. Whether it's fair to call it a glitch or whether it is just taking advantage of the battle system is harder to say. I like to not call it a glitch because then I can say I'm doing a glitchless run. But I can see the argument's definitely there for calling it a glitch because, you know, not intended behavior. Well, either way though, yeah, that is, so we get ourselves an extra few hundred damage per turn. We just barely survived this. This is full send. Extra few hundred damage for each shield, which is not a huge amount. He has 10,500 HP. And we do about 4,500 per cycle if we don't have to stop and defend or anything.
ダメージはね、
If I need an extra widow,
さっきよりも
600 damage.
全然出てますね。
That slows us down a bit. Obviously, if he siphons souls like he's going to do this turn, he recovers 300 HP. That isn't actually absorbed. That is not just damage. So
ああ、HP 吸収はきついっすね。300回復か。
So an extra 300 on top of that is, it's not a huge amount. Please don't hit Killy again. Thank you. That's scary though. What is this turn?
割となんかこの通常攻撃がダメージそんななさそうなのが結構救いかなって感じは見ててしますね。
Going to single heal. Can I do that? No. I item heal here. We do still need to recover the damage from Psychic Souls. Okay, the one thing Null's reliable. The one thing you can rely on Null to do is waste time. He will always do that in every run. Very reliable in that sense. So again, another Siphon Soul. This is just a time waster. Just slowing down the eventual end. Once we have all our buffs up, this fight is very safe, unless I take a risk that I should not take. Or if I get double targeted, like this. Oh, that's not double target. Okay, he just didn't teleport. Fate Storm, automatically, Macro 2. Mia's up. We do not need... We are close to needing white balls. We're not quite there yet. Although maybe I should have. I may have cost myself the ability to use a macro in a couple of turns because people are going to start running out across the board. So maybe I should have used the white ball there, but well, at worst, it's not dangerous in terms of losing fights, just dangerous in terms of I lose a bit of time from having to minion. So, an issue for future me to consider as an optimization.
まあさっきのトルネードで集合させられましたけど、なんか移動するわけでもなく、そのまんまいるんで、あまりそこら辺は実は脅威じゃなかったって感じですかね。
Here we will. Again, the exploit, if you will. Jessica will need her MP back soon as well. Shield is gone. So normally the shield has its own unique disappearing animation when you get 900 damage.
あ、バリア張ってたんか。
When you kill the shield by using an AoE to damage the shield itself, that doesn't cut in, and you get the normal enemy, the rainbow disappearance, and that's also how you know you've taken advantage of that, that glitch, whatever it is. So we are okay. Nash and Killy are both very low on MP here. Nash is actually going to run out. So this is why I was saying I should have used a white ball on Nash. he is going to run out, and I'm going to have to do a turn manually. Which is, again, it's just time loss. It's not dangerous. I will probably do it on the White Dragon turn. I will just use
だいぶ
that.
MP もなくなってきましたが、あ、トルネードだ。
So again, the White Dragon Protect that was left over, everybody who didn't get hit by Fate Storm, and of course then he immediately counters that by hitting Alex with the AoE. Good one, Galleon.
そうですね、さっ
We
き
are
の
still
トルネードで飛ばされて、ワームクラッシュが真ん中の
but yes,
アレスに
the
来る
one
と
nice thing about
ちょっときついけど、
aside from keeping everybody alive, is
そうじゃ
that
ないとまあ
everybody who didn't get hit then has a shield against the next magic.
まあまあいいかなって感じですかね。
To keep HP up. Because again, you know, I have very specific thresholds I'm looking for to know when I'm safe. Obviously, if everybody's full, they're safe. But I have very specific thresholds that I'm looking for, and I need to heal if I'm below those. So I need to know that in order to be safe. But knowing those, I can definitely play this fight safely and just speed right through it like this. How are we looking? Still looking good. Still looking good. And then next turn. So next turn is going to be... It's actually going to be perfectly timed because Nash is now out. Nash uses 15 per turn, so he is now out. He has to use a recovery next turn. And then Killy has one more turn. And in this game, you cannot input a command you don't have the MP for. So we need to recover Killy's MP before he runs out. And we are going to do that as well.
あ、また
Siphon Soul again, just time wasting.
サイフォンソウルがちょっと厄介ですね。
300 HP buffer against our almost 1000 damage per turn. Good one.
これをやられちゃうとちょっと厳しいですが、
And there's Fate Storm. This one we will do manually. So white ball. You will also white ball on Killy. And I will go ahead and heal here because we have tons and tons of MP left on Jessica. Jessica's full party heal is also 15. She has 8 of those left. This will not take 8 more turns. Probably only 2. So this is turn 14. This is the third Fate Storm. Typically expect, if I'm lucky, I can get the kill on this turn. Basically requires no Siphon Soul. We've gotten several Siphon Souls so far, so it's not happening this turn. If he does get his shield up, obviously that nullifies.
まあ、結構奏者さんもサイフォンソウルがどのこのって言ってるんで、やっぱあの技ちょっと微妙なんですね。
Depending on how much he's absorbed already, it might be 17, but we should be just 2 or 3 turns.
割とこのシールドも結構ちょっときつい要素に見えますけどね。
One more white ball on Alex just to be safe, and should be done.
まあサイフォンソウルって言ったからですね。
Again, not this turn, but either next turn or the turn after we should get.
魂をそこに移すみたいな。
Just for the record, time will not end at killing the boss. We do have to do our final walk home. It's bad
コーヒーのサイフォン抽出もそうですけど、こう吸い上げるみたいな、そういう意味ですよね、多分。
Please tell me if we don't. I'm assuming we will.
うん。
Despite all that's gone on, we are still looks like we are
良かったですね。
under the 7 hours that I suggested. So that's good. That's what the estimate. That is why I set the estimate where I did. Turn 16. This either is the final turn or the one before. You see how much damage we have.
アルテナの恵みよ。
もうそろそろみたいな感じですかね。
And there it is. Turn 16.
お、
And you know it's
倒しました。
you don't get any experience from it. Was in fact
ボス
the
ク
final
リアです。おめでとうございます。
私が神の力が
まあ、サイフォンソウル、サイフォンとバリア連打はマジでやられたらちょっとイラっときますよね。さすがに今回もなかったですけど。
Yep. Galleon is down. We have
ということで、今回のゲームのラスボスである ガレオンを倒しましたので、タイマーストップがどこになるかわかんないですけど、まあまあまあ、
Luna is no longer Luna.
イベント終了したら、タイマーストップですかね。
She no longer recognizes us.
え
So Galleon sees that although he himself is defeated, he has accomplished his goal, and he is satisfied.
あれが私たちの、そしてお前の守るべき神だ。さあ、ひざまずき、従うがいい。ドラゴンマスター、アレス。
Now, before you go on worrying, we did in fact defeat Galleon. Fear not, he is in fact truly, really, honestly, finally dead. Which, if you listen to some of the NPCs in the game, is not necessarily a perfectly, absolutely good thing. You know, he did some good stuff on his own. He just got a little bit sidetracked, unfortunately. However, that aside, we have a Luna to rescue, even if she doesn't recognize
まあまあま
who
あ
she is. And
これで
Alex-
完全に消滅したんですけど、そっちはどうするつもりなんですかね。
Hey, now, no spoilers. So yes. So this is the point. We're going to see Alex separates from Null here, starts heading up towards Luna. So this is the point where Working Designs added their little bit of spice to the ending. In the English version, as you walk up these stairs, you are required to use Alex's ocarina as the thing that is normally just a sound test. Use it as an item to recover Luna's memories, essentially, to wake her up from inside Althena's mind. And if you don't do that, eventually one of these lightning bolts hits Alex, and you just straight up game over.
そうですね。まあ知らないゲームを見れるっていうのはちょっっと面白い
People
ところではあり
have
ますね。
that was NA only. I see somebody is not aware that was a Working Designs edition. There are obviously many ways to look at that, to think about it. It's there is definitely lore involved there. There is a huge cutscene there, which I hate having to skip.
ムービーはカットします。
7-hour mark, so I will
はい。
proceed apace. My take on it is that while it is interesting in lore, it requires more player information. You have to have something hinting to the player before that. A great place would have been the Black Dragon event. So when
何が起こったかは
Alex fast forward to
実際にプレイして確かめてねって感じですね。
and uses his ocarina. If they had changed that so that in that place you have to basically you are stuck there until Alex uses his ocarina as an item in the menu. That would have been perfect. Then I would have applauded as a good piece of design that is integrated into the lore. As it is, comes out of nowhere. Yes, these days you have the internet; people will know about it. But especially for the time it was released, late '90s, players playing it for the first time would not have known it. They would have gotten there. They would have just game overed out of nowhere and had to fight Galleon again. And it is just, I consider it bad design. It is aside from being totally outside the ambit of localization. It is not. There was no reason for Working Designs to change that for a U.S. audience. That is something they did simply because they wanted to. It is bad game design, and for that reason, I call it a bad change that should not have happened. And I guess for better. When Gung Ho did the remaster they put out last year, they removed that. that is not present in the remaster. There's also an interesting YouTube Let's Plays where another great cutscene I'm skipping there, by the way. Definitely go through and play them.
はい、ムービーはカットしますんで、見たい人はね、実際にプレイしていただきたいと思います。
However, they gung-ho left in the thing where you cannot move the ocarina onto Null's inventory, which was required.
リマスターコレクションもあるんですね。
Separate from Null, and if the ocarina is in Null's inventory at that point, you are well and truly stuck. You cannot get it back. So Working Designs gung-ho fixed half the problem, but they left the other half in. And as a speedrunner, particularly, having only those 5 slots instead of 6 is a real pain. And that's another reason that the remake, even thinking about running the remake, just frustrates me. So it is very unfortunate. Anyway, all that aside, we have successfully made it back. Alex and Luna. So Null rescued everybody else from the crumbling tower.
あ、3ヶ月前に出たの。
Everybody's back home and safe, and we are just going to say our goodbyes and head back home. And that
割とタイムリーなゲームだったんですね。
Head home and take a nice big rest. So here's we have Mia and Nash. Mia here being given the title of headmaster. Remelia is relinquishing it to her, and Nash promises, of course, to help anything he can do to help Mia. Anything ever. He will always ever do. Nash, keep on being Nash. You are a great person. So that little visit settled. You can, in fact, stop in Rammus' shop as well. We won't do that because there is nothing extra to do at this point. You can purchase an item which lets you
倒してから長かったですね。
However, this being run on PlayStation 3, I have tons and tons of my own saves. I don't need that.
すげえいっぱいメモリーカード刺さってる。
We will head straight on and visit Killy and Jessica. Jessica, of course, trusting that her father is now better. And in fact, he is. Mel is back to his old energetic self. Jessica is delighted. Delighted properly, of course. Always a proper daughter. Meanwhile, Killy interjects a comment and is noticed, and Nell says, hey, come over here, you. Need to make sure you are suitable for my daughter. Which Jessica realizes that she has not at all succeeded in fooling her father as to her true identity, because Mel, of course, is another great father. Plenty of
そうです。各キャラクターのエピローグを今やってる感じですね。
Finally on the way home, and time will be on the final input during the final dialogue sequence. I will call that out. It's just another, 30 seconds probably, if that, maybe not even that, but I will call it out. It's just towards the end. Once Lake leaves, heads away from us, that is your signal to get ready. So, final bit of advice from Lake as he heads back on his own adventures. So he's not done adventuring. He's got plenty ahead for himself. And with that, offers one little.
そうですね。ラスボス倒してからこんだけなんか歩き回ったりイベントあるのも珍しいゲームですね。さすがに敵出てこないんだと思うんですけど。
That is the run. That is Lunar Silver Star Story.
タイムってことなんですが、タイマーは止まってないですが。
Obviously, shout outs to High Spirits, both for
一応終わったみたいです。
Shout outs, of course, to High Spirits, not only for organizing and questing for lore, accepting this run, which honestly I was prepared on very little. If I don't do it now, I am never going to get back to
はい。割とあれですね。こう、声優さんいろいろ出てるんですね。はい。
And of course, also for just running Lunar in the first place. That was.
ということで、6時間、まあ30分ぐらいですかね。の、スピードランでした。キャラクターも魅力的というか、キャラデザも、まあ、90年代の。グラフィックでゲームシステムもね割と面白そうだったんで、まあ、今回はスピードランということで あまりレベルを上げずに戦ってましたが、まあ、通常で戦えばもっとこう爽快感というか、いろんな戦略のあるゲームになるのかなっていう感じはしましたんで、まあ、さっきも言いましたけど、当時は買えなかったとか、まあ、遊んでなかったって人が、まあ、リマスターも出たっていうことなんでね、ちょうどいい時期なのかもしれないんで、ぜひ今回きっかけにね、遊んでいただくっていうこともいいんじゃないでしょうか。はい、いいですね。まあ、この時代のディストリームの話してくれてますね。ありがとうございます。
これからもルナ知りたいと思いますので、またお見かけしたらよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Oh, Jenny, welcome, welcome. Sorry you just missed the run, or if you were watching, thank you for watching. Yeah, it's a great game. As I've said, I definitely encourage people. The speed run obviously is a bit long. It's not for everybody, but definitely worth a casual playthrough if you haven't played it before. I've said some bad things about the Working Designs version and about the remaster, but as a casual playthrough, it's not really a huge issue. It's really very playable nonetheless. And the remaster.
ソーシャルさんもリマスターの話してますかね。
So if you haven't played this game before, definitely encourage you to pick it up. If you have played
RT だけじゃなくてね、通常プレイも楽しんでもらえればって感じですよね。
Thank you everyone for watching. And I'm going to go ahead and let the rest of the ending play out here. It's just another minute or so, but again, the music in this game is just so good. And so, I've been vaxherd. Thank you so much for watching. さあ、表記はもう次のゲームに変わっちゃってますけど、お送りしたのが、シルバースターストーリーですね。ルナシリーズのゲームになっております。6時間半ということで、長丁場、お疲れ様でした。ちょうどね、ここで切り替えるのかな。はい。ところで、シルバースターストーリーでした。では、次のゲームございますので、準備してきますので、一旦失礼いたします。はい。ちょうどね、ちょっと、切り替えのところになっていますんで、少々お待ちください。